unbelievable reputation as military leader uh, was when her husband actually went to collect what was essentially a tax from local tribes. And one of the tribes that was one of their partner tribes decided they didn't want to pay the tax and murdered him instead in a really good, first tortured him and then murdered him. And Olha systematically eliminated that tribe. It didn't take her very long. She was very, very clever. She's known for that cleverness. She's known for innovation, which is actually one of the things that we are known for as well. She was known for pivoting on a dime, another thing that we hopefully will be able to live up to. But essentially what she did was the rival tribe, the history of this is, and I'm not an expert in Ukrainian history, but this is sort of the nutshell version that every Ukrainian child and Ukrainian young woman grows up with, whether in Ukraine or in the diaspora. And the legend is that the rival tribe that, can everybody still hear me? Just out of curiosity, because I had a little glitch here.
You're
Okay.
fine.
Okay, cool. Awesome. So the rival tribe was so emboldened after the murder of her husband Ehud that they proposed that the leader of their tribe take her hand in marriage. Now, Arthur was like, yeah, bet, no problem. Come on down. Send an emissary, right, to have this discussion with me. Sure, it's a great idea. Come on down. And so they sent a group of emissaries, and those emissaries were, delighted to be welcomed in Kyiv at the castle. And what she asked them to do was to prepare for a celebration and a feast, and let them know that they were going to be carried on the backs of Ukrainians to this celebration site. So they appear at the gates of the castle. They get loaded up onto these things where they're going to be carried to the celebration site. They walk them, of course, they're delighted that they're being honored and carried on the backs of Ukrainians to a giant trench that she had dug overnight. And when they arrived there, this is probably not so lovely, but it is for us. She dumped all of them into this giant trench and then buried them alive, and then proceeded to ask them how they were enjoying the honor of being welcomed into you. So that's step one of her elimination of the tribe that dared murder her husband. Step two was a similar situation where the second group of emissaries were sent. She requested that they be the best that the rival tribe had. So, in advance of the actual king of that tribe or ruler of that tribe that had proposed that she marry him. So they also arrived, and she equally outwitted them in that they were going to meet by boat, and she pulled a very clever maneuver in which she and her followers actually drowned that particular team. And then, the last part of the legend is where and probably the most important part, is also visible in our DOCO logo. If you'll notice, our logo is a flame with a dove, a bird in the middle of it, designed by a very, very well-known Ukrainian graphic artist. So the last part of her tripartite beginning of the elimination of the tribes, because she did continue on to actually lead the military into official battle. But prior to doing that, she made sure that she eliminated the leadership of the tribe, including the person who ordered the murder of her husband. And she agreed to come there to their territory, and that what she was looking for was that a tithe be paid to the Ukrainians in order for discussions of this marriage to continue. And that um, and the tithe that she, or the gesture that she requested when she was outside of the gates of their fortress or their castle, was that each household, including the royal household, should provide her with three birds from the household. So three birds from nests of their homes. And everybody thought, you know, in this rival tribe that murdered her husband, that they were delighted that the price of her hand in marriage would be so low. So they gathered together the birds, they delivered them to Olha, who was not far, poised and ready to pounce. And what they did was they took all of the birds, and they just, I don't think that Peter would like this very much, but what they did was they tied sulfur rags to the birds' legs, lit them on fire, and then all the birds proceeded to fly back to their nests, and they burnt the entire fortress down to the ground. So this is the kind of cleverness that we are hoping to emulate. We hope that we can live up to her legacy, and that is who our organization, Daughters of Kniehenia Olha, is named after. Just so that everyone knows, one of the most important things about Olha historically is that she was the first of the Ukrainian royal line to be baptized. And so that's one of the distinctions. It's such an important distinction that she was later canonized as a saint in all Eastern Rite churches. Her holidays, July 11th, just right now, telling you to prepare yourself for a massive fundraiser or thing raiser on July 11th to honor her. Get ready. But the thing that's most important about this is historically Ukraine is Christianity is the state religion of Ukraine, and her baptism set the precedent and the groundwork for what happened 2 generations later. Her grandson Vladimir, the way that we say it, the Great, accepted Christianity also and was baptized, but then he went to make Christianity the official state of Ukraine. I think that I've been talking enough. There's people probably have questions for us.
That was amazing, Princess.
You probably do.
That was fantastic. Thank you so much. I absolutely love hearing these things, and I know many of our listeners do too. One thing I would point out, actually, is that this is something that I notice in many places, actually. I'll refer to the SBU because this is my experience and a documentary I've watched. And when they talk about the naming of the sea baby and the reference that they make to Cossacks, and I think it's very, very important that I don't know, I hugely admire it that Ukrainians make this connection. I know in the UK, we've lost this. We don't make this connection with history as much as we should do, unless maybe you have, like, I don't know, Scottish heritage or you're part Welsh or something like this, these regional variations and things, then I think maybe more so you do. But, and I would just like to finish with Kniehenia Olha. Is this better? And thank you so much for telling us correctly.
Yes, you're getting there for sure. You did a beautiful job on Olha. And Kniehenia, you and I will work on that together, but you're very, very close. So I'll call you later and we'll do a practice session over coffee. But since you spoke, Tracy, I need to know what kind of coffee you drink.
Oh, only espresso, of course.
You'll be a perfect fit in Ukraine. There's espresso everywhere.
David, did you want to contribute here?
Well, I can tell you what coffee I like. I can't really add to the history of Ukraine there because I think, well, I could do, but I don't think it's relevant. So, yeah, I'm an all kinds of coffee man. So I generally drink things based around espresso. So most of the time it's an espresso, but sometimes I drink it with milk. Sometimes I drink the French press. Yeah, it depends a bit. I've got one of those old Pavoni espresso machine, so kind of have to really.
I love
like
espresso
Princess.
too. Most of my drinks are espresso based.
I'm like Princess. Wherever I go, my coffee machine goes too, even camping.
One thing I'd be interested in understanding a little bit more as well is how close do you get to the front line, and how at risk do you feel when you're doing that? Because I think you get quite close, right?
I do. I've definitely been within striking range, artillery and mortar overhead. I've experienced the fear of Russian drones overhead as well. So for us, this is such a hard thing for me to explain because so I'm Ukrainian and we're wired different. I don't know how else to explain it. I don't feel fear when I'm that close to the line of engagement. I feel defiance, right? And I'm not sure that that's normal, but it is very Ukrainian. And I could tell you that, when I was in the company of our military and they looked over and saw my posture was very much like theirs, I think they understood why I was there, right? So it wasn't really to give a giant middle finger to our Russian occupiers on our land, even though that was definitely a part of it. But it was really to show solidarity with them and to explain the extent of our commitment to our teams with our actions, which is, if you are willing to do this, then we are willing to hand deliver to you in your forward operating positions what you need. And that's that. There's a giant period after that. Does that sort of
Yeah, I think
sort of Ukrainian gene is pretty,
Yeah, I think all of
Go
these
ahead.
things are quite difficult to explain if you haven't actually experienced them yourself. So unless you've been there, unless you know Ukrainians, or unless you know the Russian reality, let's say, it's very difficult to understand how people behave and what it's like to be in that position. So thanks very much for that. I think that helps. We've got two hands, so I don't know who was first. Tracy, have you got any idea? If not, we'll go to
Yes.
Mary first.
Yeah, it was actually Mary first. Welcome, Mary. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Hello. Princess Cannoli, I got a hug from you in Washington. That's who I am. And I drink coffee, and I not too much anymore. And I use a French press, and I do enjoy a latte about twice a year. But when I saw that you had a coffee maker as one of your items, I got very excited because I think about comfort. Providing comfort in any way possible for the frontline people is so important. And I'm really excited that you're doing your work. I have a question. So we're a big country, America, right? And we have a lot of different kinds of people. We are so diverse. And getting us to all agree on one thing is not that easy. But one thing I've noted is according, per your comment about having commitment, which is an incredibly important word, we're divided up into states, but also into counties. And since Ukrainians have been in this country, America, I shouldn't say America, I should say the United States, since the 1600s, I wonder how many groups have been in touch with you or collaborate or help you? And if not, because there are nonprofit rules, or perhaps churches help you, I don't know. Is there a way to spread this network and make it a sustainable network for you that, I'm speaking organizationally, so that you get this continual river, because DOCO won't I mean, you may, do you plan to go to Ukraine when Ukraine is victorious afterwards, or just for now? Those are two questions, sorry. I don't know if I was clear about this river of support, but I can give you an example of this that may help. When Legal Services for the Poor when a lawyer in the South wanted to get legal services for the poor in every county he wanted to get it going so that the poor were supported in civil matters for, every county in his state. And everybody said it was impossible, but he did it. He got every single county to commit to provide for the poor in a new way. And I thought, well, that could happen in every state. Why not? So this could be true for your group. And then I have one more thing after you want to answer, because your time is short.
Okay, so first, Mary, it's really good to hear you after seeing you in person. I remember that hug. I'll probably remember it for the rest of my life. So really, really happy to see you in the space. And I look forward to seeing you again when I'm back in DC. We'll definitely give you a heads up. So, and you know what? We'll share a cup of coffee together. And thank you for answering the coffee question. So, so to answer your, I don't know if this will really answer you. I had a long, illustrious career and still do in the United States prior to having to into the Ukraine work. And I do use my professional networks as support for fundraising. And there's always surprises that appear from my former colleagues across the country, because I have worked all over the United States in a professional capacity. So yes, to some extent, but not necessarily in the systemic, organized way that you are suggesting. It's certainly something that we need to think about going forward in the future. We are very strong believers in partnerships. I've worked in the public sector and in the public-private sector in the United States for decades. I know what the partnership model looks like. We are very strong believers in American methods for doing this work. Like I said, we might have borscht in our veins, but we smell like apple pie. So yes, very much so. Do we plan to continue this work? Yes. Our mission in particular is to accelerate hope, joy, victory, and healing in Ukraine. We're very much a service organization. Our current approaches already touched on all of those points, but you can bet that we will continue to be present afterwards as well. I don't expect that we'll ever be the size of a giant nonprofit in the United States. That's not our goal anyway. As I stated earlier, our goal is to be super effective, and sometimes to be super effective, you have to stay small. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But yes, we're going to be working in Ukraine for a very, very long time, and hopefully be of service to Ukraine for as long as we live. And you had another question too. Yeah.
Thanks. It's just a comment. First of all, small is good, agile is good. And if anything has been shown in this war, among many amazing things, that agility, that ability to adapt and be modern and move forward has been shown by MriyaReport and Ukraine, especially Ukraine. So yeah, stay whatever you want to be. I just want to make one comment about love. You're full of it. You really are full of love, that is. And I think, to me, love is commitment and labor and many things that sort of get left out of the equation when people talk about it. And when I think of Ukraine, I think of love. And to me, their love has been catching. It's contagious. And it's one of the biggest differences between Ukraine and a certain terrorist afflicting them. And, you're obviously very loving in what you do, full of commitment, full of the labor to help. And I just think it's something to remember as we go forward because you show it in everything you do. Thank you. Bye.
Oh, you think that hug I gave you in February was a good hug? Wait till you see what's coming next. And thank you for saying that, especially for observing that about Ukrainians. I think I'm pretty emblematic and a good representative of what the Ukrainian spirit really is. I don't think I'll ever do it justice, especially our guys that are on the front line. It's impossible to convey who they are. But if their relationship with us and our team can be sort of a line of sight for everyone, the fact that I hear from commander level, really elite special forces individuals that are, that as they leave for an op, they contact me. As soon as they're back, they contact me to make sure that I'm okay. Not asking for anything, just checking in to make sure I'm okay. There was one point last summer when I first returned from Ukraine, I got really, really sick. And I actually had to go to the emergency room several times. I was horribly ill. Oh my gosh. The battery, it's just this barrage of messages from the front line about, we heard you're in the hospital. Are you okay? Do we have to come? It was just the level of love that emanates from the front line of all places. One of the things that I find really hard to understand and that I'm in absolute awe of is our warrior teams, right? So these are really loving and caring persons who are motivated by love to fight for Ukraine, but how they turn to, flip that switch and then turn around and go on an op and come back because they're such an effective fighter is just, it's something, that we're going to have to research for hundreds of years after this war is done. The Ukrainian warrior it's truly an enigma and an anomaly. Just very, very different than anything else I've seen in armed forces anywhere else. I hope that helps, Mary. Love you to bits. I'll see you in DC soon.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Coffee on me.
Thank you so much, Mary, for coming and saying that. I really appreciate that. It's just absolutely perfect. And I was thinking, Princess, heal the world by leading with love, the way Ukrainians do. That's how I see it.
Yeah, my famous saying from long before this full-scale war, or even the revolution in 2014, has been lead with love, lead everything that you do with love. I guess that's very Ukrainian of me, but it's always lead with love, but always keep one hand on that sword.
I like that. Dan, thank you for waiting. Welcome. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Princess. I'm a drip. I've told you before, I'm a Melita drip. Although if I was camping and on the road, I probably would do the French press thing because those you can part with. I want to just say about what you do and what MriyaReport does do not conflict. They go hand in hand because these are organizations that we work on. I think they work on a daily basis. I like to think of myself connected with MriyaReport. It's not ego driven. And when it does get too ego driven, we slap ourselves back down and then we go on. It is an organization about love and support for Ukraine. I like the fact that a lot of times, or I work in human services, when we get ego driven, we forget our core mission statement, which is to support Ukraine. This is the support mission statement. And as long as we keep that goal in our back of our heads and in our hearts, we don't let our egos get in the way. And that's why I love you and I love MriyaReport and everybody that volunteers at MR. So with that, good morning. And when you go over there, you be safe. When you get back, I got some plans for us. Thank you.
Oh, Dan, you know how to get to me. For anyone who doesn't know, I the absolute pleasure meeting Dan in DC as well, and it's a forever friendship that's been forged there. Really, for anyone that I'm very open to meeting people and in person, over coffee in particular, and talking more about Ukraine and what we can do, accepting suggestions. We're very pliable, not sort of set in our ways, and always willing to hear what somebody else has to suggest. Some great ideas have come from our participants. So please feel free to DM and say hello. If you come to events in Washington or New York, please, be there. Dan, I love you to bits. You know that.
Stay well, my purple lady.
Thank you,
More
Dan.
questions?
So, yeah, all you lovely listeners that came back very quickly, do us a favour and give us a retweet. Let everybody know that we are back, right back at you, as MriyaReport always is, 24/7, of course, and that we are having coffee with canola. Bring your questions, bring your comments. Now is your opportunity. I notice we are building up nicely again after the crash. So thank you very much, everybody that's joined us. And Dan, did you tell us which coffee? I mean, I know Princess Cannoli will already know which coffee you like, probably, but I don't think the rest of the listeners do.
Yeah, I just use cheap AMP beans because I can't, since the pandemic, you have to get free packaged beans. So I just use AMP Original and AMP Espresso, and I blend them both together. I add a little sugar and I put extract in the pot. So I make girly coffee. Christopher didn't like my coffee because I told him right off the bat, I make girly coffee. And they drink so much of it.
I remember him saying that, Dan.
See, his legacy lives on. We can't get away from it. It's going to be in every conversation. Dan, I'll drink your girly coffee. I will. I promise.
I travel with 2 pumps.
Perfect.
If I ever go to Ukraine, though, my essential is have mascara while travel.
It's my rule too. My rule too. And I've added a Dior lip gloss to my arsenal that Vera insisted that I need. So thankfully I have people watching out for these things because I'm not good at it. But I'm surrounded by people who are. Dan, you'll have to fix my mascara.
Makeup artist, I'm not. You'll end up looking like Nora Desmond.
That's okay. That's still better than without. Okay. Is there anybody else who has a question? I've probably got about 10 minutes before I need to bolt.
Sir Fella came up and joined us. Did you put your hand up, Sir Fella? Did you want to go ahead?
Yeah.
Thank you for
Hi,
joining us.
guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Brilliant. So I'm in the car on my hands free, and sometimes it's not brilliant. I am actually drinking a coffee as I'm driving. Dan, a friend of mine runs a very, very good coffee company called Fire and Flow, and it's literally about 500 meters from where I'm sat in my car at the moment. If you PM me your address, I'll post you some of their beans. They do really, really good coffee. And yeah, send me your address by DM if you want to, and I'll get some posted out to you.
Oh, thank you so
really
much.
Kind. Just saying that's really kind for you to do that, Sir Fella.
Hey, you're welcome. I love my coffee. I can't drink alcohol. I'm allergic to it. I drink it. So my thing is coffee. So I drink an inordinate amount of coffee, probably like 8 or 10 cups a day, but mainly instant. But I do always start the day with a really nice coffee, and my friends at Fire and Flow, the guys there are brilliant. And I quite often, it's only a mile from my house, I quite often swing by the roastery and pick up some coffee. So I'm more than happy to pick up a bag and send it out to you down wherever you are in the world. And I know you'll enjoy it.
So you'd be a perfect fit in Ukraine, because Ukraine really is a coffee culture. For anyone who has not traveled there or hasn't heard this part, there are coffee shops everywhere, everywhere. And you can get an incredible cup of espresso in nearly every gas station. It's or an espresso based drink, a latte. When I first traveled to Ukraine, I discovered an iced cappuccino at the WOG gas station. As soon as I crossed the border, I spent the rest of my trip trying to map where the WOGs were to get another cup. And once I returned to the United States, I was still dreaming about that iced cappuccino. But really, there's fabulous coffee everywhere, fabulous cafes everywhere, amazing baked goodies. So anywhere that you go in Ukraine today, even with the war going on, even in frontline towns, you can get an amazing, amazing cup of coffee, an amazing espresso-based drink, and an amazing pastry to go with it. So just if anybody was wondering, even in Kramatorsk and Konstantinovka and all of these other outposts of the war, Kharkiv has amazing, well, right now they're probably not doing anything because there's no power, but as soon as they get back online, there will be amazing coffee being served again with just delectable Ukrainian pastries.
It sounds like my place. Dan, I know you said you travelled with a couple of presses. I've got this really cool little thing made by a company called GSI. It's a little espresso maker that sits on my camp stove. I've actually got two, so I can have one going, prepping the other one. You put your little water in the bottom, and then you put your grinds in and tamp them down, screw it all up, stick it on your camp stove, and it has this little kind of ledge that sticks out, and this really cool little brass kind of tap. And then 90 seconds later, you hear it go, and you get this amazing espresso out of it. And I've had one for years, and that's my bit of kit. Wherever I go, wherever I travel with, I always take a little tiny camp stove, little tiny bottle of gas, one of those, and some beans, and a little portable grinder. Can't beat it, can you?
I actually 100% identify. Also, the first time we traveled into Ukraine, our base camp was way off grid, far from any city, or from where anybody could find us, barely had internet service. But I shipped French press in advance of arriving there because I couldn't live without a French press or fresh ground coffee. So I kind of the same thing, kind of a more trail version. Totally understand the coffee obsession. I think coffee with cannoli is just the absolutely perfect name for a segment.
Definitely. I think you should name it that. Definitely.
But before you go, Princess, you have to tell us again the coffee story and how important that is. But before we do that, let's go on to Edward, who's joined us. Welcome, Edward. Please go ahead.
Hey, Princess. Quick question. I missed the part about how to pronounce Olha's husband's name. Is it Oleg or Oleg? And the tea
it was
that we drank.
So you'll see it written IGOR in a lot of old text, especially under Russified publishing. It was miswritten as IGOR. His name was IHOR, Ihor, and he was brutally tortured and murdered very early in their marriage. So she very beautifully avenged his death, and then in multiple strategic phases. and ultimately led the military to subjugate the tribes that were responsible for his death. A brilliant military strategist in general. I hope that answered your question. If you have another one, please speak up.
Did you have a follow-up, Edward?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that my grandparents actually are tea drinkers. They're not coffee drinkers, so it's chai latte most of the time. Over.
Roger, Roger.
Hey, it's still a chai latte. Okay, if you don't have any more questions, we're going to move on. We're always in the middle of getting a shipment out and we have our hands full. Just want to remind everyone that later today, Leonid is coming back on. Leon from SBU Alpha will be on in a few hours. He's from one of the SBU teams that I support. He's always a joy to hear. If you want to tap into sort of a firsthand experience with that loving spirit that Mary was talking about in a incredibly skilled frontline special forces fighter, please tune in here for segment. We'll be back for that, but in the meanwhile, we get a shipment out. Thank you, everyone, for
James
having
has
us.
joined us quickly. Princess, if you've got time, and also Cheryl's got a hand up.
Sure, do that.
Hi, thank you.
Too, I see that. There's a couple of hands there, and I need to tell the coffee story again too. So you choose, Tracy.
Okay, guys, if we can go quickly, then we can get the questions in as well. Can we do that? Go ahead, Cheryl.
I had a question. On this space, I had heard there were 60,000 women serving on the front line.
Can't hear.
Okay, so Cheryl is asking about when you said there was nearly 60,000 women serving on the front line, Princess.
Not that
Yes,
she
there
said,
are
but I heard.
highest representation of women in the military in the world. Partly by necessity, partly because Ukrainians have fire in their bones and have been fighting forever. Does that answer your question?
Cheryl? Okay, let's move on to James. Welcome, James.
Good morning, everybody. Big hug and a pat on the back there, Princess. Hope you're doing well. And that's really all I had to say. I just wanted to. I'm gonna.
Oh dear, is the space failing?
Oh.
Well, I think it's just you, Princess.
Hugs and love. Hugs and
so
love
James,
to Princess Canoli. That'll do.
I can't hear the speakers, unfortunately. You're gonna have to. Whoa.
So James is just giving you. Can you hear me, Princess?
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna leave and come back.
Okay, thank you, sweetheart. You're the best.
Apologies for that, everybody. Just hang around and Princess will be back because she's that wonderful. So thank you very much for that, James. Somebody's hot micing on me there. I see, Vanessa, you are waiting to speak. If you don't know how to put your hand up, you just press on the heart button in the bottom middle of your screen, that heart emoji there, and that unlocks all the emojis for you. And if you look on the far right-hand side, you can put your hand up like this. Just like I did. You should see that on my avatar come up now, and then we will go to you in order. If you're on a computer and you don't have that option, you can do the other option, which is to wave like this, and then we will also get you in the order. Thank you so much. I think Princess is just joining us now, so we will hopefully get that going. And Vanessa, I don't see you. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to let me see what's going on here. So can everybody hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Are you back with us now, Princess? So Princess, I think, has rejoined us as speaker. I see you as speaker again, Princess. I wonder if you're able to hear James now. Go ahead, James.
Hi, Princess. Hope you're doing well. A big hug, a pat on the back for everything you do. I didn't have any questions. Just wanted to say hello and give you that hug and a pat on the back.
Okay, it seems like our friend is having a few problems. Let me see what's going on here. So Princess is just going to see if she can rejoin a different way. Hopefully she was able to hear you. Maybe it will be third time lucky, James, but it's still a wonderful message to pass along anyway. So let me see. Here we go now. Let me see if Princess has been able to rejoin us now. Because you know what? These technical problems around here will not stop us. We are, of course, 24/7 at MriyaReport, and we will battle away against the odds because, well, this is what Ukrainians do. So we will take our example from that. Princess, welcome back.
Hi there. I'm actually coming through on Vera's phone because Twitter decided that they don't like me and have crashed my ability to hear and speak. So I'm actually going to officially leave under my own name and speak on Vera's phone. How cool is this? And have crashed my ability to hear and speak. Okay, that was going to echo, but here we go. So James, can you do that one more time? So sorry.
I don't know. My arm's getting tired from patting your back and giving you a big hug. That was all. Much love.
Oh, thank you. I missed the entire thing, but I'm glad that everybody else got to hear it. But thank you so much.
Twice.
You know, I had the joy of meeting you in person in DC too. And we've had many conversations since, thankfully. So much love in this room. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate support for Ukraine.
So I wish you all my love as well, and all my love to all the listeners who have tolerated me for a long 5 hours. And well, it went quickly for me, so I hope it went quickly for all of you. I'm going to bring up the fantastic James, who's much more talkative than me. So welcome up, James. I will drop, and James will be joining you for the rest of the ride.
Fantastic. So if there
Thank you so much, David.
If there are no more questions, I'll tell the story of how coffee and cannoli happened. And then we're going to duck out to get another shipment out because this is a daily hustle for us. So what happened a couple months ago was our dear Christopher and I discovered, you know, after some initial interviews that he facilitated with Tracy on this amazing platform called MriyaReport, that he and I lived within driving distance of one another. And we decided to meet for coffee. Now, I was not scheduled to speak that I knew of. Had no idea that I was going to be speaking, but I met Christopher to discuss Ukraine and all of the work ahead that we have to do for coffee in one of my favorite coffee shops that's positioned between where he lived and where I live. And it's just a wonderful, charming little place. You know, of course, I'm obsessed with coffee, so there's great coffee there. And I walked in, you know, thinking that all we were going to do is have a cup of coffee and chat. And he hands me the mic. So that was the beginning of a tradition that we carried on for as long as he was with us. How privileged and lucky we were. But coffee with cannoli is basically part of his legacy with MriyaReport that we will continue until the day that we are all dancing the victory dance in the streets of Ukraine. So that is where coffee and cannoli comes from. We are forever indebted to him for this particular segment and everything else that we're doing in partnership with MriyaReport. So I think on that note, I'm going to bid everyone farewell and thank you for listening. Thank you for joining us. For everyone who's assisted us with our thing raisers, thank you so much. Thank you for checking out, you know, our work on social media. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for volunteering the type of coffee that you like when you spoke. I think we're going to do a more official poll next week, so I want to know what everybody wants for coffee. I wish I could serve it to you all, and see you next week. Thanks again. Oh, don't forget, Leon is coming on in a few hours. We'll be back for that on Chuck's segment. Thank you. Have a great day, everybody. Love ya. Lots of Ukrainian love going all the way around.
Lots of love right back at you, Princess. Thank you so much for spending time with us today. It's been really, really inspiring and heartwarming and interesting hearing all those insights. And thank you, everybody, for all your questions and for coming up to the panel. We like it when you interact, of course. It makes it better. It makes it a better conversation. And then we get to find out the things that you're interested in hearing about too. So thank you so much, Princess. And for that coffee, of course. I will never forget when I said that to Christopher. He thought it was wonderful, and here we are today. So now, you cannot, of course, see the profile for Princess at the moment, but if you look in the nest, you can see her at Princess_SIFH. And so go ahead and follow Princess if you're not already. DM Princess if you've got any suggestions for, I don't know, things that you would like to donate. All sorts of things that I see that people donate that are very useful. Some of the things we've spoken about, old uniforms, of course, they need to be in good condition at the same time. But sometimes people have these things, surplus uniforms. Coffee is very important. There's a special thing that coffee with cannoli. Why would you not expect anything different that Princess Cannoli does, and delivering coffee items to our friends on the front line, and that means a great deal to them, just as it means a great deal to, well, many of you here, it seems, to have good coffee, and even those that like tea. Well, of course, there's always something for those people as well, because we cannot leave the tea drinkers out. And despite being from the UK, I'm not very good at being British because I don't like tea. But there's always something for everybody in those packages. So if you are able to make donations in that way, Princess and her team have a fantastic logistics, as you were hearing. They've never lost anything. They've always had everything securely go across the border and get to where it's supposed to go. And everything is done, as you heard, very officially, with official paperwork and official support from the Ukrainian government and military. So if you think that you can donate, maybe you work for one of these companies, I don't know, that sells coffee, or boots, I don't know, maybe you work for a company that makes boots, and you think that your manufacturer, supplier, I don't know, retailer may even be able to donate, or willing to donate, or open to donating. Have a chat with them. They can only say no. What can they say? It's worth having that conversation, isn't it, James? Because you never know what people are willing to be able to donate or try once that question is asked and that seed is sown in their mind of what is actually possible.
I'd agree with that. We don't know till we ask. That is definitely for sure. And I would like to say Haitian espresso is my drink this morning. It is a lovely coffee. It is so rich. I got it from somebody who said, "Here, I can't drink this. It's too strong." And I'm like, "Okay, well, we'll see." And oh boy, it wasn't too strong. I was worried because it was also ground beforehand. I usually like to get the whole bean and grind it myself, fresh, blah blah blah. It was perfect. So I'm enjoying that very much, and it's changing my morning into afternoon, as it were. I'm starting to really wake up. Anyways, I see we have a hand. Do you think we ought to go there, Tracy?
Yes, and thank you for joining me, James, and welcome. And go ahead, sir, fella.
Oh, sorry, I must have pressed the hand by mistake. That's right.
You're now obligated to give a speech.
Okay, all right. I am sat outside my friend's coffee roastery, Fire and Flow, and I've just missed them. They literally must have just gone. But I shall be getting some coffee. And if you'd be so kind, Tracy, 'cause I've just tried to find Princess Cannoli and I can't find her. Can you send me direct message with the service on? I'm going to send her some coffee as well.
I must certainly.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I can't believe I've just missed them. Anyway, there we go. All right, I'm going to drop down and back to listen and catch you guys later.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, fella. Much appreciated. Sorry, James.
No problem. We're just not in sync yet, or we were in sync actually. We said it simultaneously. But yeah, thank you. That was a good speech for not wanting to raise your hand. It happens. It's really easy to do, so don't worry about it. Yeah, well, it is a morning still, and it is sunny and cold here. Tracy, I hope it's nice where you are. We're all about Ukraine here at MriyaReport, and talking about fundraisers and what we can do. We should do that. It doesn't take much to add up to a lot after a while. And I know that our equipment fundraiser is moving along, but it still needs work, obviously. So please do think about that. Think about it today as your day goes forward, and think about what protects you in your life. I imagine one of those things is a safety belt. That thing that holds you in the seat should your car come to an over quick stop, for example, or anything else, maybe takes a rollover like a dog or something like that. You want your safety belt on. Think of it like that, except think that if you're a Ukrainian soldier, you're not just maybe once in a while going to need this equipment. You're definitely going to need it at some point because it's a war and people are wanting to shoot at you. That is not my driving conditions. My driving conditions are pretty safe. I drive with the people around me who don't want to run into me, and it's just not that way in Ukraine on the front line. So a life-giving gift is what you'd be giving, and that is a good thing to give, Tracy.
Absolutely, it definitely is. I mean, why would you not? If you are able to give that, well, it is like you say, a gift of life. I mean, we say, I mean, it's just tactical gear and it's just boots and all these things, but we hear these insights and this feedback on many occasions from many of the guests that we're lucky to have from SBU, Alpha units, and many other units. Not just how important these are for practical needs, but also, as you say, in terms of the ability that it gives them to save lives, because everything that we give them is basically a tool for them to do their job better, whether that be boots or, of course, we don't provide anything lethal, as many of you may know. It's only non-lethal gear, but nevertheless, it's all important, and it means that our friends in Ukraine can do their jobs better, faster, quicker, more reliably, and of course, in turn, all that saves lives. So if you're able to donate to our latest fundraiser for tactical gear for 2 SBU units, which I think is pretty cool, that we're lucky enough and privileged enough to have those connections, those trusted connections that we can then spread that need out where, wherever it's needed as much as possible, because of course it's no good that need all just being focused in one place. That would not be, well, it would be a help to that one place, but it wouldn't help change things overall, would it? And of course, we're lucky as well to have these connections with these special forces units. And although all the units are very important in everything that they do, because the whole military works together, of course, as we've heard from many of the documentaries that I've spoken about and other people, and General Maluk stressed really importantly in one of those documentaries how important it was that the units work together, these special forces units from across Ukraine, not just in the SBU, but other special forces units working with that interoperability, because they really do change the course of things on the battlefield. And then, of course, the armed forces, the ZSU, can then follow on. So really important for many, many reasons. And of course, last but not least at all is the morale boost that they get from knowing that we help, because as I keep saying, it's like one of Ukraine's secret weapons, like that love that they seem to show, that compassion, that humanity that they are still able to show, even in the face of, well, that indicted child snatcher and Russia's genocidal invasion. So if you can help and you want to help, why would you not help? You can be part of that secret weapon, that boost, that advantage that they need, that morale boost. It's like a secret weapon. So, you know, people like Colonel John Spencer, as I've said, they talk about how important it is. And we see Ukrainians doing incredible things to try to keep their own morale up, dancing on the front lines, even sending videos and doing videos for people like us. And in fact, actually, that reminds me of videos that we've received at MriyaReport for all you listeners to say thank you for the things that you have done previously in the fundraising campaigns we have had previously. So if you want to help again, you want to be part of that secret advantage that Ukraine has, then click on that link there. It's the first tweet in the nest, of course, and it's nice and easy, and be as generous as you are able to. But of course, as we always say, only share your disposable income. Give up a few luxuries or two. We don't mind, you know, all of these types of things that we talk about, but keep your essential money for yourself, of course. How you can help, though, if you're not able to donate, is by retweeting, resharing, and, well, sharing that onto other social networks. And look at that. I'm just looking at something wonderful, James. Somebody has made a donation and posted underneath the post there their little message that they get when you donate, to show that their little receipt. How wonderful is that? Thank you so much to that person. Ear protection is always good, is what this person is saying, and of course that's one of the things that we are collecting for. So look, such a fabulous community that we have here. This is why I love MriyaReport so much, because, you know, we inspire each other to keep doing things every day, James, but not just donating and retweeting and resharing. What else do we do here? Well, share information about how to contact your representatives, for one, James, right? We do that too.
We do that too. We do that a lot. In fact, we'll get a card in the nest with some numbers on it for you to call. You know that we're about up to, let's see here, about 195 signatures on the discharge petition number 9, and we need 218. So we need about 25 more. And those are good people to contact. So I'm not sure that I have that list explicitly, but most of the Republicans haven't signed it. Only Ken Buck so far, who is retiring, has signed on. But don't think it's just Republicans who are resisting. That there are a handful of Democrats, about 6 or 8, who may not sign it because of the involvement of money there for God or for Israel, who's locked in a similar fight for their lives, even though it may not seem like it from the outside, or it may not sound like that from the outside. So, anyways, there are plenty of people who need your attention in Washington, and you can get it by calling that main number and asking to talk to your representative, or I have a friendly representative. I like to contact him and say thank you, but that doesn't move the needle. So I call out of district as well. I just say, hey, I'm from out of district. I'm calling you because you represent the United States, and we cannot abandon our allies. We cannot ignore our interests, which are keeping a European nation safe from aggression. Because if we fail in that task, then we will face a much greater task in the future, and that is defending our allies, our NATO allies, our other friends in the region. So this is important that we get this through, and it's something that the House Speaker doesn't want to do, because whatever reason, it doesn't matter. He doesn't want to do it, so he's not the right guy. That's why the discharge petition. This is an end run around the usual way we do business. Usually, you expect the speaker to come up with the bills that are there. Say yes, we'll run this up, see who wants to vote for it, but not in this case. So There's other bills out there. There's been discussions about another bill being introduced by Republicans that would have to go back to the Senate and is not the same amount and not the same people getting aid. And what we want is to defend in the United States, anyways, and it may not impact you guys in who are supporting Ukraine, but we want to support democracy wherever that is, and that means Taiwan, Israel, and Ukraine. And of course, there's others we want to defend, but those are the spots where we need money. And I just want to say that last emergency aid bill contained about $300 million for the Baltic nations because why? Why would you do that? Well, they gave the most so far as a proportion of their GDP. And I think it's a signal that there's some intelligence about the risk there. But I don't know that. Speculation. But it is interesting, is it not, that emergency aid went to the Baltics, Tracy? Well, I probably caught Tracy probably three or four or five pages in. I know how that is. You get these windows open. Like, for example, you're up on the ladder. You're trying to change the title to reflect what the topic is, or perhaps you're there and you're building a tweet to something or replying to somebody, and then your co-host says, and so what do you think? And there you are, 3, 4, 5 screens away. Anyways, Tracy, it looks like you're back.
I'm back. I mean, as if co-hosts should do things like speak to each other, James. Goodness me, what's going on around here? Yes, it is interesting. Absolutely. Yes, you make a very good point, James. I mean, I'm not sure if interesting is the right word, but sometimes I think now, more and more often nowadays, words don't seem to fit where they are supposed to.
Well, it might be concerning too, in the same way that it was concerning when Biden said that there was, an imminent attack back in 22. That was interesting, but it was concerning. It was very concerning. I don't know what to make of the Baltic aid myself, except that they did give the most, and that might be a way just to recognize that. It also may be an indication that there is a specific danger that nobody's willing to talk about. And maybe there's some money in there designated for the Baltic Jammer to be impinged or something like that. So, but Baltic Jammer aside, I think there's good reason to give back to those nations because they have given so much compared to how big they are, how much money they have, and that's a great thing. So, so in any case, it is good news for Ukraine, because I do believe that we saw some money come from Ukraine, or I'm sorry, supplies come from those countries. Or, oh, Tracy, you'll have to help me out if you can. I forget which one it was in particular, made a substantial donation of goods to Ukraine, but oh, darn it, memory's not fully engaged, Tracy. I'm going to have to work on that with more coffee.
Well, I think in one way or another, they all have, haven't they? But I know what you mean, James. But yeah, I think the other thing is as well, interestingly, that I always consider that whether we like it or not, it's a part of a military's responsibility, and that includes NATO, is to plan for the worst and hope for the best, I guess. So I would say, not being a military expert and all, but I would be pretty confident that whatever the different variables are, that NATO is ready for the worst, is getting ready in the Baltics, in those NATO bases up and down where the different ones are, throughout the east of Europe and across that eastern flank, as NATO calls it. They've been getting ready. And like I say, whether we like it or not, whether we believe that they should do that and send those things to Ukraine or not is a different issue, because part of a military's responsibility it is, like I said, to plan for the worst just in case. So I would think that that's one of the reasons why things are being sent there. And as you pointed out, James, yourself, they have all of them in various ways given a great deal, and there's quite a few of them actually given, was it, which one was it now, Latvia or Lithuania, one of them has given basically everything, because we spoke about when there were changes in government, these people in government were now then saying, oh, I'm not going to give any more military aid, and what did we say here? Well, you gave everything anyway, so you've got nothing left to give, so it doesn't really matter. It's kind of a moot point, if you know what I mean. So I don't know if I'm waffling now, James, or I'm answering your question even.
You did. You did. I mean, it was really sort of an opinion question. There's no definitive answers here, but yeah, you did answer it. Well, let's see here. I know that you did coffee and cannoli, which I came in at the tail end of after listening way too long to the good folks doing Understanding Genocide last night. And then I said, now I'll go to sleep at 1 o'clock. And then my body said, no, it's not. It's not time to sleep. And it didn't. My body did not decide to sleep till 3. So I haven't done as much as I usually do. And I apologize for that, to prepare myself for this session. So I didn't know if you had a direction today that you wanted to go in, or if you just wanted to report on news, or try to get people to come up here and speak to us, ask us difficult questions, ask us about our coffee preferences, or whatever it is that people want to talk about today. I know one thing I want to talk about a little bit more is the fantastic story that came out of 60 Minutes about the Havana syndrome. And just to remind people that we have not heard anything different from the United States government than the original proclamation that these are anomalous health incidents is the official thing. We don't think that they're related to any super technology or anything like that, which is amazing. And I think it's still one of the big stories of the week, because it shows again that Russia really is up to no good right now. They are at war with us. It is not missiles. It's not glide bombs. It's nothing like that. But it is attacks on personnel. It is kinetic, even though it's a ray gun, so to speak. It is not your typical weapon, but it's perfect for doing something that is hard to detect. And that is what Russia would like to do, get in all these shots just below the point where we will attack them. And unfortunately, they're doing a good job at this. So, Tracy, I didn't know how much more interest people had for this particular story, but I found it interesting that this and the Baltic Chamber and all the other ways that Russia encroaches on us are just, indicators of why we need to pay attention to the Ukraine situation, because it's already clear that the Ukrainian people are not the only enemies of Russia that Russia would like to attack or are attacking. And there are many other things like this that happen on a regular basis. And it's disturbing indeed that we are not fully aware of what's going on in terms of these attacks. So it's still of great concern to me that even with this great information coming out in 60 Minutes, having it on air, which is a great thing, that so few people picked up the story and ran with it. In fact, I, I'm still beating on my Apple News aggregator, and I will do that to the end, because I think it's atrocious how they decide what stories deserve to be front page news and which ones don't. So, no mention of it at all. And usually they have stories like that that'll pop up that are secondary stories. In other words, Axios, let's say, a kind of lower tier news outlet would say, so and so, whatever news agency it is, reported that blah blah blah, and then you'd read about it secondhand, and that's fair game in the news world, but not as good as the original source, but still none of that either. So no primary, no secondary, no stories about it at all. And now, have I searched for it yet in the news aggregator? probably I could find something about it, but that's not the point. The point is that most people go in, they scroll through the news, and they kind of go, okay, I've looked at the news today, and not realizing how the news is shaped to true purpose by people who have interests, and I'm afraid they're not necessarily our interests. So Tracy, I bring that up just to point out that we need more engagement. I see in Europe that there are conscriptions beginning. I think it was the Netherlands that was talking about that most recently. Also of interest because it's another sign that things may change for us pretty radically in the future, and preparations are in order. And as you said, it is better safe than sorry. That's that's a life lesson we should all have learned early on in our life, and you can kind of recognize the people who didn't learn it early in life. They get injured more and stuff like this. So don't be one of those. I think we all ought to, going back to the safety belt, we all ought to use those safety mechanisms. And one of them is deterrent action. And that means having the military preparedness to make sure that people don't think it's going to be easy to attack us. And the other, well, anyway, so with that, I'm going to turn it back over to you. And let's see, you got a great title up there, so I'm not going to change anything. Tracy?
Thank you very much, James. And in answer to your question, where do I want to go? I mean, all of the above. So thank you for that. Some good things to point out there. And well, I guess where do we start? First of all, I was like you. I was up late listening to the Understanding Genocide segment, and I didn't go to sleep until far too late. So I actually didn't wake up until, well, just before co-hosting today. So now I'm giving the secret away now, talking about the sausage making. But joking aside, that's no problem at all. I've always got things to talk about, as you know, and there's always news, important news as well. So I think we should start probably with the latest updates, what's going on in Kharkiv, I think, possibly, because, of course, it's not been good news for them there again today. And this is exactly why we talk about, we have to keep pushing in all the ways you were just talking about then, James. We have to keep, I don't know, informing more people, firing more people up, activating more people. I think I was thinking about this, and it's, I don't want to say more important than, because I don't think any of the things that we do are more important than others, because they need to all be done in parallel and all work together and do everything that we can to support Ukraine in all the ways that we talk about. But I think it's as important, I would say, now as it was in the beginning of the full-scale invasion, to keep informing people, to keep pushing that bubble wider, to keep talking to different people, to keep bringing that feedback here, and doing all the things that MriyaReport does, and making those connections, in finding new ways to reach both public officials, members of the public, members of your own group that many of us spoken about, sometimes seem hard to reach, but some of us have also given feedback about actually these people, we have reached them when we've just backed off a little bit, planted a few seeds there, and those people have then come back to us and asked questions, and that surprised some of us, and I'm glad that those people mentioned that, because I was wondering if that was just me. It's nice to know that everybody has these experiences and we can share these things, and of course that's one of the wonderful things that we all do as a community. So anyway, I'm kind of waffling now about how important it is to do these things. Of course, it still doesn't take away from what I'm saying, but I do want to go back to Kharkiv because, well, where do I start? So let's go backwards, I think. So they have been getting hit all day long. Unfortunately, it hasn't stopped. So I think the best thing to do is start at the beginning, of course, with what happened overnight. So this morning, they reported lots of destruction and damage using KAB bombs. These are those 500 pound, sometimes up to 1,500 kilogram bombs. About 15 settlements of Kharkiv region were hit with artillery and mortar attacks as well. Lots of destruction of residential buildings, all the usual that we've seen all week, unfortunately. Residential buildings, administrative buildings, kindergarten, cafe, service station, car wash, gas station, shops, dormitories, cars, trucks, etc., etc. The list continues. Unfortunately, people have lost their lives and there's been lots of injuries. So I'm going to go to that updated information at the moment. So they reported S-300s being used as well, which of course the Air Force did report that. So that was from Oleg Sinegibov. So the latest updates from that, President Zelensky commented on that this morning. The Russian terror against Kharkiv does not stop, he said. Another blow to the city and the region, more residential buildings and civil infrastructure. In the morning, they reported that 6 people had died and 10 people were injured. But as I said, that information has since been updated. And unfortunately, there have been more attacks. So at around lunchtime, Oleg Sinegibov, who is the head of the military administration in Kharkiv, he was speaking on the air of the telethon, which is the 24-hour channel. I think it's 24-hour news channel in Ukraine. So he said, then the enemy continues to terrorize the civilian population. So the occupiers use double strikes, he calls them, tactics to attack civil rescuers and workers. Since the first days of the full-scale war, rescuers have been arriving on calls, risking their lives and fulfilling their duties. And this is their heroism, he said. Hourly shutdown schedules continue because of the energy situation. Situation is extremely difficult, but under control. Residents of the regional centres are provided with light and there are various stabilisation methods going on, as well as there's been a huge increase in invincibility points that they've been increasing over the last several months. And this is in one region in particular, but in several regions. And they have actually hundreds of those now. I'm not going to give out the full amount because I don't want to give away those details. People in Ukraine know where to find that information about those individual sites. So, unfortunately, this terror has continued throughout the day. Just after lunchtime, the occupiers attacked Borova, of the Izium district with anti-aircraft guns. Absolutely despicable. And let me see, around 10 o'clock in the morning, they struck civilian infrastructure. At that point, then, there were no casualties at that time, and that incident, but they did destroy a 2-story building of Ukreposhta, a building of a hairdresser, a veterinary surgeon, and a pharmacy. I mean, what is just going on? I mean, it literally is just everyday urban villages, towns, streets. It's just despicable. So this is Russia being Russia, and this is, of course, why Ukraine needs more of those long-range weapons to destroy more aircraft, which we will talk about shortly as well in a moment, because I'm pleased to say there has been more destruction of Russian aircraft, thank you to the SBU and the GUR. So following on from that, at 2 p.m., the occupiers hit Shevchenkiv district of Kharkiv. One person died and another was injured, and there was lots of damage to civil infrastructure. At 3:40 p.m., they hit 3 settlements with anti-aircraft guns. A store, a boiler room, a private house, and an outbuilding were damaged. And then the most recent and latest update, which was, let me see, about an hour ago. As a result of the attack by the occupiers, 2 more civilians sought medical help, including a 12-year-old girl with an acute reaction to stress. So, that gets that news out of the way. Russia being Russia, that's what we have to say. So now, following that, I like to then I'll give you a chance to comment first, of course, James. But following that, I think we should then go and talk about some destruction of Russian equipment.
Well, I don't have any comments on what is going on in Kharkiv. I think you made it clear this is just an ongoing, apparently, operation to just destroy the city in its entirety. Perhaps we don't know to what extent they want to destroy things, except what we do know is their tendency is to flatten everything. Think about Aleppo or other, Mariupol, other places, Bakhmut, where they've just basically wanted to destroy the whole city. So something needs to be done, and I know Ukraine's supporters are doing some of the things they can, and others can do more. I don't want to get into that again yet, but it's really tragic how Russia takes this on as if they're doing the right thing when to us it's so clear that this is purely evil kind of behavior on their part. It's just funny how it's not funny. It's ironic. It's strange. It's yes, it is kind of even alarming that people can have such a different view of this, and then other people, entirely other people, can't even see it at all in any way. They just don't have any inkling this is going on. But Tracy, you've got another thing, and then I've got a story when you're ready for a break.
Yeah, that's we can go to your story if you want, James. I'll just, I guess, have a look at the headlines and see if there's anything important that we need to let anybody know right now. But hence to say, apart from Russia being Russia, I'm just
Okay.
looking at the latest alerts. So we've got Donetsk region explosions in Pokrovsk district, aerial bombs, threat for frontline territories. And then just let me have a quick look. But I guess we can continue with what you've got if you want, James, and that gives me a chance to catch up with the latest headlines for everybody. How does that sound? And of course, everybody retweet whilst we're doing that, because we have not got quite enough people back in here just yet, James, although everybody is doing an incredible job at being here already. So do an extra incredible job and share the space and repost and retweet, and then go ahead, James.
Yep, we do have more chairs. The viewing is good. Well, everybody's close to the front of the theater here. But anyways, so this is from about Russia's propaganda machine and how they're working, what they're working on. So, an analyst at the Center for Strategic Communication and Information Security said that there are three main information and psychological operations that Moscow's conducting these days. The first is ISIS connection with Ukraine. Now, we all know what this is about. This is about the theater attack and hooking that up. But what is funny here is that, uh, again, funny, strange, funny, ironic, that Russia is the number one purveyor of terrorism in the world at this point. They're doing these attacks that can only be called terror attacks. Well, not only, I guess you could say, and they are about destroying the city, but it also ends up as a terror campaign that keeps people from sleeping, leaves them in fear for their lives on a regular basis. And it has to be, and it is a challenge to everybody's mental health who has to live through it. So, yeah, right, Russia. Ukraine's connected to terror only by being a victim of terror. That's the connection. That's the only one. Moscow's full of it. So the next, pardon me, the next narrative that they're pushing is the Great Russian Offensive that's going to go on, and there is some substance in this, in that we've heard of massing of some troops. And will it be a great Russian offensive? We don't know. What we do know is that Ukraine needs more ammunition, needs more weapon systems, and it sure could use mostly more Patriots. So, what will come of this? We don't know. We've been talking about expecting it in the next month or maybe 2 months, something like that. And Russia is anxious to gain more ground after Avdiivka, which was another Pyrrhic victory, if you like. They got the ground, but they lost a lot of people doing it, a lot of equipment doing it. And so, who's worse off? It's hard to say, but I think the Russians were for that. But they have the people to throw into these meat grinders. The last theme is the usurper Zelensky. Okay, Zelensky usurping. Usurping means taking up something that basically isn't yours. So I guess he took the seat of power there in Kiev, but from whom and what? This is another one of these kind of crazy Russian ideas that somehow uh, Ukraine took something that didn't belong to them by staying in their own country, by ruling themselves, by acting like a democracy, by defending themselves, and to turn that around to saying that suddenly Ukraine is the usurper, Zelensky is the usurper. It's pretty idiotic stuff, but these are the kind of things that Moscow is pushing out in terms of narratives now. So, So the advice out of the Office for Strategic Communications and Information Security do advise that we pay attention to official sources. Tracy, I know this is one of your strengths. Thank you for that, because you extend that to the whole MriyaReport community as you do that, as well as monitoring your own reaction. And this is kind of a critical thing. If certain information provokes panic, feeling of hopelessness, a desire to give up, most likely the stuffing was prepared for you in the Kremlin. And so this is where we have to distinguish between what is true and real and the feelings that we have about something. And first, when you know what the source is and you know what their intent is, then you're better able to react responsibly to it. Sometimes the right reaction is get the heck out of the way, especially when it's kinetic stuff. But sometimes the reactions we ought to have is a good laugh sometimes. It just depends. But not despair, not giving up, but maybe some talking with people who can help deal with those feelings. So, anyways, I thought that was an important story for us because the information war is the big war.
Thank you, James. I'm really glad you bring this up, actually, because this covers, as you said, a lot of things that I naturally managed to cover, given that I follow the SBU and the work of the security services and the various letter agencies, and have become more interested in these things than I ever first thought. So, yeah, it's important because the propaganda is something that's being pushed hugely right now. There's various different psychological operations, as you mentioned, by Russia, and those key things to watch out for. That directed attack at President Zelensky is one of them, and that's one of the focuses of the latest psychological operation by Russia, because what they do is they amend these things over time, as you well know, and many of you may well have seen the patterns yourselves and already be aware of these things, because of course we had the Zaluzhny and Sersky and all those changes there, and then they tried it even before back then, sowing that division and trying to make people be worried about President Zelensky and doubt him for all these different reasons, doubt his leadership, cause that division between Western partners and other partners around the world, other partner countries, because it's not just countries in the West, is it? There are 50 countries, more than 50 countries, I believe now, from around the world that are supporting Ukraine. So, it's not just countries in the West, but of course, Russia likes to push that narrative as well. And there are so many different reports out right now and so many different psychological operations. Like you said, the one aimed at President Zelensky, they've narrowed their focus there to try and cause more division there. And they're doing that at the same time as everything, all the political problems that they're causing in the US and in other countries where they're interfering around the world as well, in terms of political interference, in terms of interfering in civil society and leaning on problems and cracks there, and trying to cause division there, amongst Ukrainian civil society as well. So, I look at all these things, and it strikes me that all this has been timed a very long time ago to happen at the same time. I do not think it's a coincidence that many of the democracies around the world are, I believe I've heard the figure 40% of the democracies, if not more, around the world are to have elections in the next, very short space of time, some coming up in the next few months and year. And I do not think that's a coincidence at all. We know, as we look at things like the book Active Measures, written by Thomas Rid, which the most recent version has a lot more updated information, of course, as well, from recent years, as well as going back decades, that Russia has never stopped this. This is something that they said a long time ago. We don't need to attack America with the USA from outside. We can take America down from within. And this is exactly what they meant. And I know it sounds like a conspiracy theory. It absolutely does. But these things are actually happening. So that's not a conspiracy, is it? And what we see is the evidence around the world now of that interference being brought out. Spies around the world interfering in different countries, spy networks, all sorts of different things going on. Sleeper cells, things that you thought you only heard about in old spy movies and books being woken up. All these things are happening. The SBU has much of this evidence. The GUR gives us a lot of this evidence. As James said, we have fantastic sources such as the Centre for Strategic Communications. We've got Spravdi, we've got Stratcom, we've got all these fantastic places where we can see evidence of what we're talking about here. So, that's not a conspiracy, is it, James?
It's not a conspiracy. Well, maybe it is. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's conspiracies in action that are actually taking place. All conspiracy means is that people are kind of working in secret on something that's nefarious usually. And I think this is fair to say. This is absolutely happening. Sometimes it's so in the open that you can't call it a conspiracy. You can't say, well, that's a conspiracy because they did it right in front of you, such as gaslighting. It's hard to say that is a conspiracy because they're doing it right there. But what is shocking is just how many people don't pay enough attention to realize they're being gaslit. They don't have a clue about it. So what we have to do is keep reminding others that this is a real thing. This is really a throwback to the Cold War, which really was never ended. It felt like it had warmed up, but still cold. And we don't want it to get too hot. If we do let it get hot, let's make sure that we're ready for a hot war. Those are the things I take from it. And the other thing is that sometimes there are affronts you can just say, well, okay, that wasn't nice, it wasn't legal, but we're not going to react at this point the way you might think because it does not behoove us to do that. And other times there are things that happen that Russia does where it's like we should act right away. And remember, most frequently when those come up, and it's not going to start a big war, it means that there'll be some kind of special operations, which is why I appreciate that we have connections to the SBU units and that they are, the spec ops going out and doing things that do answer some of these things. And they're doing it for Ukraine, of course. They have to do it for themselves. They're the ones under attack. But as it turns out, it also helps us, pardon me, So I think what we need to do is keep alerting people. We do a good job of it. I wish we had more reach. Retweet, share the space, but also tell people that you know about what's going on. And there'll be other stories we're going to talk about, Tracy. But I think that this kind of thing that Russia does on full time, and over such a long period of time is really dangerous. And we don't see the creep. We don't see that, every day there, for example, we might notice this really, right? But moving the fences a foot every day or something like this is the physical equivalent to what Russia is doing. I heard Tim Sennett give a good description of this yesterday morning, and it was very interesting to consider all the ways in which this kind of creeping action makes us used to these affronts, and then we're going, well, yeah, that just is something that's like the rain, it happens, and there are some things we should not accept, we should react to, we should stop. I gotta say though, Tracy, it's very difficult to do. We've got our own issues in the United States with our own internal actors who seem to be aligned with Russia, who are doing the same thing in terms of using political violence or violent threats against people involved in court cases, and that's not as it should be. That should be something that we should be dealing with immediately. But the failure to act against those mean that the thresholds of what is acceptable, not acceptable necessarily, that may be the wrong word, but what is tolerated are getting worse and worse. So, Trace, I'm going to go back to you.
Thank you very much, James. Yeah, absolutely. So on this point of the propaganda and the intelligence and the operations, I will just read you some information from Defence Intelligence that they reported recently. So if any of you are new around here or you need more official information that you would like to be able to refer to, let me know. In fact, actually, this is on the GUR website anyway. This is public information, of course, so it's easy to access. And this, of course, is official information. So the active phase of the information operation Parum, which is aimed at specifically destabilizing the political situation in Ukraine and Western countries, as well as creating conditions for the solving the problem in air quotes of the so-called military operation. So some of what they plan to do to discredit Ukrainian and Western pro-Ukrainian politicians, accusing them of corruption, betrayal of interests of Ukraine, for example, to justify the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine and to highlight the situation around the state from positions which are favourable to the Kremlin. These are, of course, things that you will all probably be familiar with. Their intent to spread disinformation in the media space about the alleged normalization of life in Ukrainian territories, where people are actually really enslaved by Russia, because, that's what it really is. So that's what we call it. Russia tries to call it normalization. We call it enslavement because we like to use accurate words around here for what things are. So Russia continues to do that, as we know. So as well as spreading interfering in political circles and public circles and media circles in other countries wherever they can. That's something else that they are targeting with this operation. And as James mentioned, President Zelensky himself, and they use various different methods to do that. The fear of conscription and the new draft conscription law that's coming in Ukraine is one of the ways that they try to do that, sowing that type of panic. And also what's come up again recently is trying to sow fear amongst people in Ukraine. And we've heard some of that from some of the friends of the space have come and spoken to us and given us anecdotal examples of people that they have regular contact with, just about the fear of being, well, dragged off by people and put in a van and beaten up and forced to be mobilized, because this is what happens in Russia, of course. This is what Russia does. And, you know, it's understandable that if you've been on the front lines for, I don't know, up to nearly 2 years or any amount of time, you're cut off from what's going on, you're cut off from communication. It's understandable that you would have fear as a Ukrainian if that when you went into that position, your country was still in a position where there was much more old Soviet corruption and much more, well, FSB agents and all these types of things within Ukraine doing these kinds of things, and corruption within the military commissars and all that we've actually seen evidence of here at MriyaReport and in many other places. And if you're familiar with the SBU segments that I have with Prince Heather, you will know that we often talk about these things, and we have highlighted cases where people have actually been arrested for dragging people off, because it is illegal now in Ukraine to do that. And they have been cutting out on that corruption, and we don't see that anymore. We do see the odd case, and I'm glad that the SBU choose to highlight those cases because we can then see that journey that Ukraine has been on. And just how much these cases have reduced over time. And of course, President Zelensky had that huge clean sweep where he cleared out a lot of that corruption within the military commissars and the evading and all that type of thing. So lots of corruption stopped there, James. But anyway, I'm getting on to my favourite topic again. I always do that. Sorry about that.
No apology needed. It's a favorite topic, and it's one that you know, needs a lot of attention because a lot of people buy into this idea that there's so much corruption in Ukraine. And all I gotta say is that if you live next to Russia and you've had Russia running your country for decades and decades, you can count on there being Ukrainian corruption until they apply the right you know, treatment to the problem as if it were a disease. And you can think of it that way. It's sort of a habit to be corrupt in a way because it's expected, and so you're just like everybody else. You're going along, you're doing it. But what Ukraine is doing is really stopping that, and the reason they're stopping it is a really good one, and that is that it's incumbent on them to get rid of corruption to become part of the European Union, and that's something that is worth, you know, way more than any corruption could bring you. And I think one of the lessons that anybody can learn from corruption versus not corruption is that we as citizens get a lot more from a government that is not corrupt. We get so much less when they are corrupt. Money goes into deep pockets to people that already have got money. They don't need it. They come by it illegally. They're not doing any good to society that way, but they did get another yacht or whatever it is. Enough of that. It's really good when we get highways, when we get schools, when we get other things that really serve the people in general. And Ukraine, I believe, has learned this a lot in the pre-large scale invasion after Zelensky was voted in. And what we saw was that they built quite a bit of infrastructure. They built a lot of things that they really needed, and it has served them really well during this large scale invasion. So they're on the way, and it is one of these tricky things because damned if you do and damned if you don't. When you do bust somebody in government, then you can hear people say, "Oh my God, they're corrupt," or if you don't, then you can say, "Look, they're not stopping corruption," and so you could lose on this. But I think that the narrative is just constantly pressed, and so it feels like it's new accusations each time, but it's the same thing. And when you look at the actual facts on the ground, Tracy, which is what you guys do, is look closely at these cases, you can see that they are serious about this. These are not like let's slap the hand of the guy down at the very bottom of the pile. These, the cases that they're going after are fairly major cases. That's the typical thing, and so it's important to realize that they are working so hard at this. I'm really proud of them that they work on this because it sets a model for us, and that they're making their systems less corruptible is another thing, as I've understood it. Pardon me. They've taken a number of steps with the information systems to uh, reduce the possibilities that people can use those information systems to get ill-gotten gains, right? So, Tracy, is that what I'm hearing correct?
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that actually, James, because we do look at that obviously on a local level, on a regional level, we look at all the individual cases. But actually, I was thinking about that actually last night, and I was thinking, now we have enough data, even just from following the SBU as I have, to be able to look back at the cases over a period of time and get some idea of the journey that they've been on. Of course, you have to look at much more than just those cases that they report to get the bigger picture, and that's what we try to do, as you well know, in the SBU segments. It did just start about the SBU, but we do cover the whole range of things now. It's such a big topic now in terms of corruption and terrorism and all the things, and the interoperability and all those things that we talk about. And I was just actually reading, so it's funny you mentioned that, because I was just reading something that's been declassified by the SBI, and it's about a case. So it just shows really the work that they've been doing. I just need to scroll back and find it now, and how long this has been going on. Because, of course, we're looking at, in terms of the SBU segments, we've followed for, actually, I don't know, I'd have to check the amount of time now, but I'm not sure how many months it is now. It's several months, coming on for maybe a year even, now that I think about it. But when people think about mostly the last couple of years of the full-scale invasion, just over 2 years, but of course things have been going on for much longer. So the SBI today have declassified a significant part of the materials in this particular case. This is involving the sabotage of a warehouse in Svatova. The Russians were preparing a full-scale attack. This was even back in 2015. They were preparing this full-scale attack on an art warehouse. Like I said, they've declassified a lot of the information, which I will have to have a look at in more detail. But this sabotage was the work of special agents of the Russian Federation, who reported directly to Putin, which I think is important to emphasize. And this is stated in the actual documentation that they've declassified. This is a film now that they've made, and the investigators describe in detail how the explosions were prepared, who gave the orders, who was the direct people that executed the sabotage, in particular, that destroyed Ukraine's huge artillery arsenal. And in September 2023, the SBU did expose the command and key saboteurs. And I remember them bringing that case out, actually. So this goes back to, it also involves, Prince Heather and I spoke about this. You may even remember we've covered this case, James, explosions at a warehouse in the city. I probably can't pronounce that, but it's a city in the Czech Republic in 2014. So, of course, in that way, the Kremlin, even at that point, was trying to weaken the defences and the potential defences of NATO on that eastern flank. So interesting that that's been declassified today when we happen to be having this conversation. And I actually just saw that right now. So that's news to me at the same time as it's news to you all too. I knew about the case, of course, but I didn't know about them declassifying further information today.
It's great to hear these things come out. There's a reason to hide it for as long as you need to hide it. But hopefully all these facts come to the surface and we learn about them. But in the meantime, you hide things to work in secret. You don't want to give up the fact that you're after somebody in particular. You want to let them, find out at the very last minute when you grab them, when you've got the proof that you need. And so I admire that, where you're working through the law to address this problem. We're not just shooting people in the back in the middle of the night or anything like that. We're taking them down legally, and that's such an important distinction, because Russia tends not to do that. They can tie up a court case like nobody's business, but when they decide that there's some action, they just go do it. To hell with the law. So this is a it's an interesting story. And I also remember at the outset of the large scale invasion, and this is something I've harped on a little bit, but I still think it's worth recalling that we saw that Russia had influence at that outset of the war, and they were able to control some things that they shouldn't have been, including whether or not the minefields were activated, and that really hurt Ukraine. That Russians had control of that thing. So this rooting out of problematic people, I think, is something that's going to go on, because well, let me put it this way. If I were running a network of sleeper cells and sleeper agents, then I would make sure I didn't use them all up at once. I would want to use them when most effective. And so I don't think that they're done with that. But that does not make Ukraine unique. That makes Ukraine sort of a poster child for the problems that we all have with Russia. We just haven't seen it yet because it hasn't been the time for them to act. When it comes time for them to act, we may not realize it's a Russian influence job. We might think it's some random person. We might not even attribute it to human action. Or purposeful human action. We might just say, "Oh my gosh, what a horrible accident!" Right? So that Ukraine is on the vanguard of this makes sense to me, because they are the ones most affected by Russia's influence at this point. Because for Russia, this is what they feel like, at least, is something that they must win at, to carry on. Why they think that way, we can't get into that, but they clearly have put everything into this, and so it's. It's really important to us that we recognize that Ukraine is the dam, if you will, holding back the Russian influence more than anything else, although truly we're all directly touched by Russia's actions. Anyways, Tracy, I can waffle, and I am. So I'll go back to you. And then I had just wanted to read out something about the Crocus attack, the theater, and it was sort of an update. And I think one of the things that we can do is we can watch the headlines flash by and get distracted by all of the new things and forget that these stories have been brewing. And so this is sort of a review of that I had in mind. But please go ahead, Tracy.
That's okay if you want to carry on, James. I don't mind waiting. I'm just trying to answer a message at the moment as well, so that gives me a perfect timing, if that's okay, because it's an important message.
Perfect, then. Okay.
Thank you so much, James.
I will go right ahead. Can you hear me, Tracy?
Loud and clear. Thank you so much, James.
Very good, then. Okay, so what's happening in the Crocus, according to Putin and his propaganda? Okay, so the United States announced 2 weeks before the terrorist attack that it would be in Crocus in 2 weeks. But this data was not enough for the Russian special services to prevent a terrorist attack. The police and the National Guard rushed to the scene of the terrorist attack instantly, but then, for some reason, the terrorists left an hour before. The fire doors were opened, but did not open, and many people died because of that. There was a window for terrorists on the Ukrainian side of the border, but what was on the Russian side of the border cannot be asked. During the arrest, one terrorist's ear was cut off and the video was posted on all channels, but the authorities did not pay attention to this. Another terrorist was brought to court unconscious and told that he would admit guilt. Not usually how it goes. The third terrorist says that he had 250,000 rubles transferred to his his credit card essentially. And then the Schledcom stated that they also transferred cryptocurrency, probably also to the same credit card. I'm saying credit card in place of MIR card, but I think it's the same kind of thing. Then the investigative committee stated that the terrorists were traveling to Kyiv for a reward. So, okay, they're going to get paid twice. Anyways, then the FSB announced that the person who financed the terrorists was arrested in Dagestan. So we're starting to see a little bit of diverging stories here. The Russian state television channel said that the terrorists had chips implanted in their brains, which I guess that's possible. Who would do that? Oh, yeah. Elon Musk is working on that project. Anyways, let's see. Not saying he's involved. I'm just saying he's working on brain to computer technology. So, anyways, Patrushkev listened to the ISIS's statement about responsibility for the terrorist attack and stated that responsibility lies in Ukraine. So you got a valid source saying, hey, we did it. And Russia saying, no, Ukraine did it. And Putin, 3 days after the terrorist attack, said that it was committed by Islamists. And then after 10 days, Putin said that the Islamists could not have committed a terrorist attack. Okay. Time changes everything, I guess. And the investigative committee, after 2 weeks of studying the terrorist phones, found in them photos with Ukrainian symbols. Ooh, maybe some, I don't know, symbols. Let's see, maybe the alphabet of Ukraine. I don't know. Anyways, so this is where the investigation stands at this point. There hasn't been any resolution, and I don't think at this point there will be any further resolution except Ukraine did it, I think is the big conclusion with the story. But it is good to keep up with just how crazy Russia is in terms of, telling a story about who's responsible. They've implicated various people. They've acknowledged payments were made and received, but then they ignore that and still blame Ukraine. And somehow this works in their media, and nobody really has called that out as well as they should in our media. So it's kind of tragic that this kind of thing happens. But I thought that was a nice review just to remind people of what is already feeling like old news. I mean, it is old news in terms of us giving the news, but that wasn't that long ago, and it's already fading fast from our consciousness. And what I think is worth reminding ourselves of is that none of what they're saying makes much sense. And this is typical, and we shouldn't read much into what Russia says about these kind of things. We should follow the logic. That's not enough. We should also follow the evidence. And in this case, there's no evidence that Ukraine did it. So, Tracy, I hope that gave you time to complete whatever message you were writing. So I'm going to go back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, James. And thank you very much for that. That was very good information. Yeah, and you're absolutely right. Of course, Ukraine didn't do it. I mean, why would they even? It's got no benefit to them, has it, at all? But it's good to hear you go through things in that way. So let's go over some of the headlines and things, shall we? Some things President Zelensky has been saying. We are developing domestic weapons against the KABs. So the fighters that our partners are ready to provide are only 10% of what we need. It is critical to get help from the US before the Russian counter-offensive. The issue of the war in Ukraine has become a hostage of politics in the USA. I do not understand such an immature approach. Well, I have to agree with him there. We will agree in any opinion to receive US aid. Today, the situation is difficult but stabilized. Russian propaganda about mobilization in Ukraine worked. I was just talking about exactly that a moment ago, which I think we should continue to talk about and highlight and emphasize, if not at least to give reassurance to our friends in Ukraine that, the SBU and other law agencies are making people responsible and making people face justice and holding people accountable for illegal actions, of shoving people into vans and beating up conscripts and all these types of things, which, as I said earlier, has been vastly reduced, along with lots of the corruption. But of course, all corruption will not be gone. That's just impossible, as James was saying earlier. That's an impossible thing to happen. That's like saying you'll never have bad people in the world, and of course that's impossible. But anyway, I'm getting sidetracked again. The biggest problem with the law on mobilization, he said, and they have no shells for counter-offensive in those actions, and these are weapons for protection. So that's just a couple of things that President Zelensky has been saying. Let's see. Paratroopers have destroyed 16 units of enemy equipment in the Avdiv direction. So there's a breakdown of that, which I can go into, but I'm just going to quickly go through some of the headlines, catch everybody up to date, and then we will see what else we would like to talk about. Whilst I do that, you could all share the space and retweet the space, and you can all, if you would like, help us to get the word out about our upcoming interview with somebody from a Special Forces unit from the SBU Alpha. We're going to be talking to Leon. We're going to be privileged that he's rejoining us again very soon. That card is in the nest for you to have a look at, and I will tell you more about that in detail when I've covered the headlines. But for now, help from Lithuania in the form of a batch of M577s. So this statement of the country of the Ministry of Defence, apparently, that probably means more to other people than it does to me. Mobile fire groups shot down a caliber rocket at night with manpads. There's actually a video of that, incredibly, from the Air Force, which I will post for people to have a look at in the afternoon. The enemy directed an Iskander missile, it seems. Well, they say a missile, presumably an Iskander is the official wording that the General Staff use in the Odessa district, hitting a utility facility, damaging equipment, and an administrative building. So just, of course, more of Russia being Russia. Let me just have a look. I was trying to see if there were any updates regarding what was going on in Belgorod People's Republic, which we like to call it nowadays, earlier on, and Kursk, because it was loud there. There was lots of air raid alarms going off there. I saw some videos, which you will see some on my profile, actually. So we'll bring you up to date on that. But I did see that President Zelensky had been having a meeting, James, with, let me get this correct now, the delegation of the US Congress. Both parties, both houses of Congress were represented. It is important that the partners see personally what is happening in Ukraine, said President Zelensky, in our regions in particular, which are under fire from Russian terrorists and which survived the Russian occupation. I had a meeting with congressmen yesterday in Chernihiv Oblast, he said, and he informed about the partners of the situation on the front line. And of course, he's emphasized various different things to them. But I thought that's interesting because he's talking about that meeting yesterday, but actually he hasn't posted about that until today. But he did also say Ukrainian drones are destroying the occupiers, protecting the lives of soldiers on the front line, and help Ukraine reduce Russia's potential war. In the sky and at sea, drones provided Ukrainian power can defeat Russian evil. I thank everyone who manufactures and supplies drones for our defence forces, and thank you to everyone who trains drone operators. Thank you for the accuracy to every warrior who uses drones. There will be more Ukrainian drones this year. So what do you think about that, James?
I think that, well, first, I'm glad that Zelensky got a chance to meet with our congressional representatives. And hopefully that is a fruitful discussion. And I think there's a lot of game playing on our side about just what, who's making promises for what. And I am challenged to come up with nice words for some of it. So I will say this is that, well, the American people have, I think, Ukraine's best interests at heart. Not all of our reps are so quick to pick up the tools and give the tools that are necessary to Ukraine. So Zelensky is challenged, and I remember from a couple months ago, Zelensky saying in response to a question from a reporter about such a previous meeting that he trusts results, and I think he's looking at the various people who came to that meeting and sizing them up and reminding them of the results that they've delivered to date. And it's not been enough, and so I am hopeful that his presence, and he does have a great presence. He is, I believe, very persuasive. I'm hoping that his persuasiveness will overwhelm their resistance to aid, and it doesn't bode well though, because they've been stuck for 6 months already. So we'll see about that. Things will change though. That's what I know about the future, is things change. The rest of it, well, let's see here. I don't know. I don't know what else to say, Tracy, at this point, but I think that Zelensky is challenged like never before to get his word out, because I see that his reposts are going down. So people, while you're, sharing the space, go to Zelensky's account, have a look, and see if there isn't something that you can promote from his timeline, because his is a voice that really can help Ukraine out. So let's not leave him behind here. It's easy with with all the messages coming across. You think you're getting all the right information, but he's one of the right voices to really pay attention to. So probably should be in the short list of people that you go look at on a regular basis to see if you're getting the news or not. So back to you, Tracy.
Thank you, James. Just quickly before we go to Terry Fella, something else to add that President Zelensky has said. I think this is an excellent point, and this just shows the absolute danger and damage and how dangerous Russian propaganda is, even amongst people like Ukrainians who are far more knowledgeable and experienced in these things than people like myself are, for example. So he's been saying that mobilization is going like this, because the most important thing is that Russians managed to raise the issue that our people are not ready to further defend the state because of the law. He said what they've done is they have painted such a picture with their propaganda of these events for the West that partners are now asking them, if you don't want mobilization, why do you need our help? So that just shows you the main focus of the disinformation program that indicted child snatcher and the country behind him have had. Terry Feller, welcome. Thank you for waiting.
Good afternoon, Tracy and James. I was going to say about Zelensky, after Zelensky has done his tweet in English, he also does it in Ukrainian. And there's either a video with the English one or with the Ukrainian one, depending upon which. He seems to alternate quite a bit. So I always retweet the Ukrainian one as well, and I often get quite a lot of followers liking that and retweeting it again. So they seem to appreciate the fact that somebody that they probably are aware is English, but that they retweet, and I retweet quite a few Ukrainian language things. I've also noticed that underneath his tweets quite a lot, there is so much trolling and bots everywhere. So quite often I won't interact with them because they seem to be mainly just troublemakers, but I will always add a positive comment so that helps to counteract all of the negativity, because obviously they deliberately target him and a lot of the other big Ukrainian names that we come across. So retweeting, and if you can do a quote retweet, then even better. But he's somebody that I try to follow every day and try to get his info out. And I thought while I was up here, if you don't mind, you two, can I have a practice go at reading out about our fundraiser?
Go right ahead, Terry fella.
I've got to learn sometime, haven't I? So anyway, just to let everybody know that MriyaReport is currently raising funds for some tactical equipment, such as combat ear protection, tactical plate carriers, jackets, boots, and even more if we can, for not just one, but 2 SBU Alpha units that are currently on the front lines fighting for Ukrainian victory. So this will help them to fight back even more effectively. A comfy warrior is a more efficient warrior. So also to say that we're a US registered 501c3, I've been practicing that, charitable organization, which means that if you make a donation, you can also get a tax deduction or something. I don't know if I've read that out right, but it says make your tax deductible donation now and let's save Ukrainian lives together. So even if you can't afford to donate at the moment, just retweeting that or liking that, putting a little comment in to say, wow, thanks to the SBU, thanks to the Ukrainian army, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Terry. Appreciate that very much. You're good at it. You're a natural. Now, if you can go listen to Tim Sennett deliver that about all the exquisite details of the plate holders, for example, then you'll have that too. But we don't need to go to that extent every time, Terry.
It would take me. It would take me an age to learn all the things that he says about everything. I'm a sort of, I sort of can imagine what these plate carriers look like, and I can imagine that these awful plates that have to go in them. But I know about socks maybe, and I know about boots, but yeah.
I'm kind of there with you. I'm there with you. This is not your mama's china that we're talking about. These ceramic plates, no siree. These are bulletproof. But anyways, you did great. So thank you very much. You'll get lots of practice of this. And what I get to the point of is I learn the whole thing and then move on to the next fundraiser. Arg. But that's life. That's why we have things we can read off of. Thank goodness for external memory devices like that, like the written word. I rely on it constantly. So yeah. Anyways, great forces that we support. Great people, and so we're going to have that fundraiser in a little under 2 hours now. I think am I looking at that right? Anyways, so yes, that'll be interesting to hear Chuck and Leon talk about these things, talk about maybe nothing fresh news from the SBU unit. Maybe some other things that have already happened. They're not going to tell us what's going to happen tomorrow. That would not work for them. But it'll be interesting nonetheless. We all know Chuck's good at this, and Leon is too. So it'll be interesting. So, anyways, Tracy, I'm just going to go back to you, and yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Thank you, James. Yeah, and thank you very much, Terry Feller. You did a fantastic job there. Go ahead.
And I thought, as you're getting slightly short of ideas for now, which I'm not surprised at because you've been going at this for hours, I thought it might be also interesting if I could do a little recap on Ukraine's history since its independence in 1991. It's a couple.
I'm never short of ideas. I don't know where you got this information from. Somebody's deceiving you. But that sounds good, though. Please, yes, go ahead, if that's okay with you, James.
But before that, I just want to say, I think she got that idea from my, I don't know, comment, and I apologize for that. I too have topics. It's just they're not lined up yet. Something about sleep.
Yeah, I'm finding sleep is quite hard to come by already. So, but there we go. Having said that, I didn't wake up very early today because I was also up late last night listening to the genocide section, and I'd listened to everything before then, and oh dear. And then when do you get a chance to read? But this one, I actually found it from the Kyiv Independent. And it's called Russia's War Against Ukraine Timeline. So this actually came out on the day of Ukraine's independence, but it gives a quick recap. So maybe I won't read them all at once because there are a few, but just to help everybody remember some of the recent history. So in 1991, the leader of the Soviet Republican of Ukraine, Leonid Kravchuk. Now, I always get these names mixed up as well, because then we get Leonid Kuchma coming in later. Anyway, this one is Leonid Kravchuk's, declares independence from Moscow. And in a referendum and presidential election, Ukrainians overwhelmingly back independence and elect Mr. Kravchuk as the president. Then 3 years later, in 1994, Kravchuk is replaced by Leonid Kuchma, and Ukraine also agrees to relinquish its nuclear arsenal inherited from the Soviet times in return for the security assurances, which we're now learning aren't worth an awful lot. That's the Budapest Memorandum, I think there. That Russia, the UK, and the US all signed for Ukraine to give up its nuclear arsenal. Anyway, in 2004, pro-Russian candidate Viktor Yanukovych is declared president, but the allegations of vote rigging trigger protests in what becomes known as the Orange Revolution, forcing a rerun of the vote. And a pro-Western former Prime Minister, Viktor Yushchenko, is elected president instead. In 2005, he takes over with promises to lead Ukraine out of the Kremlin's orbit towards NATO and the European Union. Move on to 2013, and Yanukovych's government suspends trade and association talks with the EU in November and opts to revive economic ties with Moscow, triggering months of mass rallies in Kyiv. And Mr. Putin accuses the West of inciting and supporting the protests. And of course, 2014, I think most of us know about this now, the Euromaidan. The protests, largely focused around Kyiv's Maidan Square, turn violent and dozens of protesters are killed. And in February, the parliament votes to remove Yanukovych, who flees off to Moscow. Within days, armed men seize parliament from Crimea and raise the Russian flag. Moscow annexes the territory after the 16th of March referendum, which shows overwhelming support in Crimea for joining Russia. Surprise, surprise. I wonder how they managed that. So in April 2014, pro-Russian separatists in Ukraine's eastern Donbass region declare independence. Fighting breaks out and continues sporadically into 2022, despite frequent ceasefires. And there we get the Minsk agreements that I think keep being ignored by Russia. So just a few months later, in July 2014, is when the missile brings down the passenger plane MH17 over eastern Ukraine en route from Amsterdam to Kuala Lumpur, killing all 298 people on board. Investigators trace back the weapon used to Russia, who denies it, and I think they're still trying to deny it even to this day. So in 2017, Petro Poroshenko, a pro-Western billionaire businessman in power since May 2014, clinches an association agreement with the EU on free trade of goods and services. Ukrainians also gain the right to visa-free travel to the EU. That I didn't know about, actually. In 2019, the former comic actor, I think we should also add, and lawyer and very successful businessman, Volodymyr Zelensky defeats Poroshenko in an April presidential election on promises to tackle the endemic corruption and end the war in eastern Ukraine. 2 more dates to go. So in 2021, Zelensky appeals in January to US President Joe Biden to let Ukraine join NATO. But in 2022, Vladimir Putin signs agreements to recognize the breakaway regions in eastern Ukraine as independent. And Russian troops then invade the country on the 24th of February 2022. And I think most of us from that point on have been following what's happening in Ukraine quite fanatically almost, but wishing Ukraine onwards to victory, despite all of the efforts to try and bring Ukraine down. They are still fighting like true warriors. And I think we will all fight behind the scenes on their behalf and help bring them to victory eventually. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terry Feller. Much appreciated. That was, yeah, I remember them doing that, actually. I didn't realise that they were still keeping that up, but I do remember when you talk about when they first posted that. So it's interesting to see that they are keeping that up. But of course, it's not wholly surprising, is it? But so some of more of what President Zelensky has been saying, he's talking about developing their own weapons from enemy anti-tank missiles. So today, there is only anti-aircraft defense against anti-aircraft missiles. You shoot down fighters and carriers, and it worked. It was very powerful. We shot down a lot of their carriers. They are going further, and they have already made anti-aircraft missiles that can operate at a longer distance. And we operate at a longer distance all the time. We have to increase the long-range anti-aircraft systems, and we are developing other weapons against anti-aircraft missiles, domestic ones. I won't say which ones for now. So more information coming out from what President Zelensky's been saying, James. So let me see. Now, of course, what time of day is it? Of course, it's time for the General Staff Report. So we'll have a look at that, actually, because that's another thing where there's been a lot of propaganda and actually a lot of warnings coming from the Centre for Countering Disinformation just about that, actually. Enemy Telegram channels spreading fakes, fake videos with the wives of fallen soldiers of the armed forces, allegedly showing Ukraine doing things they shouldn't be, of course, fake videos they're talking about propaganda about different areas being taken over and overrun. They say that they've entered the suburbs of Chasiv Yar. This is fake. They have not entered the suburbs of Chasiv Yar, according to the Centre for Countering Disinformation. Of course, they would know because they are run by the National Security and Defence Council. They're incorporated with them. So what else are they spreading? Enemy Telegram channels are spreading information that the 113th Territorial Defence Brigade in Kharkiv region, that they've been doing something to a woman that tried to receive humanitarian aid. They say that she needs surgery. This is in fact a lie, led by Russian propagandists, and they are using an old photo of a woman who is disabled and needs help. This is an invented story, so this is completely fake. So some of these things, of course, are misinformation, disinformation, and some of these things are completely fake. And that's actually, I think, something that I'm not sure who mentioned it, either Terry Feller or you, James, but just about the amount of stories about coming out about MH17 in particular, hundreds and hundreds of stories put out by them, different stories, you know, about all these different things. And that's, of course, what they try to do because they want people to just disengage. That's what they want them to do, get so exasperated that they don't know who to believe anymore. And therefore you disengage. And that, of course, as we've seen from many of us that have not been as engaged as we should have with various different things over the past decades, and I include myself as one of them, not noticing what Russia's doing or what's going on. This is why, because we're not as engaged as we should have been. So they're trying to intimidate the population of Kharkiv as well. So there are particular propaganda which is aimed at underground schools in the city. They are spreading fakes that the schools will be used by the Ukrainian military. So that's something else that they're trying to now even stop people wanting to use these things. It's absolutely despicable. So anyway, I was getting sidetracked by important information there from the Centre for Countering Disinformation, because I just thought it's important to go through those things thoroughly before we have a look at the General Staff Report, because this is where you will, of course, get the important information about what is going on and what you need to pay attention to. Let's see what they have got to say today, shall we? So the General Staff Report for this evening. Let's have a look. Have we? Oh, it might not even have arrived yet. Let me have a look here, James. Well, the situation in the area of the operation of Defence Forces remains difficult. This was actually a statement by the Commander-in-Chief, which was put out earlier today. The enemy is using air superiority, missiles, artillery, ammunition, and is trying to achieve its goal of entering the administrative border of the Donetsk region. The enemy continues offensive actions day and night, and assault groups with the support of armoured vehicles. In separate directions, they try to conduct assaults on foot, in waves, from a platoon to a company, sometimes even a battalion. So that should give you an idea of the intensity. Again, this is something that they are increasing now because they know that this is basically well, what they consider when Ukraine is at the weakest. And that is because we have failed to get that support there when they need it, that critical military aid in many ways. So a particularly difficult situation has developed in the Bakhmut direction in the area of Chasiv Yar and Klitschkivka and Avdivsky in the districts of Berdyach, Orlivka, Vodiane, Permayovske, Novopavlivske, and Novomikhailivka districts. Today, the fiercest battles continue in the areas of Pervomayovsk and Vodoyane, as well as east of Chasiv Yar, where the enemy is trying to break through the defence forces constantly. Chasiv Yar remains under our control. All enemy attempts to break through the settlement have failed. The situation also remains tense on the Liman, Kyiv and Kherson directions. Thus, in the Liman direction, the enemy is conducting local offensive actions in the area of Bilorivka and Vesely. In the Robotny and Verbove districts, the aim is restoring a local position, and they are trying to dislodge the troops from the bridgehead on the left bank of the Dnipro in the Krinky area. But again, they have no success in these directions. At the same time, we have some tactical success in the Kupiansk and Liman directions, he said, and the defence forces continue to firmly hold the occupied lines and positions while exhausting the enemy, inflicting significant losses in personnel, weapons, and military equipment. And maybe that's a good opportunity, if you fancy, James, to go over the numbers of the day.
I'd be happy to. On the way there, I'm just going to talk about Lithuania for a minute and just two things. One is that they are sending 3,000 drones to Ukraine, and that's good because those are eaten up quickly on the front. So more better, and that's great. They are also delivering 15 million euros worth of assistance for soldiers who are injured, so for their rehabilitation. So Lithuania is stepping up again, and pardon me, the other piece that went with that was that they're also delivering more armored combat vehicles. So there is that. So then turning to the numbers for the day, the losses of Russians, I'm not quite there yet. So could you give me just 1 minute? Because I thought I was on it. I'm not on that screen. I'll be there in a second.
Sure, James. I can just add to what you were saying about Lithuania, actually, because I was reading some information from the Prime Minister about this, because he was meeting together the Prime Minister of Lithuania, and they talked about, obviously, various different things. And as you said there, the agreement about those 3,000 drones and help in restoring Ukrainian energy system, which I think is very important. Lithuania has the equipment that the energy workers need, apparently, and already next week representatives of the energy companies will be working in Lithuania, so they are actively working with the partners on compensation for sovereign Russian assets as well, and banning the import of Russian agricultural products in the EU. So just a couple more things that Lithuania has been doing. Actually, I noticed the Prime Minister in particular has been having some very productive meetings with various parts of the Lithuanian government over the past couple of days. So there's lots of talk been going on there. Of course, they talked about the sanctions, as I just said, and the confiscating Russian assets, humanitarian aid, Ukraine's integration into the EU and NATO, and obviously the support of the peace formula as well. So just a few other things to add there, James. Was that enough time for you?
Yes, it was. I'm glad that that Zelensky gets out and about and talks with all these leaders. It really gives them a chance to kind of solidify plans, and especially about these what is it, $300 billion in assets that are sitting in various places that belong to Russia, but I think we'll eventually make it to Ukraine because they need it. It's just the beginning of what reparations ought to be. So, anyways, yes, this is from the Defense of You account, Defense of Ukraine account, that is, and this is covering the period from the beginning of the war on February 24th to April 6th of 24, and so eliminated personnel in total during this period is 446,690, 790 of which are from the most recent day. 24 tanks were destroyed, 38 armored combat vehicles, 41 artillery units, which they keep going, don't they? Let's see, multiple launch rocket systems, 3. That's pretty good. Air defense systems, 2. Drones, these are tactical drones, 48. Cruise missiles, 1. Vehicles and fuel tanks. We're getting close to a milestone, folks, but 70 today. But we're about to turn the dial over, it looks like, to 15,000 total vehicles and fuel tanks, which is great news that it's going along so well. And then special equipment, 5, which, 6-8 months ago we would have been like, woo, and now it's like, yeah, they had another good day. So and they did have a good day. The last part of this that I like maybe not the most, because the destruction of Russian equipment and Russian personnel is close to my heart, but I do like the quotes that Defense of You identifies to go with this data. And today it is, you exist only in what you do. And that is from filmmaker Federico Fellini, which I'm surprised he made the list, but there you go.
Thank you
So,
very much, James.
oh,
Sorry, carry on.
go ahead, Tracy. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Sorry, if you were finished there, James, I wasn't sure, so I apologise if I cut you off. Pickled Flicker Fella, he has this name just to tongue tie me, has joined us. Welcome, hello.
Hi, James. Hi, Tracy. Yeah, no, this is never gonna get old because I'm gonna be honest with you. I have hard time pronouncing this combination of syllables and vowels myself. So yeah, thanks for the opportunity to be on the speaker panel. I just wanted to come up and just comment real quick because you guys were bringing such a great news and updates and assessment about Russian propaganda and all that stuff, and I think it's very important that there's another voice to it. You actually had a guest. So somebody came up in the speaker panel a couple of days ago, and they were talking about how they're trying to amplify the positive image of Ukraine, right? All the positive things that are happening right now, because yes, there's war. We need to help Ukraine to defeat the evil Russian invaders, essentially, right? But at the same time, there's just so many positive things that are happening all the time in Ukraine, and I feel like there's just not enough being spoken about this. So I really appreciate you guys, bringing this up. All the economic initiatives that President Zelensky office is initiating in different regions, Chernihiv, for example, most recent one, like you mentioned, and those are really, important milestones too, right? Because it also helps, I think, this type of message that especially Zelensky is bringing forward has a lot of strategic meaning to it, right? Because there's going to be huge investment opportunities. Some will already exist in Ukraine, and they will yield tremendous returns and results, right? So by paying attention to these messages, right, that Zelensky, for example, on a daily basis brings out and talks about, really helps to calibrate this understanding of the vector that Ukraine is taking in its economic growth. I think everyone's just kind of came to an agreement that Ukraine will win. Unfortunately, it's taking longer than it should be, but again, slightly different topic. However, understanding in which direction they're going to be, kind of developing, prioritizing the different various sectors is going to be very important, and it's happening right now. The fact that you guys talking about is just such a great messaging, right, to help bring this information out as well. I was looking around trying to find English version of President Zelensky speeches, daily speeches, and his office does actually publish them. By the way, if anybody's interested to check it out, I know it was on YouTube, but one of the other things that I ended up doing with my other account is combining his messages that are in English language and also adding to it the Russian daily losses. Just kind of provide a quick summary, no more than 5 minutes, if people want to check this out. More than welcome to. But I listened to a couple of them that he does, and there's just so much positive, right? And it's just so important, I think, for the psychological aspect of this warfare as well. So anyway, just wanted to kind of share some of those thoughts. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, James.
Thank you very much. And if you're not following Pickled Flicker Fella, everybody, you should be doing so. Go ahead and follow him. Check out his pinned tweet at the top of his profile there. Go ahead and have a look at NAFO TV, because this is an incredible thing that he's created for the benefit of all of us. It's completely free, and it gives you an incredible way to it's a collection of bringing everything together, lots of different documentaries, things about important modern and recent history and the struggles that Ukraine has had to go through. Winter on Fire is on there, of course. There are many documentaries from the SBU, from the GUR. There's the ones that you and I spoke about recently from the is it Brave Hearts that they call it, I think, from the television in Ukraine. And this is a series that they're having on a weekly basis, and each week they look at a different aspect. The first one that I saw, I think it was about an hour and a half long, and they talked to various different people from various different aspects of that battle, right back from in the beginning of the beginning of the full-scale invasion, how they defended then, when they had to pull out, the things they had to go through. Some of the images you will see, you will remember seeing, like I keep mentioning it because it's so significant to people, and I think it's an image that was widely shared in national media, so many people may remember the administrative building in Kharkiv being hit by a missile in the center, and that being pretty much destroyed. And so there's all sorts of different things. And one thing that you mentioned, Flickerfella, that point where in the beginning they turned up with all those weapons because they had to self-organize in the beginning. A lot of it was self-organized among civilians, and the few people that were in positions of power that stayed around, like the police chief that was newly appointed there. I mean, how do you even start a job like that, being that one of your first days at work? And and as you said, I think the incredible amount of people that turned up to help, that there were not actually even enough weapons, and just that self-mobilization of people making Molotov cocktails, making camo nets, all sorts of different things. And I believe, so that one's focused on Kharkiv, but I believe there's a second one out now regarding the battle for Kyiv. Pickled Flickerfella, is that correct?
Sorry, I think I have connection problems. Can you hear me, Tracy?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yes, I can. I'm back now. Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. So that documentary just over an hour, but it flies by so fast when you listen to it. And yeah, I meant to do it last night, but I got distracted with this other project that I started with, translating and putting in short videos on YouTube channel about President Zelensky speeches. And so I'm gonna add a next one from that series. It's a great series. The next one's gonna be, I think it's Defense of Kiev, if I remember correctly, Tracy. But yeah, as far as the Kharkiv defense, it's an overwhelming thing, right? Because I remember basically watching it live, essentially, when Russia just, when that missile came in right in front of that administrative building. It was such a powerful and emotional moment for me. It really deeply ingrained in my memory because, I was observing this unfold, this full-scale invasion, this terrorist attack that Russia committed in Ukraine and continued to commit, many miles away in the United States. And I remember that building because I've been to Kharkiv once, and I love that city. The people there, they're just so wonderful. Um, and where was I going with this? Uh, it's not surprising that so many people kind of got together and said, like, you know what, this is our city, we're going to defend this. And it really undermines Russian narrative about the fact that there's, the eastern part of Ukraine or whatever, right? The part of the disinformation where they claim it was Russian citizens or Russian people that want to return to, well, not return, but they want to be part of Russia. That's all garbage. Yes, there's a lot of people who speak Russian language. It doesn't mean they want to be part of Russia. That's like a whole completely different stories and conversation that probably we need to have. But with that in mind, there's another YouTube channel that I really want to add to the list on Maple TV. And it's a Ukrainian historian who regularly interacts with Russians. But one of the things that he started doing is inviting, doctorate level historians to his channel where they discuss all the different important key events that have happened in Ukrainian history and how that, kind of shaped and continue to, um, affect modern Ukrainian history in terms of Russian invasion and all that stuff, right? So they address some of the key inflection points that happened throughout many years, right? And they really debunk a lot of this propaganda that Russia does with all those channels, I guess, right? Videos, Tracy. The only problem that I really have with is that they not dubbed in English language. Best thing you can do, and majority of them, not all of them, right? But a lot of them that you're gonna have to really switch and make sure you have your auto translate subtitles on so you can actually read along. But that does get overwhelming. I've tried doing this a couple of times, and it is a little bit difficult. I even asked around some of the people in this space, and generally on Twitter, who support Ukraine, their honest opinion, how difficult it is. And it does present a little bit of challenge, but I know a lot of people can still continue to do that anyway, right? So one of the things that I hope to do is kind of create this little, IT or cyber infrastructure, right? That's going to allow me to streamline maybe process of taking this video and dubbing English text over it, so you can actually listen to it instead of just reading it, right? Because I think it's a lot easier and it becomes a little bit, more accessible for people to kind of listen to those stories and instead of reading it, right? Because it's not as intense, I think. So we'll see. Hopefully, I'll be able to figure out how to do it. If anybody wants to join in and give me maybe some pointers or help out in general, I'd definitely appreciate it. But yeah, thank you for everything you guys do. Really, really enjoyed this conversation.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I looked at that. I haven't had a chance to respond to you yet. That you'd put actually that voiceover so that people don't have to read the subtitles. And I thought it was quite interesting. Although I don't really like the voice that you chose, but that's just a personal, subjective thing. I was thinking you should use your voice actually, but probably that's too much work for you. But anyway, just sorry about the feedback live, but you did ask, Flicky fella. But no, yeah, I think it's an excellent thing that you are doing, and yeah, of course, it does mean that people like myself can listen. But I guess we should make more of an effort to learn Ukrainian as well. Now then, I'm going to go on to Jenny because she's been waiting very patiently. Welcome, Jenny.
I just wanted to add that he picked that name because of people who don't speak English as a first language, so that we will be completely tongue twisted and everything. And so I'm gonna change my name to a Swedish name, and he's not gonna be able to pronounce it. Just saying. No, I'm only kidding. It's really funny because for me it's like, oh, I just give up, and then it just ends up being pickled. I'm not gonna put you in a jar and pickle you, though. I promise. That was it. Thank you.
It reminds me of these things that we used to say as a child, those tongue-tied things. Did you have those as well, James?
Well, certainly, she sells seashells by the seashore is one of them that still troubles me. But pickled flickerfrau just flies off the tongue for me.
Well, look at you, James.
Oh, I've got all the luck. Yes, indeed. Pickled Flickerfella is a great name, but you're self-pickled. I mean, you picked that place. It's safe, I guess. It's good to be pickled. That means you're going to stay around longer. You're not going to fall apart. So it's all to the good that you're pickled. I occasionally like to get pickled, if you know what I mean, but not very often, and not while I'm co-hosting, definitely. So anyways, and Pickled Fowler, I just wanted to say that the conversation yesterday morning with you and Tim about some of the crazy British military leaders was so interesting and so entertaining to hear. And then your description of, I think it was you, about the M2, also fascinating. I had no idea about some details like that. But anyways, thank you. Well, we've got hands, and we should take advantage of the fact that we've got people who want to talk to us, Tracy, because usually we just want to talk to each other, is the normal state of affairs here some days. But right now, we've got Terry waiting with her hand raised. Terry.
Hi. Still on names and stuff. Pickled Flickerfella reminds me of the phrase, and Tracy will know this, I'm sure. And I won't finish it, I promise. I'm not the pheasant plucker, I'm the pheasant plucker's mate. You know that one, Tracy?
Indeed, I do. Yes, the pheasant.
I'm only plucking pheasants because the pheasant plucker is late. There you go. I got it right. But there was one more thing I was going to say. I wondered if Pickled Flicker Fella managed to check out the Ukrainian TV in English channel, and I'd love his opinion of what he thought of that, seeing as it compared. Obviously, I don't understand the Ukrainian version of the Ukrainian TV, but whether he's done it now or not, would he have a quick sort of summary of whether it's worth listening to? Cheers.
Oh, if I may, I'm not sure which one is it. Ukrainian TV English channel. I know, Terry, you recommended a channel yesterday I was looking for, and I found one. It was actually and the one that I sent you is it's an English channel and it's pro-Ukrainian and there's a lot of really good information on it. Is that the one you're talking about, or there's a different
Oh, it
one?
could be that one. I know I sent you one, and I remember you sent me another one. But yes, the one that I looked at that you'd sent me was very good. So I've added that to my subscriptions list on YouTube. It's collecting at the moment, but thanks for everything you do, Pickled Flicker Fella. It's so much good stuff that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You guys the source of my inspiration, so to say, right? And I just learned so much being in this space, and you guys amazing. Thank you.
Well, thanks. I'll take all the credit, although Tracy deserves all of it, really. No, you do great work. I have one question for you, Pickle Fella, and that is there a really slow-paced movie that I could expand my Ukrainian knowledge with? Something that has subtitles in English, but doesn't go too fast. That would be wonderful, especially, or maybe a comedy. Then I could probably engage my wife in watching it. So those are a couple thoughts I had about this. Really liked it. And oh, by the way, Terry, I am not going to talk about pheasants because I think I would slip up and get out of the PG range. Pickled.
Let's
It's
not
hilarious.
let's not get out of the PG range too much, shall we? Because Tracy carries a big stick around here. And believe it or not, Tracy has a terrible potty mouth whilst not in the space. How do I do this? I don't know. Must be something that Ukrainians teach me. That's what I say. How about that, Dan?
I believe it. I'm ready for that stick. Anyways, I missed a lot of this, but I caught that Ukrainian thing. The language. I have Duolingo, and I got it hoping to learn some Ukrainian, and I haven't. I've been ignoring it for 2 weeks because I've been busy doing a lot of phone stuff. So now it's sending me stuff. I think Robin's right. I think they're going to send paratroops to my house, threaten me. I keep having to answer it. It keeps giving me messages saying, "Come on, you missed your lesson. You missed your lesson." So, anyways, but isn't there an app you can get so when somebody's speaking in a Ukrainian, it comes across your phone? I'm not very good at this stuff. So, if anybody has a magic pill, let me know.
I know. Go to Ukraine, and you will pick it up a lot faster. That's what I learned about languages. When I went to Germany, my German got better. When I went to France, my French, pitiful amount of French, got much better. So yes, go there, Dan. Go there. You'll learn so much. You'll have to because that's the lingo there. But anyway.
Yeah, I usually do. Sorry, I usually do well when I'm exposed to the local regions. Yeah, but English is about it for me. I know a little bit of nasty French that I use when I'm in Canada, but even they look funny at me.
Well, thanks, Dan. Be nice to those Canadians. Please do. because we need them. We need them to be our friends here in America. Otherwise, they'll lean on our border harder than they already lean on our border. So we don't want that, do we? No, we don't want our
I
fences to
think.
be broken by
Sorry.
Canadian leaners. Dan, go ahead.
I just wanted to explain. I think my cousins and second cousins up in Canada, they gave me, when I was a teenager, they gave me all the dirty words. That's why I get in trouble. They don't like that at the border.
No, save that for your cousins, I think is the right thing to do. So, Terry, I see you got your hand up. I bet you've got serious something to say.
No, not at all this time. One of the things that I have managed to learn, and it's a little tip that maybe other people might be able to use, if you go to videos, quite often you can adjust the speed to half speed, so and pick up a little phrase. And because I find a lot of the foreign language, it's like people trying to study English and find we'll speak too quickly. So by slowing it down to half speed, I could actually hear the syllables of a word. And do you remember Zimini Island? Ruski Vayeni Karabo? Idi Nachwi. It's taken me weeks to perfect it, but I've got it now. And nobody quite know, well, probably, hopefully, people do know what I said. But I'm very proud of being able to say that little bit. So half speed on your videos and you'll pick up the odd phrase.
That's fantastic. I'm using Duolingo. I'm up to like I don't know 12 days of doing it, and I really wanted to learn almost like tourist words. You know what I'm saying? To focus in on what I would need absolute minimum to travel in Ukraine as a start, but it is it is not starting there. So, but I am learning all of like titka and grandfather and mother and all these other terms about familiar family and also about here and there. Anyways, it's a challenge, Terry, isn't it, to pick up a language? But we're better off for doing it. It does help our brain, I think, stay healthy to do that. So, but Tracy has her hand up.
Thank you, James. Did Flickerfella not have his hand up? Oh, that is a glitch on my screen, maybe. I don't know. Okay. I was just looking at more.
Flickerfella did. I meant to go to him, but he's not there anymore.
Okay, so I was just looking at a bit more information that was coming out about what President Zelensky had been saying. So interestingly, he's been talking about the amount of Patriots that would be needed to protect Ukraine completely. To completely close Ukraine, we need 25 Patriot systems with 6 to 8 batteries each, or their analogues. We don't have the shells for a counteroffensive action, but we do have them to defend the state. There are several initiatives that have begun to work, and we are receiving weapons. Everything is distributed fairly, without priorities, without favourites. The construction of the fortifications is 92.98% ready. That's a very specific number. In hot areas of the front, there are no threats from Belarus. Kharkiv is protected when it comes to defence lines. This is, of course, a desirable target for the Russian Federation. There is now a supply of missiles for air defence, but with such an intensity of strikes, this will not be enough. Russian Federation can mobilise 300,000 people before the 1st of June. Russian propaganda about mobilisation in Ukraine has worked. I hope that in the coming weeks, the Rada will adopt the new draft law on mobilisation, as they call it, but I like to call it the conscription draft law. The fighters that our partners are ready to provide are only 10% of what we need. He's talking about fighter jets, of course. It is critical to get the help from the US for the Russian counter-offensive, which is what I said before. And the issue of the war in Ukraine has become hostage to politics in the United States. So just adding a little bit more to what he was saying earlier. And of course, one of the most important things, we are developing domestic weapons against KABs, so those 500-pound bombs that they were talking about. And more information from the Ministry of Defence today, James. There's been lots of notifications coming out from them. This is something that I'm following and watching regarding different changes that they're making to procurement systems and various different systems. So there's more information today that, well, the main procurement principles of the Ministry of Defence moving forward are transparency, increased control and favourable conditions for competition. That was said by the Deputy Minister of Defence, Dmytro Klimenkov. So I thought that was quite interesting. And they also, this is something else that I keep track of, the amount of demining groups. So this has increased, actually. There were 292 the last time that I checked this information, which wasn't that long ago. Today, the Ministry of Defence is reporting that there are 353 demining groups of the units of Ministry of Defence. That's important to emphasise that that's just the Ministry of Defence demining units. That's not actually including civilian demining units, which they have on top of and, of course, run parallel to whatever the Ministry of Defence doing, mostly in newly liberated areas. James?
Yes. So that was a question I wanted to follow up on, or a point I wanted to follow up on about this. So 300 some. This is the military offensive capability to demine. Once they have taken the territory, then they can, they can go in and demine it, or as they go in, they can demine it. Is what I'm understanding you saying. And the civilian core of deminers are the ones who are working in friendly territory that has already been reclaimed from Russia. And they are working separately from the military, right? So I hope I'm getting all this right, but this means there's a tremendous capacity. It sounds like maybe thousands of people who are specializing in this demining, and given the the staggering amount of munitions that Russia has placed out there, it really sounds like they're gearing up to take it forward and clear up some of the mines that are in the way of taking territory back. I hope that's the case. Is that your understanding, Tracy? That that's what they're working toward?
Yeah, but well, basically they mentioned the Minister of Strategic Industries and the Prime Minister mentioned quite some time ago now, I think it was back in November, maybe even before that. I would have to go back and check the file for the exact date, but it's some time ago now, last year, and they mentioned that their target was to demine 80% of Ukraine's territory within 10 years, which is a very ambitious target. They agreed it was an ambitious target. All the experts, the industry experts agreed that was a very ambitious target. But I'm pleased to say recent reports have shown that they are actually on target to reach that. So up to now, anyway, which I think is incredible, given that we talk about really the military situation because of the slowdown in supplies, that in some places Russia has gained ground, albeit in very small scale, and nothing really of any strategic advantage. And, Ukraine are managing to hold the defence, as we just heard then from, the Ministry of Defence and Stratcom, etc. So yeah, but that is what they are doing, and I think it is incredible because not only are they increasing the amount of donations and partners that they work with in terms of NGOs in other countries and demining machines and all those things, but there are various groups that are helping to train new engineers and sappers all the time. So that's increasing. They've obviously increased this, like I said, the military demining groups there. That's increased from 292. There are the civilian groups separately. So the military, they do the military demining in a military sense, but then they also do the most dangerous areas. But the state emergency service who we actually helped to raise funds for here at MriyaReport to buy mine detecting devices. Many of you may remember. They also go into newly liberated areas, but the way I imagine it is the different layers, James. Of course, the most dangerous and first to be going would be, I suggest, what you would call on follow-on forces when they've initially liberated an area. And those follow-on forces, I guess, would include soldiers of the armed forces as well as sappers and a collection. And then behind them comes the more civilian teams when that's being made safer. So there are different levels. And then, of course, the state emergency service also get called out to members of the public when they find dangerous devices and things like that. So it's like an ongoing parallel thing. You're right. There is somebody, I believe, that has a more bird's eye view of the a bigger amount of figures. And because I've been trying to work out all those different things and add up those different amounts, every day we report on the demining figures, on the civil demining. And then, of course, there's the military demining, which that gets reported on each week. I don't know if you're aware of that, James. They do report that information every week about how much military demining has gone on as well. And then, of course, you get places like Kharkiv Regional Military Administration, who again have their own and are responsible for their own in that area. And of course, then knowing, as you've seen from Ukrainians, lots of separate initiatives going on in Kharkiv in particular, in terms of automated demining machines. So I said quite a lot there. I hope I didn't confuse the situation even more in giving you that information. I hope that clarified a little bit or supported what you're saying, James.
Yes, it did. It's interesting too. Yeah, a lot of thought and preparation obviously goes into this, and I can only imagine that they're taking really good readings of where these were found, and keeping up to date, probably an online real time, map of Ukraine. Showing what's been cleared, and so which means that those areas are then free to use by Ukrainians, at least to some extent. And they probably have, I bet you they have a grading system to talk about the certainty or lack of it, to say, yeah, we think we got this, 90% or something like this. So it's just amazing, all of the things that have to be tracked and kept track of in a war, unless you're the Russians, and then you're just throwing them down. And, in a way, that works. It's not their country. They can throw stuff wherever they want. And the only concern they've got is if they have to go back through the area that they're mining. But they don't really worry about that. And I imagine that sappers probably don't get the same kind of preparation that Ukrainian sappers get. So that would be consistent with what we see on the battlefield, where they're not as well trained as probably they could be. But anyways, thank you, Tracy, for that. Amazing amount of work goes into this stuff, and the fact that they're still expanding capacity is great. And I'm once again thinking about Maria Aid and their ongoing program to prepare people to go do this with 3 different certification levels. So it really is a worldwide effort. And did I tell you? I think I'll just say it. I got really interested in this early on, and I latched on to some stories and substantial documents that talked a lot about this. And suddenly, all those links were gone. And I realized that, you know what, this is sensitive information. The progress that they're making is sensitive, and I guess they realized it at the same time, or whatever. But suddenly, all these links were gone about the specifics of demining and the tools and all of this stuff, because there is no point helping out Russia by leaving too much information around. So I backed off it as a specific interest, because I thought it was a great project to work on, and I was really into the technology of it. And then I kind of got turned off to it because I realized, no, it's best to report on the numbers. It's better to, look at it from the outside. But do I need to know how things work? No, I really don't. I really, really don't. And that's the case with a lot of things. We don't need to know exactly how things work. But anyways, Tracy, um, yes, I have. Speaking of pickled fickle fowl, I have a fickle interest. I'm. Oh boy, could you call me a dilettante in some things? Possibly you could. Anyways, Tracy.
Well, before we get away from that topic, in case you were going to change the topic, James, I thought you might like to know as well that there's the part of the training going on all the time. So I'm like you, I followed this topic quite closely, and there's a few different sources that I have that I don't publish the information for, as you're saying, for obvious reasons, although it is obviously all public information. But I'm not going to help people find that information and make it easy for them in certain circumstances because of operational security. But what I'm happy to report on is what they say that's public from the officials, and the State Special Transport Service is one of those. So this is where the coordinating headquarters for mine and action safety. So they deal with the daily demining figures that we read out every day, which I'll give you for today is actually 285.85 hectares cleared and examined, and another 603 explosive items, which is absolutely incredible. And that used to be lower on a weekend, and it's gotten so high now. They're doing so incredibly well now. I can no longer tell what those figures were. I mean, it used to be that you would see 200 explosive items a day. And then I'm only talking a few months ago, that was the normal amount. Then it increased, and then it kept increasing even more. And now I'm pleased to say that's going on again. But I think just interestingly, they're always reporting on the training that they're doing and different schools that are being set up around Ukraine as well. So that's good information to follow as well. I don't know if it's a source that you follow, James, already, the State Special Transport Service, but they have been handing out new certificates as well to new people that they're training. And this is something that you can keep an eye on. And they give you pictures sometimes as well, which I think is kind of nice to see these people getting their certificates and their training. And they post on this quite regularly now. They do keep some details out of it, as you said, for operational security, as you would imagine, certain numbers and things like that. And of course, now the translation has stopped working for me. Now I want to tell you all about it. Just give me 1 second. That's better. So the head of the administration of the State Special Transport Service has been expressing his gratitude to the management body and entire staff of the Borivite Military School, and this is for their constant assistance and cooperation in the direction, training and education of the servicemen of the State Special Transport Service. So I think it's always important to highlight when people are training constantly. And this is something that I see. I don't know if we talk enough about, James, and I don't know if we should talk about more. Maybe it's just my opinion. I would be interested in your opinion, because I think we should emphasize more the constant training that goes on. And maybe I'm guilty of this as well, because I see lots of pictures from the various military administrations and things, and the Ministry of Defence and the general staff, etc., that I follow, and they post things about Ukrainians doing training constantly, all the time, the Marines, all these different departments. So they've been fruitfully cooperating, he said here, since April 2022, helping in the training of military personnel in various things, and in particular talking about sappers and psychological assistance as well, which I think is important. We teach you and we learn ourselves. I like that. This is a kind of mutual cooperation, and one of the new courses which is becoming available in part thanks to aligning with the NATO standards as well. So I just thought that's interesting to add, James.
I think it's fascinating the extent to which people do get the training that they're getting. It is just, making good people better at what they're doing. And in some cases, there's no alternative to the training, really. There's just ignorance on the other side of it. If you don't learn the very basics of being a soldier, then you're not going to do well. you'll be like a Russian conscript in the meat wave, and you don't want to be that. So I look at this as so consistent with what Ukraine has proven to be, and that is careful with human life, especially their own human lives, and the better prepared that soldiers or any of the staff working anywhere in any part of the government, the better trained they are, the more effectively they can do their job, the more versatile individuals become as they get quote unquote overtrained, perhaps. But so yes, I think it's incredibly important, and to move to different standards like NATO, also a really good thing to keep an eye on the future and be prepared for that, so that when the transition comes, it will be quick and effective and deadly to Russia. So, which I think we'd all agree is a good thing. But I see this strange fellow Ukrainian war here is yeah, he's here. He's got his hand up. Welcome.
Thanks, James. Hey, Tracy. I'm back with my other account. Unfortunately, Flickr file was too tired or something, or the jar was too tight for internet to get through. I couldn't. I dropped off and I couldn't reconnect. But I decided to try my luck with this one. So I'm probably gonna stick with this one. So I just wanted to come up and say I really appreciate everything you guys said earlier. But no, this is really interesting. Topic of discussion that you guys talking about that like different drones and all that stuff, right? New TTPs, right? It's TTP stands for uh, techniques, tactics, and procedures, right? That's being developed to deal with new and emergent threats. And when I look at this conflict, this war in Ukraine, right? I mean, it's not conflict; it's genocidal war that Russia is waging, and I look at the interoperability and the level of cooperation that Ukraine is developing with NATO militaries. I have this phrase just constantly, just present in my mind, and it's that iron sharpens iron, right? For a long time after 2014 Russians war, when the war started in Ukraine, Ukrainian military was not at its peak, and NATO stepped up, and a lot of Western countries and partners in the region stepped up to help Ukraine to, kind of build the formidable force that it is today. But over the times, and with this, war persisting, Ukraine became, an equally valid partner for militaries in the West, and specifically with the emergence of this, an application of drones in the battlefield. So there's, like, for example, the American military here in the United States doesn't have practical experience dealing with this type of threat at the large scale that Ukrainians are doing. And I think right now we are tremendously benefiting from the information that Ukrainians share with us, right? And this is why it's so important for us to continue to support Ukraine militarily, because the information in itself that we get back, right? Not just the intelligence aspects of it, but just an array of stuff that we can learn from and apply to ourselves and make our military better is just overwhelming. And it's frustrating to see our political leaders not doing, or stepping up and doing what they're supposed to be doing as far as voting and helping Ukraine. But anyway, sorry, I'm trying to stay focused here. The recently I found a really interesting video on YouTube that came from United States, military channel. I can't remember which one it was, but here in the States they created a new joint service anti-drone school, basically, right? What that means is that you have different types of services in the military, which is Air Force, the Army, the Navy, the Marines, Space Force, obviously, right? And they decided to create this school where soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, whatever, right, from all these different services can come to and start learning on different TTPs, tactics, techniques and procedures to use in a kind of standardized manner to combat this emerging threat of drones on the battlefield, essentially, right? So I thought it was a really interesting thing, because I'm sure this school is a lot of its curriculum is really based on the information that we're getting back from Ukraine right now. And it's a huge important factor, because it allows us to kind of overcome the steep learning curve that comes with this type of threat, right? And use the experience that Ukrainians get on the battlefield and apply it to us. Right now, we are, we have a lot more resources that we can really allocate. And in that video, They were talking about, you know, I'm sure obviously it wouldn't be classified, or they wouldn't share some sensitive information on it. But, you know, the two bits of information that they did discuss was basically, you know, application of different types of technology. One of them is EW, right? So I'm sure you guys have seen those kind of rifle looking pieces of equipment that Ukrainians use. I mean, everybody has them, right? And they kind of shoot this powerful signal in the direction of a drone that's supposed to suppress its functions, or maybe tell the drone the batteries are low, and it forces the drone to land because it has some kind of, you know, auto whatever function. But what United States military is also doing is, you know, they're trying to figure out how to use kinetic means to take out drones, basically shooting at it, right? And you know, I thought it was really interesting because they developed this um, this site, right? It's a smart site basically that allows you shooter to acquire a target in a very fast manner, right? And it kind of does all the calculations of how to aim at a drone on its, you know, on its own onboard computer, which is very small and it's mounted on a rifle, and, you know, allows take out the threat in a very, you know, efficient way, I guess. And I was thinking, like, send that to Ukraine. You know, they can use this for sure. Because I'm sure you can probably target not only drones with this stuff, but other targets on the ground as well. And I thought it was just really neat, right? So I hope this is going to be the next step. Is really, you know, we're creating these schools here based on information that we receive from Ukraine. We're making our military stronger and better, developing new cutting edge solutions to these emerging problems, and now we have to send those solutions forward and see how they perform. And it's good, again, it's going to help Ukraine, it's going to make us better. But yeah, I really think this is one of those examples to where it's iron, you know, iron sharpens iron essentially, right? And it's going to make us so much stronger, you know, against the axis of evil essentially, right? That we see trying to destabilize this world and all that stuff. So sorry, I'm trying not to waffle, but I thought it was really interesting video to watch. And, you know, I immediately relayed that to Ukraine, right? To the stuff that we talk often on this space as well. And I really appreciate you guys bringing this topic up and constantly talking about this, because yeah, it's really interesting, and it's a very important thing to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a critical thing to learn new things. That this is now a two-way street is a wonderful thing too. That people recognize that Ukraine has a major contribution to make to other people's learnings. I'm of the mind that you fall behind really quickly in this environment. You fall behind if you haven't kept up, let's say, with 2 months worth of military advances in this war, then you are probably at great danger if you're out there without that kind of knowledge. So we had is it Kevin with Saber who's come up as a guest several times and spoken about the training that he does. And he says they're constantly kind of putting out patches, if you will, to their training program just to stay up to date. So this is something that will continue to evolve. And it reminds me of what it is that we need to know in terms of training. And Tracy is a graduate of the MriyaReport. Yeah, kind of disinformation management, disinformation response school, you know, but it isn't like everybody can go back in the time machine and catch up with 2 years worth of listening and participating. So I think one of the things that is really interesting, and I haven't had time to evaluate it, is that there are different different uh, training programs out there. One of which is from Bellingcat, who I take as a pretty solid source of information, and they've got a free training program. So I am going to put that in the nest, because if you do kind of want to catch up on the disinformation stuff, we're not going to train you how to go do demining or how to what is it, fine tune an M2 so you can do distance machine gunning. We're not going to teach that stuff, but we're in the information space. We can help with that, and you know, certainly listening especially to our experts talk about this, and listening to a takedown of Russian, you know, concoctions, I'll call it, the nonsense that they come up with is also an education. But Bellingcat has a program that's intended to prepare people to better reply and better understand what is propaganda and how to handle that disinformation. So I'll pop that into the nest, and I hope somebody can get to that before I do. But yes, it's so important that we keep up Ukrainian War Update. I want to go back to you with any replies.
Yeah, thank you, James. I'm actually looking forward to your post. I definitely want to check it out. I'm sure I've seen it before, but I just don't remember exactly what it is. But this kind of stuff to counter propaganda, it's important not just in a practical sense when we're talking about war in Ukraine, right, and Russian disinformation, all that stuff. Russia actively uses those means to wage hybrid warfare against Western countries, liberal democracies, on daily basis. And to some people, that is a very kind of difficult concept to grasp as far as the importance of it, right? It doesn't maybe directly affect them or whatever, but those means and tools that Russia uses to spread this information, they're also using that like in a cyber realm of things, right? Um, in order to affect companies and in order to do the social engineering aspect of attack on financial sectors, right? So it could very much be used to direct to affect individuals where it really hurts, and that's their pockets, right? Whether we're talking about some kind of commercial entities, companies, small businesses, this kind of stuff, or individual people, right? So to really understand how these things work is extremely beneficial, even outside of the topic of Ukrainian war. So I really appreciate, James, you're talking about this and posting this thing. I'll make sure to check it out and repost it as well, because I think it really needs to kind of reach out to a wider audience. And this is one of those things that I always when I strike up a conversation with people that I don't usually talk to about like war in Ukraine and stuff like that, right? I always try to frame it a certain way that I know will you know catch their attention, basically, right? And a lot of times those are the topics that are really close to their personal kind of space, right? When we're talking about whether it's their finances or maybe there's some other emotionally charged topics that they feel strong about, right? And then I try to relate and build those bridges. And I think this misinformation and propaganda that Russia uses is just it can be applied in so many different uh, uh, you conversations, I guess, with people around the world. So thank you, James.
Oh, my pleasure.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Tracy.
No, sorry, carry on, James.
No, I said what I wanted to say.
Apologies, James. I was just I wanted to thank Ukrainian War Update for Ukraine War Update for saying that, because this is something that I've noticed and many of us have spoken about here, and that's exactly kind of what I've been doing now. I've realised rather than going straight in there with trying to inform people, if I just ask them the question, what's concerning you today, and if they say price rises for such and such a thing, then I obviously try and find the links back to why that is Russia's fault. And I say, well, that's Russia's fault, right? Because of this and this and this. And I find that seems to be, people seem to be more open. I come across less lectury, I think. Sometimes I find I don't mean to be, but I find myself talking at people, trying to give them that information in the best possible way. But of course, forgetting sometimes that you do have to have that human conversation and make that human impact. And that's what makes the big difference. If people can make those human connections, it adds to that impact, that emotional impact that we can show people and give people. And we have to do that, I think, at this stage. I spoke about it earlier, James, that it's as important as it was now to, I think, get people fired up and get people active and get people working towards doing anything that they can to support Ukraine, because whilst you're not actively doing something, you are indirectly being, against Ukraine, even if you don't mean to be and you don't want to be, and your intention is not to be. I think if you're not doing something, and that something can be literally just reposting, can't it? We talk about these things all the time. It can just be the smallest of things that makes the biggest of differences. So I just wanted to say thank you for saying that, because I'm trying to be, I don't know what's the word. I'm trying to get more people open to listening to me instead of running away and being like, oh, no, you're not talking about Ukraine again, are you? Because sometimes you get that as well. So all these ways that we can make people open to reaching and having that conversation, I do. And very often, if you find what it is that's bothering them, very often there is a natural link between why that is Russia's fault and what you can say to them. 9 times out of 10, I find, anyway, James.
That's great. It is Russia's fault. I don't care what it is. No, sometimes I feel that way. It's not literally true. Yeah, the taste of the jam that I have on my toast in the morning is not Russia's fault, but our economic woes frequently are. And they're not only that, but we also get some compounding from a little bit of price gouging occasionally. But it is that is really something that is sort of Russia's fault, because it happens under the guise of, well, that's just inflation. There's a war on, either way, price gouging or inflation due to the war driving up costs are two things that really, yeah, partly or in whole Russia's fault. So I think that's a very good point. It is so hard, and I have to be really careful with myself when I'm talking to somebody who is in the nature of our relationship, mine and theirs, that is. They're in a position where they can't really stop me. For example, if I'm talking to a cashier or a waitress or something like this, they're in a service position, they're serving me. They can't really say, shut the hell up, man. But you have to be sensitive to those signs and not try to force things on people. And I think a little bit is better than a lot that really just disturbs them, right? Because I can understand that. I've been in that seat where it's like, oh my God, he's going on again about that thing, whatever that thing is. But yeah, so thank you, Tracy, for a good reminder about that.
That's okay, James. I think we have to do everything we can to reach everybody, don't we? And whilst everybody should be reached for moral and reasons, that not everybody is. So we have to use all those tools, I think. And I think, evaluating what people care about and what's affecting them in their daily lives, very often in that bigger picture, because what Russia's doing does affect so many different things around the world, as you just said about price increases then, and all sorts of different things, peace and security for one. Look, something I mentioned previously and others have mentioned as well is, if you think about people who have members of their family who are training to be in the military, for example, and they may be going to be in some of the NATO militaries coming up in the coming years. It could be that those are the people that have to put boots on the ground if we do not do everything that we can to support Ukraine right now, and if we do not do everything we can to help them defend against holding that Russian horde back from the rest of Europe, which is, of course, what they are doing, whilst, I must admit, having to fight an existential war of their own. So let's give them everything. This is what I say. It makes no sense not to. Ukraine war update?
Yeah, Tracy, I know not to change the subject, but I did want to say, because I'm gonna forget to, like, I really like your new picture, your new avatar. Is this fella that is wearing gear that you guys gonna raising money for? Is this how we're gonna try to get? Because it looks pretty impressive. I mean, I think it would be great to get this kind of stuff to SBU Alpha Team units, because you look pretty intimidating, Tracy. I mean, it looks high speed. So I'm guessing you're gonna be a model for now for the stuff that MriyaReport is raising money for. I think it's great.
Thank you so much. I don't know a model mouthpiece, so I don't know about anything else. But no, thank you. Joking aside, yes, this is indeed my new makeover. So I have now, and it's about time, isn't it? I've been called the SBU fellow for some time now. I was still wearing the old Ukrazaliznitsiya uniform, which is absolutely unacceptable. So, of course, I'm now wearing the SBU uniform. I am representing properly wearing the combat outfit of the SBU because, of course, these are my favourite people. Lots of people I like in Ukraine, but these are some of my favourite people. And we are indeed raising funds for them right now. Not one SBU unit, 2 SBU units. We are sharing out the need and sharing out the love because it's needed everywhere. And we are raising as much as we possibly can with all you wonderful, lovely people here, because you all do an incredible job at this. So I'm talking to all of you lovely listeners, whether you share by retweeting or by donating. Every single thing matters, as you know, if you've been around here and you hear us talk about these things very often. If you're new and you don't know, you can go to MriyaReport.org /educate, and you can have a look there at some of the things that we have done, some of the campaigns that we've had, and the incredible things that we've managed to achieve. But for now, we are asking you to help us achieve that again, because we want to get tactical gear for our friends in the SBU. So, plate carriers, jackets, boots, all these types of things, combat air protection, we are raising funds for all those things. And in 10 minutes' time, we are also going to be joined by Leon from the SBU Alpha Unit, or as they are correctly called, the Centre for Special Operations A. This is how they are referred to, apparently, I learned when I spoke to Leon last time he was here. So this is an absolute honour and a privilege. You've got to remember, of course, these guys are on active duty. Leon is on active duty, so he will only have a short time. So come and get your questions in. Get up to the panel now. If you would like to get a question in, that would be a good opportunity. Or you can DM the co-hosts in the background, and they will always be happy to read your questions out. So we're going to be joined by Leon very shortly, and with our very own resident Navy SEAL Team 6 squadron leader, and of course now a co-host at Maria Report as well, Chuck Farrer. He's going to be here, so they will be able to have an excellent conversation about special operations and things like that. Like I said, it's an absolute honour and a privilege, right? These guys and girls, they're doing incredible things, and under, as we hear, these brutal conditions that they have to deal with because of Russia every day. So to consider sharing their free time by coming to speak to us here when they're probably extremely tired, and not to mention the language barrier, even when they do speak English, as people here speak about all the time, it's very difficult to speak two languages when you're tired and when your brain is tired. I can't even speak my own language. My brain is tired sometimes, for goodness sake. So I know how that goes around here. Yes, so we're raising funds. So if you can share your spare funds, chuck it across to MriyaReport.org, or click on that easy payment link in the tweet there, which is the first one in the nest for you, of course, as always. And if you would not mind, consider sharing and letting everybody know that we are going to be joined by Leon from the Centre for Special Operations Alpha, and he's going to be coming from the SBU, of course. And we are going to be very privileged to hear those insights again. So, were you here last time, James, when Leon was here? I was lucky enough to be able to ask a question.
I believe that was a Saturday afternoon, and I was tied up. So, no, I did not get to hear that. And unfortunately, today, I have some things I must do coming up here. So, and if I don't get them done, I will hear about it from my quote unquote superior. And I don't want to hear those things from her. So, I will attentively do my other duties, but I'm sure that he's great. I know Chuck is. I've heard him a lot now, and I always enjoy him speaking. So, but I see we have a hand. Probably we should go there now to, I'm going to say Watermelon Ukraine Humanity. Welcome.
Oh, James, hi, thank you for having me on. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Cool, great stuff. James, firstly, haven't been on the space or haven't spoken on the space for quite some time, not since the passing of Christopher James. So I just want to express my condolences to everybody associated to his family, to his loved ones. So would MriyaReport. He was actually diamond guy from obviously the conversations I used to hear, and just particularly to you, Tracy. I used to listen to you every night on the way home from work, you two, and you obviously had a wonderful bond and relationship. And I imagine it must be, very few difficult for you. So I just want to let you know I've been thinking of you quite a lot, and yeah, love them, and love to all his family and everybody. Secondly, James, you bring up Bellacat, which is a great source. And you also sort of mentioned how sometimes you feel like, oh no, I'm talking about this again, and you feel bad for it. You feel like you're pushing things onto people. And I've bought many copies of the Bellingcat book and given it to people or friends or associates that haven't quite got the picture, and I found it quite a good way of just introducing people to the whole disinformation space and things like that, and in particular the MH17 story that obviously they uncovered and went into doing a great deal. That kind of resonates on a sort of global scale and shows how vulnerable and such we all are. So I just wanted to make those two comments, but thanks to everybody at the MriyaReport for everything you do and everybody on space. Slava Ukraine.
Hello, Slava. Thank you very much for that. I certainly appreciate that. Yes, it is so important that we do keep talking about this. It's going to be repetitive in the nature of things, isn't it? We're going to go back over a lot of themes quite often. And it is wonderful to have people come up and talk to us and sort of break up that routine, but also bring a new perspective to the same discussion. It's important to hear the same sorts of things from different people. To hear them in a new voice sometimes really does spark our imagination a different way. It can often deepen our understanding by hearing basically the same point, yet spoken a different way. Sometimes people bring their own connections to it as well. Sometimes very personal connections or connections that they learn through a favorite book or something like this that expands our knowledge. So that's what we hope to do here, among other things, is to build up people's knowledge about the situation in Ukraine, what Russia is trying to do, how we can best defeat Russia, especially in the information war. Of course, we are not yet picking up any kind of weapons on the battlefield to fight them. We're here with our words, and that's how we fight disinformation that Russia is putting out about Ukraine. So it is really important. So I appreciate all your comments there. Humanity, that's very good. I'm glad you came up to speak today. It's it's kind of hard to be reminded of our losses sometimes. So that's just something to think about. It is also hard not to remember the great people that we have in our lives, and we should give thanks to those people in person for what they do when we have the chance. So that is about love. Give other people love, and it usually comes back to you. So anyway, so thank you. Go ahead, humanity.
Thanks, James. Thanks for your lovely words. Also, I just had to just say to everybody, the Bellingcat book, it's only a small paper book, and it's not too daunting. You don't look at it and think, oh God, I've got to read all that. It's quite sort of easy and simple to read, and you really get into it, little short stories and things. So I'd recommend it, as well as Catherine Belton's Putin's People, for people who haven't read that. And I noticed that it was recently released, and maybe you cover this on the space, that she's released it for free in the Russian language. So I thought that was great call. That they're doing that and enabling that to get out free. I don't know how accessible that will be over there, but hey, another great effort, I think, from Catherine Belton and the work she does. Thanks all.
Hello, Slava. Thank you again very much for your words. I'm seeing more free resources than I've seen in a long time that probably could otherwise be sold because they're of high quality. But this is a time to give, and for those that can write and have information to share, that is a wonderful gift to give to the world. So I'm looking forward to well to having the time to do a lot of things, but to look at the Bellingcat program and see what they're offering there, because they do have a great reputation, and they really do have um, lots of experience in working with Russia in their disinformation. So hopefully it's just the kind of thing we need. But there are so many other sources of people who do a good job of defeating Russian disinformation. So let's see here. Okay, so we're at the top of the hour. We're expecting to have some guests here. And let's see here. We do have one. And we're also expecting to have Leon come up here shortly. And so we are getting ready for that now. And let's see, we've got, it seems like Axel and Chuck will be co hosting today for this session. I'm going to keep talking because that's what I do. But I wanted to call on, well, I see your hand went up, but Ukraine War Update, if you don't mind, I'm just going to check in with Brian, who popped up here, and I don't see his hand up. Sometimes we can't see hands. So, Brian, I just wanted to check in with you.
Yeah, I was just coming up just to be in advance because I'm going to have a question for our Special Forces operator when he gets here. So I was just going to just hang out until the appropriate time.
Pre-positioning, very important concept. Yes, good for you. Thank you, Brian. Ukraine War Update, pre-positioning, right?
Yeah, that's it, right? Shaping the environment to make sure that you're in a good tactical advantage, I guess. No, but you're right, James. This is because the guests that you guys bring in and experts to this panel, you know, like so many people always trying to get on, which is great, right? To have conversations, to have ask questions, share the thoughts, and all that stuff. This is one of the very important elements, I think, of this space, right? Just diversity of thought and different level of expertise that people get to listen to and share. So I definitely appreciate this, and the reason I raised my hand because you mentioned Chuck. I know he's probably making his way up, but I was very very excited and thrilled to have stumbled upon a news article where Chuck was front and center in it. It was published by Kiev Post, and I guess they interviewed Chuck about the current state of Russian military, the level of casualties that they've been kind of inflicted, and it was really interesting article, and it was just amazing to have this other touch point, this other connection in slightly different domain than having the ability to talk to Chuck here as well, but also kind of see that the how much he's influencing, right? How much he's really helping Ukraine in the informational space and sharing his experience to a broader audience. I just thought it was just amazing, and yeah, to have that affiliation with MriyaReport and an ability for me to come up, here and ask him, some of those really important questions and just listen to his segments with Alan sometimes, right? Is just it's really enlightening experience. So thank you, everyone in MriyaReport who's making this happen. You guys are superstars. Appreciate it.
Superstars. Well, I'm gonna have to ask for a raise then, because my kibble, I don't get enough kibble. No, anyway, not just joking. But thank you for that Ukraine War Update. We try. Some of us have got more information to give than others, and Chuck is certainly a guy who has been around the block in terms of war, and so he knows the lay of the land, as it were. And so if you're going to ask about kinetic stuff, ask Chuck, right? Don't ask me. I can give you a political rundown. I can give you my opinion. He can probably tell you how things actually are. So, but anyways, we try to have diverse voices come up. We've had some great speakers lately. I am also thinking of our recent guest, Alice Ziraval, who okay, I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I really enjoyed talking to her for a long time. She was great. The other kind of interesting voices that people bring. I heard some of Nico Lang yesterday, so we've got just a whole bunch of people who come to us, and thanks to those people who come in as guests and spend their valuable time talking with us. It's so valuable to have people who are in positions of power or expertise have expertise that come and talk, because it really enriches all of us. But I want to welcome Princess Cannoli. This is the second time today that I've seen you pop up. Hello, welcome.
Hi there. I just wanted to let you know that I don't see Leon in the participant list, so I'm going to duck out for a minute and see if I can facilitate his connecting. So just, I'm not disappearing. I'm just going to leave the space for a moment and try to get him in. Okay.
Perfect. We'll beam you back up after your trip down to the planet to find Leon.
Sounds great. Do we have Chuck yet?
Well, that's a good question. No, not yet. But things can change quickly here in electronic media like this. So we'll see what happens. But there will be people here to talk with whoever shows up. So go about your way, and we will we'll talk to you in a bit.
So Ukraine War update, sir. Once I get Leonid up, if you would just take over, because it's going to take me a minute to get back into the space once I facilitate his joining. Thank you so much for doing this, by the way. Can't wait to talk to you offline. I'll be back. Bye.
Bye-bye. Tracy, you slipped. It looks like maybe you took a tumble down off the balcony. Maybe you were playing with the toys there, like the I'd like the glider to take off from the balcony on the glider. That's fun. The zip line is good. The slide, it's a little bit childish, but still fun. Lots of different ways to go up or go down off of the balcony. So the coming back up is the harder part. It's the transporter or the stairs, really, or the elevator, or the catapult. I still think we should upgrade the catapult, but get something with a little bit better aim. But anyway, welcome back, Terry.
Hi, James.
Terry.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to be up here because I wasn't quite sure. I know we've got Chuck and Leon coming ahead soon, so I'm sort of just up here to relieve you for the time being. And I will sort of keep going. This next section is going to be way beyond my pay scale, but I'm happy to witter away for a while if need be. And do I need to invite anybody else up to come alongside me?
What I think you should do is invite Mr. Zelensky to come in, because I'm still looking for the situation where Zelensky and somebody else come into MriyaReport, and then we find out who the co-host will go to first. But with that smart aleck remark, I am going to step aside, slide down the. I'm going to go down the slide this time, I think. So, anyways,
sounds good. Like a true fireman.
Terry, yeah, well, yeah, no, not the pole, the slide, like a true
right.
child.
Yes.
Yes. All right.
Been lovely
Thank
listening
you so
to you,
much.
James. Thank you.
You too. Thank you.
Well, everybody, wow. Hopefully, I think I might have Tracy coming back up. I'm not sure. But yeah, alone as a co-host at the moment, so a bit scary. So I will say that ahead we have the wonderful Chuck chatting to our SBU Alpha guy, Leon. And that is going to be quite exciting, I think. There's going to be a translator here too. And I see Tracy has joined me as well. Hi, Tracy.
Hi there.
Hello, I'm back, everybody, but not for long. We just do a little bit of jiggery pokery around here whilst we get organised. And it's nice to speak to you again, Terry Feller. It's been such a long time.
Oh, it has, hasn't it? Yeah, all since yesterday. I must admit, I really enjoyed being with you yesterday. Was it yesterday? It was, wasn't it? And it flew by so quickly. But I didn't expect to be up here as co-host on my own. So I'm very relieved you've come to join me so quickly. And I can see James has put his hand up. So shall we have a word with James?
And I just wanted to assure you, Tracy or Terry, that you are never alone. Sometimes the Maria Report host account will pipe up even. Don't be surprised when that happens, or when the hand reaches over from the Maria Report host and touches you. Don't be surprised by the tap on the shoulder. You're never alone here on Maria Report. You're never alone. So
Oh, that's lovely.
yeah.
Thank you, James. But sometimes it helps to be thrown in the deep end, doesn't it? So, and I'm still getting used to the back channel chatting and various other little bits and pieces. So I shall slowly get the hang of this. So if people can expect the odd little strange things happening in the meantime, then all the better. Because yeah, I've got to learn this chattering and what do you call it, Tracy? Waffling. I call it wittering, but same sort of thing.
Terry, did you see the hands over there in the host as you were talking, by the way?
Yes, I did. Yes, I saw one.
See, never alone. Anyways, I am going to take my leave seriously this time. You guys have a great show, and I'll join if I finish early, but I doubt it. So anyways, take care.
Bye, James. So, Tracy, what are we going to waffle on about for the time being?
Well, I think we should waffle on about having a public service announcement. How about that? And ask everybody to go ahead and retweet the space. Let everybody know that we are going to be talking to Leon from SBU Alpha, which is not only an honour but an absolute privilege. Nowhere else will you get to hear these insights direct from the battlefield. And of course, we will be having our very own Navy SEAL Team 6 Squadron Leader Chuck Farah join us as well, and he will be possibly co-hosting or possibly speaker, I don't know, but either way they will be having a fantastic discussion along with Axel, no doubt, because he usually adds to a great discussion too, and that means that we will have a very exciting discussion for you all. Did I say discussion enough times in that sentence? Maybe I should change it to conversation, Terry Feller. Either way, you can all contribute in this, and this is the honour and the privilege that we are all able to get at Maria Report, because we, as co-hosts, we get the advantage of that. You know, just because we are Maria Report co-hosts does not mean that we do not enjoy those privileges just as much as you all do as well. So there's a card in the nest that you can all share as well, which tells everybody lots of information about what I've just explained. You can go ahead and retweet that. I see 38 retweets or reposts on that at the moment. So how many people are here? Oh, well, we've built back up quite nicely after the crash. 169. Of course, some of you may have already reposted that, but let's just see if we can get that bumped up nice and high on the reposts as I'm waffling along, as you say. Now, I think our wonderful guest Leon is joining us about now, and of course we will be waiting for Princess Cannoli, a friend of Maria Report, who is joining us also. We are so lucky to have so many friends around here to make those connections for us, and we're so lucky to be able to get these insights and these feedbacks, and be able to ask questions directly. Where else do you get that opportunity? So, Terry Feller, I think, are you sticking around with me, it looks like, for now?
I can hang around for a little while, but just to let you know, I've just tried to pull up Leon as a speaker, and I'm pressing the button, but it's not working. So
that's okay. Sometimes these things happen around here. We keep trying. Yes, we keep trying, and we have friends in the background that can also try and help us in that regard. And I think I may have just succeeded. Let's see if I've succeeded. Hello, Leon. Privet. Maybe not.
Oh, I can't see him
I don't
either,
know.
Tracy. So maybe he's scared, jumped away for a moment. But I'm sure he'll come back in fairly quickly.
Well, hello to Leon anyway, and good evening, dobry večer. He will join us again very soon. I'm sure we shall just keep trying because this is what happens around here. But if you are not new to Twitter and you are not new to Spaces, you will of course know that these technical issues do not stop us, and we keep carrying on as we inevitably do. Right, Terry fella?
Indeed. And I think I've succeeded. Hello, Leon.
Hello, do you hear me?
Privet. Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
Yes. Hi, dear all. I'm glad to be with you again. Hope you are all well. And first of all, I want to say thank you, everybody and everyone who helped us to struggle with the enemy and make us strongly to beat our enemy. Thank you, all of you. Thank you. I love you very much. Thank you.
Paramoa. Yeah?
Sorry?
To Paramoa. Victory?
Yes, to victory. Yes, yes, yes. До перемоги. Yeah. Слава Україні.
Героям слава.
Смерть ворогам.
Смерть ворогам.
Так, я дуже радий вас всіх чути сьогодні. І я готовий до розмови з вами на будь-яку тему, так.
Леонід, добрий день.
Yes.
Я буду працювати, я так розумію, перекладачам. Якщо що, які питання, я знаю, ви теж розмовляєте, знаєте англійську мову, тому, будь ласка, як вам зручніше. Я зараз перейду швидко на англійську, щоб також доповісти всім англомовним. Ladies and gentlemen, so I'm going to be working as an interpreter for this segment, the way I understand. If there's anybody else that wants to jump in, I guess that's fine too. Yeah, I'm gonna be ready to go. But again, I'm probably not gonna do because I'm gonna be bouncing back and forth. That's my understanding is between different languages. So I would not raise my hand if that's okay, Tracy and Terry. I know you guys are designated co-hosts right now, but that's gonna probably alleviate some of the confusion if that's okay.
I'm going to just jump in for a second. Tracy, do you want to reach out to Chuck, who's supposed to be available for this segment, to ask some questions? But in the meanwhile, I did hear the part. So I'm just going to explain to Leon, if you don't understand that, the person who was speaking prior was asking, was saying Paramoa, to значить перемога, до перемоги, що ми будемо тобі допомагати. So I was just saying that we're going to be helping all the way to victory, because the word just wasn't understandable. I see Brian's there, and Brian actually has a question for Leon. So
Yes.
Ukraine war update, I'm going to back down because, as you know, my military speak in Ukrainian is very limited.
Okay. I'm ready to talk what you want.
Yeah, so just Leon, first of all, thank you for all that you do, and really admire you and what you guys are doing out there on the front line. And you're fighting for all freedom-loving people everywhere, worldwide, including the United States, and which is where I'm talking to you from. And I just wanted to ask, what is your nutrition situation like? Your food situation, and do you generally get everything that you need? What's the quality of the food that you get? I'm just curious because I know that this has obviously an impact on how effective people can be, when they're properly nourished. So I'm just curious, what's that situation look like for you and your unit?
Thank you for your answer. And the situation. Oh, sorry. Yeah. the situation with the nutrition in the impacted region is very bad. I mean, first of all, on the front line, because we need help people. I mean, citizen of our country. Sorry, there's again.
І що потрібно по-українськи, то скажи
Так.
по-українськи, не так
Саме на передовій у військових, ви розумієте, там логістика, ну вона така, неможливо в ідеальному стані бути, тому що постійно йдуть обстріли, та неможливо десь там підвести те, що треба, там воду, їжу. Загалом, ну, сухі пайки, якщо вони були з собою хлопцями взяті на передову, вони використовуються. Да, але ви розумієте, що вони не можуть бути безкінечними, але закінчуються. І під обстрілами це треба мати відвагу доставляти це саме для хлопців, боронити нашу територію. Так. Якщо попрошу я перекласти, так, щоб дуже небагато було.
Так, давайте, так. Дякую. So, Brian, to answer your question, the situation is a little bit difficult because, when we're talking about military-specific rations at the front line, logistics is just not, quite as effective or efficient as it ideally would be, right? So, they try to deliver food as best as they can, but again, they a lot of times have to do it while being directly engaged by the enemy. So typically soldiers would bring like MREs, meal ready to eat, with them to the front lines, and they have to use that as a consideration, right? So whatever they bring with them, they consume that, but they have to obviously be mindful about the frequency of resupply that they may or may not get, right? So that's a kind of a little bit difficult situation there. Будь ласка, Леонід.
Да, ви розумієте, ну, у нас країна після того, що трапилося у 22-му році, об'єдналася як єдина родина. І кожен українець намагається допомогти військовим, які там боронять країну і спробують відбити ті землі, які належать нам. Вони кожного дня, коли ми їздили туди, ми заїжджали саме при фронтову зону, там, де цивільні допомагають. Кожного дня ти, коли приїжджаєш, то ти дивишся, люди готують. Вони готують там якісь одноразові, я не знаю, там обіди, вечері. Постійно, цілими днями вони щось роблять для того, щоб військовим полегшити їхню саме задачу. Це бити ворога. Так.
Давайте я це перекладу. So another important thing to understand is that after the full-scale invasion in 2022, Ukrainians across the whole country united into one big family. And they do everything they possibly can to provide supplies and support Ukrainian soldiers who are fighting to liberate the country. So, for example, when Leon visited some of the areas that are very close to the front lines, where civilians still remain and live and try to survive, what he noticed is that a lot of those people, they just united into communities, and they would cook meals for Ukrainian soldiers that are kind of slightly forward, right, fighting the Russians, and that's a very important element of kind of civil support that military is getting from local population, because basically everyone understands that in order to beat the enemy, they have to work together, both civilians and military.
Так. Сьогодні вранці зустрівся з товаришем попити кави, да? І він буквально десь тиждень тому приїхав з передової, розповідає, я кажу, ну як там? Ну як, каже, на війні, як на війні, каже. Поїсти, каже, нема коли, тому що зранку встаєш, очі відкрив і пішов працювати. Через 3 дні згадав, що ти ще не обідав і не вечеряв, каже. Хочеться спати, хочете їсти. Роботи дуже багато, тому хлопці іноді забувають, щоб щось перекусити, каже. Привозять, бувають, їжу, так, але не завжди можлива сама логістика доставляти те, що потрібно. Але в цілому хлопці тримаються і роблять свою роботу на 100%.
So another example, I met one of my friends earlier today in the morning to meet up and drink some coffee, and I was asking him how he just came back from the front lines, and I was asking him what the situation is over there, and his friend basically alluded to the fact that they're very busy over there at the front lines, right? When you arrive there, you have missions you have to complete, a lot of work. So you wake up in the morning and just kind of jump into that type of environment that exists over there, right? To complete, to start working, and completing your mission. So you kind of skip your breakfast, and then 3 days later you realize you haven't eaten anything yet, just because of the operational tempo is so high. And then you kind of have to try to prioritize the best you can. But all the soldiers in the front lines and those defending Ukraine right now, I mean, they trying to keep it together. They continue to take steps, whatever they have to do in order to sustain themselves. But yeah, Леонід, будь ласка.
Так, скажу так, що хлопці, це воїни, вони тримаються, ніколи не плачуть, вони готові робити свою роботу. Загалом ви ж розумієте, яка зараз ситуація після того, як розбомбили ТЕЦи, ГЕСи, Харків кожного дня авіабомбами. Сьогодні, наприклад, було вже 2 рази зранку в обід, там загинули люди, на жаль, також в Запоріжжі. І є там проблеми, я маю на увазі щодо цивільних загалом у великому місті, як в одному, так і в іншому, проблеми з питною водою. Там, я думаю, нас це більше тривожить, ніж ситуація, яка в нас. Ми готові триматися, а за цивільних завжди нам сумно.
So it's important to understand also the things that are happening. The guys that are defending Ukraine, they are real warriors. They will not just cry or complain about things that they don't get basic needs for themselves. When we see today that situation is kind of deteriorated for civilians in areas of Kharkiv and Zaporizhia, for example, there were some recent attacks. The Russians deliberately attacking civilian infrastructure that provides electricity and other necessary functions for the civilians. And that's what we're really concerned about. All the soldiers and people who directly defend Ukraine are really concerned about the quality of life that civilians are experiencing right now. So we don't feel like we have, the opportunity or really even desire to complain about our situation that we face on the front lines.
Так, навіть не дивлячись на ці, якби, трохи сумні новини, які я кажу, я думаю, всі знають про це. Сьогодні також зайшов там до магазину, якось сьогодні все трапилось. Зайшов до магазину, там жінка в ремонті телефонів, їй потрібно був ремонт, вона приїхала з Харкова, і їй задавали питання, як там, що там, не страшно. Вона каже, та ні, ви кажете, ми вже звикли саме до цього і ми готові триматися до кінця. Каже. Ніхто тікати з міст не збирається, всі тримаються там разом, допомагають один одному. Каже, і всі сподіваються, як кажуть, слава ЗСУ, всі надіються на ЗСУ, на ПВО і те, що ми переможемо, так.
So, despite all the sad news that's happening in Ukraine that I'm sure everyone is aware of, there's, other examples that kind of bring hope. Today, Leon went to a store and he met a woman that was in the shop trying to fix her a cell phone or something like that. And he was struck up conversation with her. She's from Kharkiv. And he was asking what's the situation is like over there. She said that civilians are basically adapting. They're getting used to. They are uniting to help each other to withstand this Russian aggression as much as possible. Nobody is planning to flee the city. They are going to be standing there till Russia is defeated, because it is a Ukrainian city, and they always basically finish the conversation by saying glory to Ukraine. They have high hopes for Ukraine and glory to defenders of Ukraine. They have high hopes for the military to protect the civilians. They hope for effective work of air defense systems that will continue to defend Ukrainian civilians, Ukrainian infrastructure, as well as military, and they will continue to be united to the victory.
Так, саме, скажу так, apart from, in addition to military stuff, like equipment, some devices, we sometimes need help with nutrition and other basic stuff for our guys on the front line. But ми тримаємось, але іноді саме допомога, знаєте, колись фонарь включаєш, батарейки сіли. Береш десь, шукаєш там, в кого є батарейки якісь там, раз підзарядив і все. Світло є, каже, трошки стало тепліше. Так.
So we continue to remain united, but you still kind of need that sometimes that extra help, right? Like you have a flashlight and you're trying to use it, and all of a sudden you realize the battery is dead. You're gonna find those batteries somewhere. You need to be able to, recharge them, put them back in so you can actually have light. But that's one of the things, right? To be united and also kind of expect help that they can come to you and help you to continue the mission.
Так що,
Yeah,
так,
sorry.
так. No.
Yeah, so I had a different question. So maybe also talk a little bit about how some of this gear that is sent has a shelf life, right? I mean, there's probably only so long that you can use a set of tactical gloves, or there's probably only so long that you can use a pair of boots before, or a chest plate, or a first aid kit when it needs to be replaced and replenished. And so, just want to kind of emphasize that for people who are thinking of donating, just understand that this is something that is a continual need.
Краще перекласти.
Добре, Леонід, так, я зрозумів, звичайно, без проблем. Запитання таке, чи можете ви трошки розповісти про екіпіровку, яку ви використовуєте, тому що, звісно, що всьому, що ми одягаємо, використовуємо, воно зношується певною мірою, так? І це, напевно, має певний фактор того, що ви використовуєте, і наскільки довго ви можете щось використовувати під час своєї роботи, наприклад.
Угу. Ну, по-перше, почну зверху, да, там індивідуальний захист, шоломи, броніки, саме plate carrier, пояси, одяг, взуття. Зараз була зима, так, ви розумієте, там першочергове це взуття, яке там вбивалося на ура, тому що постійно вода, бруд, ну, це взуття взагалі, воно першочергово вбивається, там потрібно по декілька пар взуття мати, щоб якось міняти його або викидати і нове брати.
Добре, Леонід, давайте переходу. So first I would like to maybe start talking about the outlay, right? Some of the things the soldiers wear, like, for example, the helmet, the plate carriers, boots, this kind of stuff. I mean, we all know we coming out of winter, and that's the environment that basically has a lot of cold weather, obviously, moisture. So boots were a very important element to to wear, and in high demand in order for us to kind of maintain a certain level of morale, if you will, right, or even health, because those boots always would get wet, muddy, and you ideally want to have a couple, if not several pairs of boots in order to change them out as you're trying to maintain the operational tempo in the front lines. Продовжуйте, Леонід.
Саме про взуття. Зараз буде дуже жарко в країні, тому що прийшла весна, там літо і так далі. Зимовий одяг, як кажуть, є можливість відкласти, одягати літню форму одягу. Літом люди, всі розуміють, дуже важка робота, стрес, нерви, взриви, люди потіють, бігають. Знову ж таки, цей бруд – це звичайний камуфляж, це форма одягу. Вона також зношується. Я, наприклад, коли їздив, я брав як мінімум 2-3 комплекти, тому що їх потрібно міняти. Вони з'їдаються з сіллю та тими каміннями, де ти повзаєш, лазиш, вони рвуться, щось відірвається, там на колінників треба. Ти сам щось десь робиш, покращуєш, апгрейдиш, робиш. Це саме щодо одягу, так.
Добре, Леонід, давайте перекладу. So another thing that we need to consider now is that we're moving into a warmer weather, and it's going to get hot really fast, right? So that also changes the dynamic of things that you're going to be, or the soldiers will be able to wear, and for how long, because with heat and hot weather and different fighting environment, right? Soldiers going to be basically doing a lot more crawling, for example, right? A lot more sweating. So you have a lot of uniform that soldiers wear is going to be saturated with, like crystallized salts from sweat, for example, that kind of stuff, and it affects the fabric to where it's going to be, it's going to have much shorter shelf life. Just to kind of try to answer Brian's question here, and for example, Leon is talking from his personal experience when they do. When he does move forward to the front line, right? One of the things that he's going to try to do is bring maybe 2 or 3 sets of uniforms that he can possibly change in order to kind of extend the range of life shell, so to speak, right? Sometimes soldiers improvise and make their own upgrades to the uniform. Though Leon didn't specifically said which ones, but I'm sure there are many different elements to what they can do as far as kind of reinforce maybe some of the things that they wear and in order to protect something else. So actually he did mention one specific example like knee pads, right? So as soldiers crawl around and try to get from one fighting position to another, for example, instead of doing it on your knees without protection where uniform's going to get damaged and all that stuff, by having knee pads, right? And those could be makeshift knee pads as well, right? But it still helped to kind of extend the life of the equipment and uniform they wear. Продовжуйте, Леонід, будь ласка.
А якщо взяти, наприклад, щодо засобів індивідуального захисту, які так, якщо взяти взагалом, то загалом стараємося до ниточки, тому що потрібно, постійно працюємо. Як ти будеш гарно виглядати, якщо нічого не робиш. Якщо до засобів індивідуального захисту, то це plate carrier. Він також зношує, там кардура класно, наприклад, мені подарували з Forward Observation хлопці, я її ношу вже 4-й рік і постійно їжджу відрядження, але вона також зношується і вже дуже шкода викидати, тому що гарна якість, класно, воно там все розміщення і так далі.
Вибачте, Леонід, я хочу просто зрозуміти, що вам подарували? Plate carrier?
Plate Carrier, дуже популярна така компанія, як Forward Observation, форварди, і вони подарували там. Вони приїжджали, ми там
Давайте я перекладу зараз, щоб не забігати задалеко. All right, so as far as the PPE, personal protective equipment that soldiers wear, right? This is a very important aspect of the uniform, of the equipment that we carry, because that protects us, right? And typically we would carry this stuff until it basically disintegrates, because it's so important. We have to make sure we put maximum return on its mileage, and there are different quality stuff that's that's available. Recently somebody had gave me a present. It's a plate carrier that's has a really high quality material, and I've been using this for 3 or 4 years now, and it is kind of falling apart at this point, but I'm reluctant to replace it with something else because I really want to make sure that I maximize the use of it. Будь ласка, Леонід.
Да, а якщо брати це вище, трошки це засоби захисту очей та слуху. Тому що постійні розриви снарядів, знову ж таки, цей хлопець, який сьогодні був, він каже, сидимо десь, снаряд, бум, далеко, а вони вже пристрілялися, потім ближче, дун, а сидять в погребі, і як бахне, каже, кроваті підлетіли, каже, все попадало і вуха заклало, каже. Тому бажано це засоби індивідуального захисту для вушей, активні якісь наушники, та очей, тому що осколки постійно літають і, на жаль, можна, і багато у нас хлопців, які втратили очі, так. Їх не повернути, руки можна пошити, пальці пошити, а очі не повернеш, на жаль.
Дякую. So as far as the higher level of protection, when we for example ear protection and eye protection, it's just paramount at the front line. So for example, the individual that I met with earlier today to grab some coffee, he was telling some of the stories when we were sitting at the front line at the zero contact. Basically, they were subjected to Russian artillery that was getting zeroed onto their position. And even though they were kind of taking cover inside a dugout that was reinforced, they could hear as those rounds were getting closer and closer onto their position until they got basically on top of them. And the explosion, right, it just creates a very big kind of shock wave, even if you're in a covered area, that generates a lot of noise. So to have ear protection, especially active ear protection that cancels noise, is very important in order to preserve that hearing. And also it creates a lot of debris that flies around in enclosed spaces, and it could definitely damage eyesight. So with that in mind, it's important to have really good eye protection, because like extremities, your hands, your legs, or even your torso, if you get wounded, it can be treated. You can sew that back up and recover much easier than, for example, eyesight. Once eyes are subject to some kind of debris and the damage would be a lot harder, if impossible, to recover from something like that.
Скажу так, знову повторюсь, якщо нічого не робити, нічого не знашується. А наші хлопці працюють і працюють багато постійно, кожного дня. В п'ятницю був збір керівників і доповідали саме ситуацію, статистику. І каже, і скажу так, результати дуже гарні. Хотілося аплодувати за роботу кожного хлопця, який він там робить. Від керівників до... Ще раз, будь ласка.
А що ви маєте на увазі щодо статистики?
Я маю на увазі, по-перше, чи сказав, що якщо нічого не робити, нічого не відбувається, нічого не зношується, так? А саме до статистики приводжу до цього, результат дуже гарний. Тобто хлопці, які там працюють зараз, вони показують дуже гарний результат. І підбиті танки, і так далі, і так далі, і так далі.
Добре, зрозумів. So, yeah, one of the things that Leon actually mentioned earlier, and I think I slightly omitted it, was that, he was making a point that when you see a soldier that's, looks very clean and sharp and he's got all the Gucci kind of looking, equipment on him, but it's nice and clean, that's the soldier that probably doesn't do much, right? So that's not the case with, Ukrainian soldiers, especially those in his unit. They constantly working, their equipment is always, gets exposed to war, basically, right? So it does affect significantly its shelf life. But because they have such a high operational tempo, they always bring very good results to the table. So recently there was meeting of the higher ups, some of the leadership that were discussing some of the results of their activities, and the statistics have very positive dynamic. They were able to inflict very significant number of casualties and destroyed Russian equipment in the form of tanks and other stuff. But again, as a result, they have to use that type of equipment, PPE, for example, personal protection equipment that I mentioned earlier, and other stuff. It takes toll, as well as, human body, but, all that stuff that soldiers wear is, definitely needs to be replenished, so to say.
Тому всім вам дякую за допомогу, яку ви нам надаєте. Вона дуже важлива для нас, дуже важлива.
So as a result of really, Leon, again, still expressing gratitude and thanks everyone in this space for the work that you do. It is very, very important. Thank you.
Так. Якщо є що запитати, я дуже з радістю відповім на будь-які питання. Можна багато чого розповісти, тому що багато
So if anyone else has any questions, please don't hesitate to ask.
It looks like Chuck has joined us, and I'm sure that Chuck has a million questions. Hi, Chuck.
I am very glad to be here, though it's late. And thank you, Leon. It's a great pleasure to talk to you again. And I'm again a little sorry coming in late here, but time zones and everything else. So, Leon, I wonder if you can tell us now, with Russia taking advantage of ammunition shortages, how is your tempo of operations? Has it changed? Is it increased? I think we'd all like to hear about that.
До нас приєднався Чак. Я не знаю, ви чи його знаєте чи ні, але він є одним із головних експертів. Тут, так, знаєте.
Минулого разу спілкувалися так з ним, так.
Так, все добре. Ви зрозуміли його питання, чи вам треба перекласти?
Краще перекласти, щоб було
добре. Питання щодо темпу вашої роботи в зв'язку з нехваткою боєприпасів, артилерійських особливо. Росія намагається активізувати свої дії і максимально використати свій шанс, оскільки в Збройних силах України зараз йде недостача просто артилерійських снарядів. Чи вплинуло, і якщо вплинуло, то як це на темп вашої роботи?
Ну, скажу так, що компенсація снарядів, яких, на жаль, небагато, вони недостатньо. Вони є, але недостатній кількості. Тобто відпрацьовуємо, прямо в ціль. Якщо є необхідність, то прямо в ціль відпрацьовують хлопці на всі 100%. А компенсація снарядів відбувається за рахунок саме FPV-дронів та міномети – це не така зброя, яка може відпрацювати на дальній дистанції, саме тільки за рахунок FPV-дронів.
Добре, давайте я спочатку це перекладу. So, Chuck, I mean, yeah, the shortage of ammunition is definitely there. And the way the Ukrainians compensate this is by being more precise with whatever they have, right? So they're really trying to put rounds on target as much as possible in the form of artillery. But the other thing that helps to offset the shortage at this point is the use of FPV drones. Those one-way kind of systems that deliver ammunition onto the Russians. Other things, for example, like mortars. The use of mortars doesn't quite cut the threshold of offsetting the shortage of artillery ammunition, because mortars are far shorter range. They don't reach out as far as, for example, FPV drones. So that's as far as that. And just a second, Леонід, питання було також стосовно темпу роботи саме вашої організації. Чи вплинуло це на, якщо вплинуло, то як?
Я вплинуло саме в тому сенсі, що роботи стало більше, набагато більше. Знову ж таки, розповім момент один. Хлопці приїхали з передової і розповідали, що вони намагаються прориватися деякими там участками території, і саме там, де ці участки, можливо, вони хочуть прорватися, туди направляються наші хлопці. І буквально на медні мені товариш каже, робили за день десь 3 або 4 прориви, і жодного не вдалося. Тому що за рахунок високого класу професіоналізму та мотивованості наших хлопців, вони відбили ці атаки. Там використовували і птури, і FPV, і снайпери відпрацювали дуже добре, і всі атаки були відбиті.
Леонід, я хочу зрозуміти, то якщо б, наприклад, було більше артилерійської
якщо б більше було артилерії,
то не треба було б, щоб хлопці виходили пересікати, так?
Саме артилерія – це зброя, яка дає можливість зробити дистанцію більше, розірвати лінію фронту по глибині. На жаль, цього в нас не вистачає, його мало, але воно є.
Зрозумів, дякую. Давайте я перекладу. So, Chuck, to kind of follow up a little bit more in depth on the question that you asked for the operational temp of his unit, it definitely increased. So I had to ask some clarifying questions because I wanted to make sure that this message gets, the proper depth. With lack of artillery support, that means they have to be a lot more active in their defense. So, for example, Leon was talking to some of his friends, several of them that just came back recently from the front line, and they were discussing, some of the things that they had to do, right? And they were describing basically, how Russians are trying to infiltrate some of the defensive lines that Ukrainian established in, various size groups, and exploit maybe some of the weaknesses that are present in the defensive lines and things like that. So these types of units, like the Leon is in, they would push out, right, and try to intercept the Russians and stop their advance, with direct means of fire, essentially, right? So they would use, obviously, the personal weapon systems. They would use also, anti-tank weapon systems that are guided very similar to TOW, for example, anti-tank guided rockets, I guess, right? As well as they would use in combination, with that kind of defense, they would also use FPV drones. But the idea is that when Ukrainians had more artillery available to them, right? What that allows to do is really increase the depth and increase the space between their defensive lines and how much the Russians going to be able to come in. So basically, you can start engaging those advancing Russian formations a lot further away from them. So by the time they reach those direct contact lines, right, there's a lot less, significantly less invaders that you have to really deal with. So that's probably one of the biggest considerations here.
Wow, that's great to hear. And Ukraine War Update, folks, if you're not following him, please do. one of my primary sources, and obviously someone with direct access to the information. And I'd like to ask Leon, I keep seeing video from the front just recently around Kremenna, Russian attacks, multi-vehicle attacks in broad daylight. Is that because the Russians don't dare operate at night? Is it because of the quality of their training, or what observations does he have about, these attacks are very costly, and I just wonder why they keep doing them.
Леонід, ще одне питання до вас. Може, у вас є якась думка або якісь експертні відомості щодо цього. Чак дуже часто бачить відео, які виходять із Кремінної, де російські окупанти проводять свої активні дії, тобто вони атакують позиції українських захисників, і роблять вони це з допомогою механізованої техніки, піхоти, але роблять вони це серед білого дня. І тут виникає питання, чому вони наполегливо роблять такі атаки серед білого дня, а не, наприклад, вночі, або коли, наприклад, набагато раніше зранку, або під вечір, наприклад. Чи це свідчить про якийсь рівень, може, певної відсутності певної компетенції ведення боїв вночі, або в них немає відповідного тренування щодо таких дій або такої тактики? Що ви можете сказати на рахунок цього?
Ну, по-перше, я думаю, що це все в комплексі. Це відсутність достатньо досвідчених офіцерів, які можуть правильно оцінити, прийняти рішення і діяти, як ви кажете, вночі і під ранок. Тут також має значення і технологічні можливості, комунікація, злагодженість. Це все робить саме такі помилки на радість для нас. Нехай це роблять так і далі. Вдень палять техніку людей. Я думаю, саме тільки в комплексі, тому що якщо, але вони дуже розумні, з погляду те, що вони роблять тактично грамотно, іноді, на жаль, для нас. Вони саме ось так і днем, я маю на увазі в денний час доби, і проводять ці атаки. По-друге, я вважаю, що це робиться для того, щоб оцінити обстановку знаходження сил та засобів артилерії, нашої техніки саме в денний час доби. Оцінити також тактичність і тактичні дії наших військових.
Зрозумів. Давайте, Leonid, я перекладу. So to answer your question, Chuck, it's a complex answer, right? Because that's how you really need to be. We really need to be looking at it. It's not a single thing. It's a lack of competent leadership. For example, the Russians don't have the officers that would be able to lead these types of attacks, right? During limited visibility, for example, it's just non-existent. But besides that, it's also the lack of equipment required to do nighttime or limited visibility operations, for example, like night visions, that kind of stuff, and also an ability to really make any effective coordination during these types of operations. Again, when we're talking about limited visibility ops, because you have to have synchronization of actions and the objective, this kind of stuff. They just don't have the capacity and ability to do that, from both leadership aspect of it and technical aspect of it, or technological, right, as far as the equipment. The other thing that has to do, that Leon mentioned, is that sometimes they do those things during daylight because it allows them to discover, basically, Ukrainian defensive positions and capabilities present at those locations, right? So it's a lot easier to observe the level of response the Ukrainians provide when they meet invaders during daylight hours, and assess what Ukrainians can, what kind of stuff Ukrainians really have to counter their advances. It's one of the things that we still have to be kind of mindful, is that we should not underestimate the tactical acumen of the Russians, because they are very knowledgeable about many aspects of how to fight, and that's a big negative minus for us, because we have to kind of keep those things in mind. When for example, when they're doing some kind of tactical low-level maneuvering, they are very effective about doing some basic things essentially, right? So that's something we should never underestimate, and it's definitely a challenge for us. But again, the positive thing is that they really don't have the capacity to do those night operations, just because of the leadership and technical elements of it.
Yeah, that is that's good to hear. And please tell Leon, you don't get to be an old frogman by ever underestimating your enemy at all. But watching those attacks very closely over the last 2 years, and am I right in seeing in terms of what the Russians put into it, an attack, they don't seem to get very much out of it. Their burn rate, and you can put this any way you want, but they put so much into these attacks, and again, the fault of leadership, the fault of lack of maintenance, lack of planning, inability to launch complex converging attacks. Does he see things getting better? Is there a learning curve for the Russians, or is this generally in decline? And you can put that any way you want. I think you get the gist of it.
Understood, Чак. Леонід, питання до вас. Перше, Чак, хочу подякувати вам за вашу відповідь. Дуже цікаво вас слухати. І він, звичайно, розуміє, що ні в якому разі не можна недооцінювати свого противника. Чак, він, ви знаєте, колись був морським котиком, і, звичайно, він говорить, що щоб стати старим морським котиком, цього досягнути не можна, якщо недооцінювати свого противника. Але прошу.
Саме так кажу, він he's right 100%.
Chuck, that's a comment on about the old frogman. You don't get to be one on, if you
Right.
underestimate your enemy. But I will continue with your question.
Thank you. That's why I'm sitting here.
Так, Леонід, питання щодо вашої оцінки, тому що замітно, що коли росіяни починають атакувати певні позиції українських захисників, вони це роблять з певними зусиллями. Але, як правило, вони не вінчаються урівняною перевагою результату, скажімо так, так як воно виглядає. Тобто, якщо вони дуже багато зусиль приложать для того, щоб взяти якусь позицію, результати того, вони про себе якось дуже вялі, скажімо так. Це перше. А друге, чи замітили ви тенденцію в певному адаптуванні російських військових щодо продовження цих воєнних там цілей? Тобто, чи вони адаптуються, чи показують вони якісь позитивні тенденції зі своєї сторони для того, щоб, наприклад, там, якщо вони зробили помилку в одній атаці, щоб поміняти тактику і більше такої помилки не допускатися? Чи цього все-таки немає в них?
Скажу так, що справді недооцінювати ворога і такого, як Росія, це дуже було б помилково. Це по-перше. По-друге, скажу, що при постійних атаках вони постійно вчаться. Вони постійно вчаться, і це для нас також воно видно, що вони постійно намагаються тактично десь перегрупуватися, спробувати іншим способом. Це як способи їхньої постійно ударів за допомогою шахедів та ракетами по інфраструктурі. Вони пробують різні способи, комбіновані, гібридні, там, я не знаю, використовуючи обманні ракети, знову ж таки ракети, які влучили в ТЕЦ за допомогою ловушок, які відстрілювали, щоб на себе взяти там ПЗРК-системи. Вони постійно вчаться. На жаль, вони вчаться, а скажу, що на мій погляд, плюс те, що вони іноді роблять ці помилки, тому що їхні помилки – це наші перемоги. Нехай невеликі, але це наші перемоги, так.
Гаразд, Леонід, я зрозумів. So yeah, again, to reemphasize, you should never underestimate your enemy, and the same thing obviously goes for the Russians, because they do learn from their mistakes, and they do show the capacity to adapt to changing environment. If they make mistakes, then they will try to adjust during the next time. They rearrange based on the many different factors. For example, the environment that they operate in. They would try to also adapt new applications. So if something didn't work last time, they would adapt a new maybe technology or something like that. And that happens in many different levels, not just the tactical, but also strategic. So for example, recently there were attacks against one of the Ukrainian energy infrastructure facility that the Russians were able to overcome air defenses because they were using decoys in order to confuse Ukrainian air defense systems, right? So some of the missiles were able to go through essentially that kind of shield and penetrate that air defense that was set up to protect the infrastructure, and as a result damage it. But when they do make those mistakes, those are the victories that Ukrainians celebrate and definitely seize upon and try to exploit as much as possible, because nothing goes perfect for the Russians, obviously, and those mistakes it's definitely a good thing for them. And the less people return from making those mistakes, the less they will learn, I guess. I think that's basically the idea.
Excellent. And I'll just take a little time to remind everybody, you're listening to the Maria Report. Ukraine War Update is translating. We are speaking to Leon, who is a member of the Alpha Spec Ops unit for the SBU. He's talking to us from the Zero Line. And this conversation is brought to you. We are soliciting donations to the 501c3. We can provide Leon with much needed equipment. And we're talking about ear protection. We're talking about plate carriers, ballistic body armor. We're talking about Gore-Tex boots, and we're talking about tactical clothing. So as you listen here, you're getting a unique opportunity to speak, to ask questions from a combatant right from the Zero. Leon, absolutely, for his time. And Ukraine, I wonder if you might ask him. He talked about how the lack of artillery.
Чак закликав всіх слухачів для того, щоб донатити і набрати коштів, купити необхідні речі для підтримки вашої організації. Запитання було слідуюче. Ви говорили раніше, приводили приклад оборони деяких пунктів. Наскільки я розумію, це були ваші знайомі, які говорили, як росіяни, коли вони намагаються пройти через певні ділянки, виходять певні бойові частини українських захисників, які їх потім знищують. Це було в контексті щодо нехватки артилерійських снарядів. І ви сказали також, що зараз Збройні сили України намагаються компенсувати нехватку артилерійських снарядів, використовуючи різні дрони. Але Чак не впевнений, що ці дрони повністю можуть замінити певні параметри використання, певні параметри того, що надає насправді використання артилерійської зброї. І питання щодо того, наскільки це поміняло, може, певну тактику або динаміку того, як зараз Збройні Сили України або ваша організація, ваш підрозділ працює з використанням, з більшим використанням, скажімо так, тих дронів, аніж артилерії.
Ну, так, він правий щодо цього питання, що артилерійські снаряди це є дуже важливо, і нехватка їх, то вона впливає саме на події, які є на передовій. Проте, як ми всі знаємо, читаємо, бачимо, у нас є єдиний шанс, як цьому запобігти на даному етапі, це використання дронів дальньої дії. Тобто залітати на територію Російської Федерації та намагатися знищувати, пошкоджувати виробництво, саме виробництво військового напрямку, там і заводів по виробництву снарядів, ракет, ті ж самі кораблі, які підбиваємо у Севастополі з цими шахедами, які повністю стоять укомплектовані. Саме це може призупинити трошки якісь постачання саме цього озброєння. На жаль, компенсувати з нашої сторони так, артилерійські снаряди тільки FPV-дронами це неможливо, тому що це зброя точкового ураження. Тобто, якщо один дрон, це одна техніка. Неможливо покрити квадрат 300 на 300 метрів за допомогою дрона. Тому, на жаль, саме точково працюють наші хлопці тільки так.
Зрозумів, дякую. So to answer your question, Chuck, is yeah, you're absolutely right. So drones just will not sufficiently cover the gap of lack of artillery that Ukrainian soldiers are right now experiencing, right? For many different reasons, but one of them is that, you know, the range and the area that artillery shell covers, right? If you use one drone, for example, to target a unit, you're basically taking one for one, right? Artillery shell would cover an area that's roughly, you know, 300 yards, but 300 yards, or 300 meters, but 300 meters, more or less. Depends on the round that's being used, right? And obviously has a much further reach. So to offset you know, this this problem, I guess, right? What Ukrainians are started doing is you know, trying to use long range drones, right? So that those are the ones that go beyond tactical application and have a more strategic connotation. For example, drones that penetrate, you know, Russian defenses and go you know, far deep into Russia and attack military infrastructure that are responsible for producing, you know, their artillery, for producing other pieces of military equipment that eventually makes it to the front lines. That's one of the ways that Ukrainians are trying to maximize the use of drones in order to offset the dynamics that are continued to affect the front lines right now with the lack of artillery shells, right? Another example that Leon mentioned is attacking cargo ships in Black Sea that, you know, usually have already stored supplies of Shahed drones, right? That are completely, you know, ready to go, but they're being transported, for example, or maybe stored in certain cargo ships or cargo containers. You know, so taking those out definitely undercuts Russia's ability to maximize the lack of shells for Ukrainians. But yeah, so hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, that's that exactly answers it. There are, you know, he talked about Russia learning quickly. Of course, you don't you don't underestimate your enemy. What is the electronic warfare battle space looking like? He doesn't have to get specific, but is it still very much a game of cat and mouse?
Леонід, питання щодо того, як ви сказали, звичайно, що не можна недооцінювати противника, і використання електромагнітних засобів боротьби РЕБи, наприклад, так, проти зброї, яку використовує Росія, тобто там дистанційні, якісь керовані системи. Наскільки це помінялося, чи взагалі помінялося? Тому що, як правило, використання ребів – це така певна гра в кота і мишку. Яка ваша думка на рахунок цього?
Ну, скажу так, що да, саме враховуючи відсутності в достатній кількості систем ПВО, які б антиракетні, да, от системи, які б вражали ті ракети і шахеди, які летять до інфраструктури, на цивільну інфраструктуру, там, будівлі, їх в мірі закрити їх потрібно нам дуже багато. І саме за рахунок от систем ребів, воно також розвивається дуже в швидкому, такому інтенсивному темпі в Україні. І я, от, ви тільки що задавали питання, я згадав ситуацію, для мене була це дивина, коли це було, якщо не помиляюся, або минулого місяця, або може трошки пізніше ще, коли на Україну була оголошена ракетна тривога, і десь з 30 ракет, я тоді читаю новини, з 30 ракет 12 були вражені системою ПВО, а про інші нічого не писали. Я думаю, нічого нікуди не прилетіло, але про інші ракети нічого не писали. Потім вже з часом було сказано, що саме за допомогою системи РЕП було зупинено всі інші ракети. Тобто системи РЕП – це також важливо для зупинки ракет, шахедів і так далі. Дуже важливо.
Гаразд, зрозумів, дякую. So I don't see Chuck. I think he dropped down, but hopefully he's going to be able to listen to the answer. The idea of using electromagnetic warfare or equipment is still very prominent. In fact, there's a positive dynamic as far as its development and application across Ukraine, especially with increase of use of drones, for example, at the front line, but not only, right? So Ukraine still needs, for example, increase its level of air defense systems in order to intercept and shoot down missile attacks that Russia frequently conducts, and drone attacks such as Shahid, for example, Shahid drones, right? So that, lack of kinetic response really forces, or not maybe forces, but is one of the elements of development and application of EW equipment and assets. One of the examples that Leon has brought up was several months back. He recalls there was a large mass attack of missiles on Ukraine that covered basically all of Ukraine. It was about 30 missiles that were reported that are being the Russians shot. But then a report came out saying that 12 of those missiles were destroyed with air defense systems, and out of 30, right? But the thing is, there was no other news reported about the remaining missiles. And the thing is, he knew for the fact that there was no explosions associated with those missiles basically reaching their targets. And then only after a certain period of time, it became evident that the remaining missiles were basically neutralized using EW systems, which was very surprising, but also encouraging sight. So that's definitely still a very important asset not only in the battlefield, but even further back from the front lines. And Leon believes it has positive dynamics, and as far as its its growing application.
Yeah, well, that is good to hear. We want to be very respectful of Leon's time. Does he have time to take just a few more questions, or I know he's got other things to do.
Yes, of course, I have time to some question.
Glad to hear that. We'd love to take some questions from the audience. So if you do have one, let's give it up. And you know what, Brian, you've got your hand up first. Let's please ask Leon.
Leon, I know that we're either in or near the muddy season, and I just want to ask, how is the mud affecting the conditions on the ground now? And is if it's not over, does it look like it's going to be over soon? And does that make it? I'm assuming that's probably a positive impact in terms of SBU's ability to move around in the battlefield. And so, is it help just understand the impact of the current mud situation on what they're doing.
Можна, будь ласка, переклад?
Так, Леонід, питання щодо ситуації на передових, там на нулях, наприклад, зараз міняється дуже. Ну, по-перше, міняється сезон, звичайно, міняються погодні вимоги щодо того, як ну, тобто повищена вологість, наприклад, так, більше дощів, то звичайно впливає на дороги, на ситуацію взагалі на передовій. Тобто там, наприклад, я не знаю, то не було, то як воно називається, коли дуже багато, коли непрохідність, наприклад, техніки, або неможливо проходити через те, що випали дощі.
Я розумію. Волога
Так,
земля,
тобто
неможливість.
так, волога земля, як воно впливає, наприклад, на розвиток подій щодо тактичної обстановки, наприклад?
Напряму. Дякую за запитання. Саме погодні умови, які були зима, весна, зараз також, я думаю, це десь до кінця травня-червня місяця, вона напряму впливає саме на ситуацію, яка є на лінії фронту розмежування. Тому що всі ми розуміємо, коли ґрунт буде достатній для того, щоб можна було б в повній мірі задіювати техніку саме ворога і так далі, то можливо очікування нових наступів саме з їхньої сторони. Проте існує така, не відкидаємо таку ситуацію, коли є інформаційна війна, да, коли вони постійно пишуть, що буде великий наступ і так далі, і тому подібне. Проте я думаю, що Україна не сиділа, склавши руки, вона була готова до цього, саме до розвитку таких подій, і будувала фортифікаційні споруди, знову ж таки, за відсутності достатньої кількості артилерійських снарядів і техніки, на жаль, які могли зупинити її. І я думаю, очікуємо саме близько до червня можливих саме таких атак. Проте я вважаю на відсотків 150-200, що в них знову ж таки нічого не вийде.
Thank you for question, Brian. It's a very good one, and yeah, the weather has direct effect on the front lines, basically, right? So with increase in mud season, it definitely prevents both sides from maneuvering, essentially, right? But there's another element to it, and that is the informational war that Russia is waging as well, right? And they've been talking for a long time about a big offense they plan on doing as soon as weather conditions improve. As a result, Ukrainian defenders were able to create a series of intricate and sophisticated lines of defense, which, if Russia decides to attack, will cause them to suffer a great deal of casualties. And Leon is very optimistic and positive, quote, 150 to 200%, that Russians will not be able to achieve any positive dynamics in trying to assault those types of positions. But again, the new fortification positions were erected with, you know, thought and idea in mind that Ukraine is experiencing shortage of you know, some special equipment as well as artillery shells, right? Because that's a calculation that was considered when they were building those defensive positions in order to make sure they'll be able to sustain fighting with advancing Russians despite some of these logistics challenges that right now perceived across the front line.
Great. Genesis, you've got your hand up. Would you like to have a question for Leon?
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Ukraine, and Leon. Thank you for your time. Just one thing, we're doing a fundraiser for kit, which I know is important, trousers and boots. Got to be really important. But if money was no option, what would Leon ask for either himself and for his troops? What was the one thing that he could really, money no option, want? Thank you.
Thank you, Genesis, man. Леонід, питання до вас. Так, зараз ми збираємо на тут кошти для того, щоб придбати всі необхідні речі щодо екіпіровки захисників України в вашій організації, підрозділах. Так, але питання до вас: якщо б кошти не були б важливим фактором, що би ви хотіли в першу чергу придбати, ну, скажімо так, для себе або для своїх побратимів, для того, щоб повисити ефективність вашої роботи?
Дякую за запитання. Тут важко відповісти саме конкретно щодо чого, до деяких засобів, девайсів і так далі. Тому що, ну, наприклад, у нас хлопці поїхали в чергову ротацію, і один з них каже: в мене немає активних наушників. Ну, елементарна, здається, річ, да, вона дійсно коштує не таких малих, і не в той же час невеликих коштів, тому що це здоров'я людини. Але її немає, не вистачає на всіх. На жаль, на всіх не вистачає. Не вистачає, наприклад, для водіїв, які виїжджають FPV екіпажі відпрацювати вночі або вечірній час. Не вистачає звичайних приладів нічного бачення. Тому, ну, є там, наприклад, ПВС-14, але вони недостатні для водіїв, тому що потрібно дуже гарно розуміти обстановку, в якій ти їдеш. Для цього потрібно ПВС, наприклад, нехай буде 15-31, вони кращі. Ви всі розумієте, є кращі речі роблять кращі речі. Да? Якщо ми маємо на краще, то потрібно і очікувати найкращий результат. Тому саме скажу так, що щось конкретно не можу сказати. Або те, або те, або те. Все важливо. І навушники, і окуляри, і звичайні окуляри стрілецькі, які захищають очі. А також не дешеві речі, такі як ПВС, нічні прилади, там, тепловізори якісь. Вони все мають значення для кожного співробітника при виконанні бойових завдань.
Зрозумів, Leonid. So to answer your question, Genesis Ben, it's there isn't one thing per se, right? Because there's such a variety of different things that Ukrainian defenders really need today. For example, a service member, Ukrainian service member, was getting ready to deploy to the zero line, to the front line, right? And turns out he just didn't have ear protection, right? Like active ear pro, that's, today is considered to be one of the basic things the soldier needs in order to protect his hearing. He didn't have that. Another example, there's a unit of FPV drone operators that would, typically moves forward into their site at night in order to conduct their operations with FPV drones. But in order to get from point A to point B at nighttime, you need to have night vision. So, the driver has PVS 14s, which is PVS-14 is a nomenclature for night sight, kind of one of those things that you put over one of your eyes, and the other eyes does not have night sight or night vision, right? And then driver has to kind of use that in order to drive his vehicle with no lights in very limited capacity, right? And that's not an ideal system to use when you're trying to drive, because it has no depth perception. It's very difficult to maintain situational awareness, especially when you're driving. So, for example, for this driver, it would be better to have some kind of different version, like PVS 30s or 31s. I can't remember the nomenclature for that. But, the idea is that higher quality would yield better results, essentially, right? And that's one of the things that we really need to remember. Just because we have money to, if there's money to buy something else, it's good enough because we still need that. But if there are money to buy, funds or whatever resources available to purchase something that is greater quality, then you're going to get much better result from using it, I guess. So hopefully that answers the question.
Genesis, you got to follow up, and then we'll go to Tracy.
No, I thought that was brilliant. So, Leon, put it on your list for next time, and we'll try hard once we've done this one. Surely.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Леонід, дуже чудово ви відповіли. Запишіть, будь ласка, це в список того, що вам потрібно, може, слідуючий раз, і ми попробуємо це дістати.
Будемо дуже вдячні. Дякую вам. Дякую.
Be very grateful. Thank you.
Absolutely. Tracy, you have one for Leon.
Thank you so much, Chuck. Hello, Leon, and thank you for joining us here today. It's always a privilege and an honour to hear your insights and for you to share your time with us. Genesis Man, thank you for your question. That kind of leads into mine also. I was wondering if you could explain to listeners about how you probably get, well, 2, maybe even, I don't know, 1 set of kit per year, for example, when we talk about tactical things like boots and clothing and that type of thing, jackets. And in terms of safety glasses, for example, these things really should be replaced even when receiving minor damage. Of course, this is not possible, even though the Ukrainian government and military is in a much better position now. So that leads me into why it's so critically important that we have these fundraisers here to fill those gaps.
Леонід, вам перекласти?
Бажано, бажано.
Так, дякую. Трейсі просто виражає вдячність за ваш час, за те, що ви тут і ви розповідаєте нам дуже цікаві речі. Дуже цікаво знати, чи можете ви поділитися, наприклад, щодо екіпіровки. Як часто або які речі вам видають, наприклад, на протязі року? Ми знаємо, що уряд України має, особливо з початку повноштабного вторгнення Росії, мав дуже обмежені ресурси для того, щоб виділяти військовим певні речі, наприклад, такі як захисні окуляри. Можливо, тенденції трошки помінялися, але все одно все ще дуже важливо різним організаціям продовжувати збирати кошти і людям донатити для того, щоб підтримувати вас. Тобто це таке перше запитання, чи можете ви поділитися, скажімо так, як часто вам виділяють якісь певні, може, речі. І, наприклад, щодо захисту очей, ті захисні окуляри, їх, як правило, напевно, що треба міняти після того, якщо вони там якось вдаряться, наприклад, або в них щось потрапило, наприклад, так? Тобто їх не можна продовжувати, або не бажано продовжувати використовувати. Так?
Ну, дякую за запитання і дякую за те, що, знову ж таки скажу, запросили мене. І спробую відповісти, що допомога для України з наших партнерів, вона дуже-дуже є важливою. Да. І вона є. Насправді, на жаль, ми всі розуміємо, що в Україні йде війна і йдуть постійні втрати. Втрати і загиблими, і пораненими. Це щодо глобально, я маю на увазі в ЗСУ і так далі. У нас в підрозділі також, на жаль, є хлопці поранені, також загиблі. А щодо екіпіровки, вона ніколи не буває в достатній кількості. Ми ж вже на початку казали, що і ті звичайні бутс, вони зношуються, і форма зношується і так далі. Там, якщо форму видають, то, на жаль, є така тема, вона залишилася в деяких підрозділах радянських часів, табелю положеності. Якщо тобі положено одна форма одягу, тобі дають одну форму одягу на пару років. І все. І ти маєш її носити майже 2-3 роки. Там, якщо є допомога вже волонтерів, людей, які небайдужі, вони там купляють тобі додаткову форму. Ті ж самі окуляри. Окуляри, наприклад, я правильно ви кажете, вони, якщо там десь щось вдарилось, там, да, ну, в більшості вони пошкоджуються за рахунок того, що постійно ти працюєш, десь подряпане, десь що. Вони свої властивості захисні не втрачають, але втрачають можливість бачити в повній мірі ту обстановку, яку ти повинен бачити. Звичайні scratches, it's difficult to see what you want to see. That's why we have to change these goggles to save our eyes. Саме так.
Зрозумів, Leonid. Tracy, thank you for your question, and Leonid also expressing his gratitude for inviting him to this space. Really appreciate that. it's important to understand, so to answer your question, that yes, Ukraine still needs a lot of help and support from the partners, international community that's been providing support. The active combat that Ukrainian defenders constantly experiencing, unfortunately, leads to losses, and that's just the nature of war. But we really have to try our best to make sure that soldiers at the front line have the equipment and that they need and can use. And one of those, it's just never enough, right? And the reason for that is that it's a high operational tempo. B, unfortunately, Leon expressed that there are still some logistical issues that are kind of administrative in nature, to be honest with you, when supplying service members from by the government, essentially, right? There is units authorized, essentially, right? So if you have one soldier, this soldier is authorized one set of uniforms for this many years, right? And this is not a specific example, but this is just kind of illustrate that there are constraints as far as what can be given to soldier based on the requirements that are written in in kind of logistical doctrine, so to speak. So it's very important for and when people get together to buy extra things for soldiers, that they need, and specifically when we're talking about like eyesight, protective eyewear is very important at the front lines. And yes, Tracy, you're right. Ideally you want to change this, if it gets damaged, right? If it gets hit, maybe not because it loses its protective quality, but at the minimum, those scratches, they just really prevent soldiers from clearly seeing what's in front of them, and it does affect the ability to aim, the ability to maintain situational awareness, that kind of stuff, and just becomes very kind of distracting to continue to wear this. So you do want to replace it, but if there's nothing to replace with, you're kind of stuck with what you have, and you're trying to make the best of it. So yeah.
And Tracy with a follow-up, and then Princess Cannoli. We're going to welcome you up. Tracy, do you have a follow-up?
Oh, thank you so much, Chuck. Let's go over to Princess because I'm not sure how much time she has. Go ahead, Princess.
Hi there. First, I'm going to switch from English to Ukrainian as we do this. I'm going to thank Leon from the group, of course, and from MriyaReport. But the thing that I really want to ask him is, you can hear the perseverance, the resilience, and the absolute positivity in his voice. So my question, and I have enough interactions with our special forces teams to know that this is consistent across them. So my question is going to be, how do you maintain that level of mental preparedness and positivity and optimism? What are the things that keep our Ukrainian forces so positive in their outlook? So that is going to be my question. And I'm going to go to the Ukrainian now. Ну, пане Леонид, дуже дякую від нас всіх, що ви прилучили ще до нас і з нами розмовляєте, берете наші питання і так гарненько відповідаєте. Моє питання до тебе є таке. Я чую по вашому голосі, і також, бо я часто спілкуюся з різними хлопцями з вашої групи і інших спеціальних сил. Моє питання є, як ви себе тримаєте ментально, психологічно і морально? Чому ваш стан так відрізняється і є такий сильний і позитивний? Як ви то робите? Бо то направду є якесь чудо.
Дуже приємно, радий вас чути тут в прямому ефірі. Мені дуже приємно вас чути і дякую вам за питання. Відповім маленьку історію. Я вже її казав минулого разу, я ще раз її скажу, що у 2014 році при анексії Криму і перших бойових зіткненнях з російськими військами казали, що це захисники своєї території, але це були російські війська. Я був поранений 4 рази. І в 2 роки я по шпиталям відновлював своє здоров'я, ногу, ну, дуже багато в мене поранень було, я відновлював. І перший час, десь півроку, я був постійно в такому пригніченому стані, і в один момент я для себе зрозумів, навіщо я це роблю? Я роблю це дуже погано для себе першочергово, так не можна. Я повністю змінив своє бачення того, як все повинно бути для себе в першу чергу. Тому що все буде тільки в добрій, позитивній, емоційно гарній обстановці. Все повинно бути дуже гарно. Незалежно від того, що я бачу дуже поганого там і сім'ї втрачають близьких, рідних і так далі. Я дуже їм співчуваю. У мене дуже багато втрачено було хлопців, яких я знав дуже добре. Вони були, на жаль, вони загинули за нашу країну, за своїх рідних, близьких. Але я розумію, що якщо ми будемо постійно бути в такому поганому стані, пригніченому, ми не зможемо бути мотивовані до перемоги. Тільки в гарному, позитивному, емоційному стані ми зможемо згрупуватися, об'єднатися і перемогти ворога. Саме тільки так.
Princess, did you want me to do this or you got it?
I think you should do it. You do such a beautiful job.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Леонід, я перекладу тоді. So, to answer that, right? Again, thank you, Leonid. Thanks to have the opportunity to be here. But he wants to answer it with his personal story. And in 2014, when Russia invaded Ukraine, he was one of the soldiers who was at the front lines, defending Ukrainian sovereignty. And as a result, he sustained several wounds. Specifically, he was wounded 4 times. And as a result, it took him a very long time to go through different medical rehabilitations. Leonid says that, first half a year, first 6 months was very difficult for him mentally because he found himself in a space that was just not, a good space, right? He was maybe depressed, that kind of stuff. And then he started to do some self-reflection and asking questions like, why is he doing what he's doing? Why did what he did? And he basically realized that, the reason he's doing this is really to defend his country, defend his people, defend the families. And you have to do that by maintaining positive attitude. You cannot afford to be in a negative kind of mental state if you want to continue to sustain and continue to fight for the freedom and for defense of your country. He knew many young men who unfortunately gave their lives defending their families, defending their country, and it's definitely a sad thing to experience. However, it's important to also understand that you have to maintain positive attitude if you are serious about persevering and defending, because that's what's going to give you motivation, and it's going to also motivate and affect people around you by setting example and having positive disposition, I guess, as much as to whatever extent possible. And that kind of plays into that greater level of resilience that a lot of soldiers right now in Ukraine maintain.
And
Thank you so
Princess,
much for that answer.
Would you like to follow up?
I just wanted to say thank you so much for that answer. That's what I was hoping that all of our participants would hear, is how important this part of a warrior's armament, that psychological mindset is, and how important it is that we continue our work to support him as well, so that can continue. Thanks, Chuck.
Дуже дякую, Леонід. Дуже дякую, Леонід, за вашу відповідь. Дуже важливо, щоб всі послухали і зрозуміли насправді, що українські воїни на собі несуть не тільки бронежилети та каски, а також великий психологічний рівень захисту, який використовується для оборони і звільнення України.
Дякую вам.
I'm pretty sure that unless Chuck, if you want to wrap this up, I know that Leon needs to go. It's very, very late in Ukraine, and he is an active participant in this war, so we need him to rest. Chuck, do you have a good wrap up for us?
No, I don't, because I'm anxious actually to have him get some sleep. But I
Okay.
would say this as a compliment. Leon is obviously the kind of leader who leads from the front. You talked about his warrior spirit, his positivity, his ability to share his own conflicts, and I just want to compliment him directly. I was in this business a long time, and I'd be very, very happy to serve under a leader like Leon.
Леонід, Чак, хочу виразити комплімент для вас, щоб ви правильно просто зрозуміли, вважаючи ваші відповіді, те, як ви себе ведете, і то, як ви спілкуєтесь, говорите, ви насправді лідер високої якості, скажімо так. Це лідер і людина, яка веде спереду, а не ззаді. І дуже приємно з вами було спілкуватися. Дуже дякую.
Мені також дуже приємно, що ви мене запрошуєте на ці спілкування. Мені дуже приємно, що ви є. Мені дуже приємно, що ви нам допомагаєте. І скажу разом до перемоги. Слава Україні!
Героям
Слава
слава!
героям!
Героям слава.
Leonid said the feeling is mutual. He is very grateful for being invited to this space. He's grateful for everyone who's here and continue to support Ukraine. So thank you.
Well, absolutely. Leon, thank you so much. And Ukraine, thank you so much for translating. And of course, Princess Cannoli, I'm always delighted that there's more language capability because I have none. But Leon, I want you to know that we're going to keep working until we can get you the things you need. Thank you so much for, taking your own time to come share with us today, and we look forward to having you back just as soon as we can.
Леонід, дуже дякую за вашу працю, за те, що ви прийшли сюди. Знову ж таки, ми розуміємо, що це ваш час, який ви використовуєте для того, щоб з нами спілкуватися. І ми розуміємо, що, по-перше, у вас вже теж доволі пізно, і вам, напевно, треба також віддихнути. Але ми сподіваємося, що ви зможете приєднатися до нас знову в майбутньому, і ми зможемо продовжувати наше спілкування. Дуже дякую.
Дякую вам. З великим задоволенням я прийму участь в новому спілкуванні з вами. Мені дуже приємно з вами спілкуватися. Дякую вам. Всього найкращого.
And kindly thank you. Wish everyone best.
Добраніч.
And I hope that Leon hopes that he's going to be able to come back to this space again because he really enjoys these conversations. Thank you.
Well, he brings a lot to the table. Leon, thank you. Get whatever sleep you can, and have a good day at work tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Bye, Leon. Thank you. Well, Ukraine, thank you so much for your translation. You also have a great mastery of the subject matter. That was, we're really lucky. You think what you would watch on a national or international television network, you're not going to get to talk and ask questions to a combatant who is right on the battlefield. And we are very lucky to be in touch with Leon. And just to remind everybody, we bring you this programming, and we do it for one reason, and that is to help people like Leon, to help the men of the SBU Alpha Unit, an absolutely storied Tier 1, highly professional Special Operations Unit in active service in Ukraine right now. And what you can do with just a couple clicks of your phone, you can help kick in and get some of the much needed things that the Alpha Unit needs. And frankly, I'm always humbled to hear the things that they ask for. Boots, tactical jackets, plate carriers, hearing protection. These are things that an American soldier, a NATO soldier, doesn't have worries about. But these are things that are in dire need. So if you can, please help us. If you're an American, we're a 501c3. You'll get to tell what you think of Uncle Sam on your deductions. So please, if you can, please do help.
Go ahead, Ukraine War Update.
I just wanted to say thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Chuck, and Princess Cannoli. We talked in the background a little bit, and everyone else on this space, to both speaker panel listeners and everyone who's making this space available. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and to help bridge this communication with special speakers like Leon, who comes up quite often. And for me, this is a very humbling experience to be surrounded by people like you, Chuck, Tracy, Princess, and everyone else. I just learned so much, and definitely get re-energized with a lot of positivity and motivation, and especially listening to people like Leon when he talks about his priority is people, right? And this is what Ukrainians. I mean, such a big difference, right, in approach and mentality between Russians and Ukrainians. While Russians doing meet the souls, Ukrainians are asking for equipment to protect their soldiers, to protect those people who are really standing guard, not only to defend Ukraine, but the universal values of freedom and democracy and all that stuff that dominate in the West. So we have to really do better, I think. But again, it's a really humbling experience, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and to interact with leaders like Leon and everyone else. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, and we really, absolutely, hugely appreciate everything you've done today. You've made it, really valuable as well. Thank you. I mean, it was a really valuable contribution, and as I said, we very much appreciate it. I really enjoyed listening to you speaking Ukrainian. It's such a melodic, beautiful language to listen to, even when you don't know what people are saying. And Leon's got such a lovely laugh, and you could tell, actually. I'm glad Princess pointed out about how positive he seemed, because that's one thing actually that you just reminded me of then, Ukraine War Update, that he said at the beginning. I was struck by how he was saying how important it was for them to protect the civilians and to protect each other, and the way that civil society has pulled together. And of course, we saw much evidence of that in the beginning of the full-scale invasion, and all the way through. Civil society pulling together, making the Molotov cocktails in the beginning of the full-scale invasion. And of course, this goes back much further than before then, but many of us just became more involved at that point and saw all the evidence on television. And I was really struck by that, because I thought, that's like their secret power, isn't it? It's like, the unity and the love and the compassion that they show. It's something that Russians can never have. And I do think it's in part why there is so much hatred from Russians towards Ukrainians, because they can never understand this, and they can never make sense of it, because they just don't have that love and that unity that they pull together, that support. And I think that's one of the things that we can all do here, which is so valuable, is show that support from around the world, and let them know that people are caring, people are seeing the struggle that they're going through and the sacrifices that they're making, and that we feel just as responsible to help in any way we can too. Well, that's just personally. I'm not going to speak about anyone else's personal responsibility. I'll just speak of my own, but that's just my opinion. Princess?
Just before I duck out, I wanted to bring to everybody's attention that Ukrainian War Update stepped into the translation role at the last minute. And we are incredibly grateful to you, sir, for doing this work and for assisting us today. Also, Chuck, Brian, and Tracy, thank you so much for your roles as hosts and speakers in this session that we had today. It was a really, really good one, I think. And I'm hoping that all of our participants got as much out of it as I did. Just thanks to everyone for everything that you do for Ukraine. Tons of Ukrainian love all around to everyone who's participating. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And I'll throw in another plug for Ukraine War Update. if you don't follow him, boy, you should right now. Just touch his little icon and give him a follow, because his insight, his mastery of the subject matter, his ability to get right to the original sources of the information and communicate it to us, as we see in his translations of, you know, some complex military questions. I am a big fan, and I've been following him for a while. So if you can, please do that. And Brian, you've got a hand up. Would you like to share with us?
Yeah, it's just you know, when you think about it, the arsenal of democracy is really limitless, right? When you start talking about you and I and the people in this space couldn't buy out all of Amazon's tactical glasses inventory, right? It's really limitless. Blankets, chest plates, well, not necessarily chest plates, but first aid kits. I mean, it's the American supply chain alone is really limitless when it comes to this stuff. We have more of it than we could possibly in this group send over there, and so that's why it's important for us to do our part. What a blessing that we live in a country where we have access to this mass amounts of material, sort of the modern day version of the Liberty ship, right? Whether it's something getting shipped over, something put on a boat, put on an aircraft, you know, we have access to it at our fingertips. We don't need FDR's Liberty ships in this case.
And the good points, Brian. Absolutely, folks. The average loadout for an infantryman, and I know this from contracting. First, I had all the gear I wanted in the world. I just had to ask for it. It was given to me. Going overseas later as a journalist and a contractor, just your kit, just your basic materials run somewhere between 10,000 and 20,000 US dollars. That's for a ballistic vest, that's for a ballistic helmet, your web gear, plate carrier, getting the right gear in your first aid kit, your magazine pouches, your compasses, lighters, all those little things, knee pads, boots, a couple of pairs of uniforms, because believe me, they get dirty, they get ripped, socks, boots, and I haven't gotten to the rifle yet, and I haven't gotten to the optics. Your rifle has a cost, and generally the optics cost at least as much as the rifle, and very often twice as much as the rifle. I'm not into infrared signaling devices yet, NVGs, etc. So it's very costly. And some of these things are just vital things you absolutely got to have. We're honored to be in a position where, we know where this stuff's going to go. You help us out here. You contribute during this fundraiser. You just spoke to the guy who's going to be handing out that gear. Democracy in action.
Absolutely, Chuck. We are crowdfunding a war for the first time ever. Of course, we are only getting non-lethal kit. I have to point that out because some people do get the wrong idea sometimes. So just to clarify, everything that we supply is tactical, non-lethal, but nevertheless just as life-saving and just as important. And as you heard yourself just then, and if you didn't and you weren't here, I will tell you that they only get this kit supplied to them once a year if lucky. Whilst Ukraine and the Ukrainian government and the military are doing a great deal better with these things now, as he said, because of in part help and support from partners, it's still not enough. And just like Chuck mentioned then, from experience in serving, you would just be able to expect to, I don't know, go and get some new glasses, safety glasses, for example, or ear protection if it gets damaged. But of course, they can't do that. They can't just turn around and get some new. So it's really, really important that we help fill those gaps if we're able to. And if you're looking for something to donate to, that is, then you can do that here by clicking that easy payment link, the first tweet in the nest, of course, where it should always be. And let's help in this regard, as we've done on many occasions before with the SBU and other units. But this time we're helping 2 units, Chuck. I think that's fantastic that we're being able to spread that out, that need amongst where it's most critically needed. And like you said, they're so gracious in the things that they ask for. I mean, we know, you and I both know, they need a great deal more things than what they've asked for, and many more things than we can supply. But the list is very gracious indeed. Boots, jackets, those types of things. But nevertheless, it does help them do their job a lot better, save lives. And of course, not only that, it gives them that extra little boost, spurs them on to know that people are thinking about them across the world, across the communities, and across MriyaReport. And that in itself is an extra little advantage as well. Right, Chuck? I mean, I can't imagine what you would have felt like in your position, because obviously things are very different now. If you were getting all these things shipped in by volunteers, can you maybe explain a bit about how that would make you feel, given that you've been in that position?
Well, I would be humbled, you know, and it to go from a position that I was in a tier 1 unit, anything we wanted from around the world, whether the good guys made it or the bad guys made it, if we wanted it, we got it. No questions asked. Usually, the longest it would take to get us even a very exotic piece of equipment, it wouldn't be more than 2 days. We got it. And it's humbling when we hear from the Alpha units, the Omega units. These are 2 of Ukraine's most capable special operations outfits. It is popular now to rate the special operations units as tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. All of them extremely capable. All of them do slightly different jobs. But when you're on the tier 1 units, these are people, men and actually women as well, who have been in the special operations community for years. And before you even get to try out for one of these units, you have to have an incredible service reputation. You have to be known in the community as someone who is brave, resourceful, a good leader, a good follower. And when I think of these people who have been in this fight for so long, risking their lives for so long, and they have the most humble requests you could ask for, right? Helmets, body armor, what we call web gear, the things that you have on your body so you can pack your magazines, all your fighting gear, etc. The average load for a special operations guy in the field is 60 pounds. That's your armor, that's your bullets, that's your water, your batteries, your night vision goggles, your helmet, etc. And this stuff, we hear humbly, these guys only get issued gear once a year. This stuff gets worn out hard. You know, your pants gets ripped, muddy, soaked with bodily fluids. Things get bullets holes in them. You know, this stuff, it doesn't last. I mean, we may get a pants and a pair of shirts and we can wear it for 20 years. You know, a couple of weeks in the field and you know, it's wearing out. So what they ask for is so basic. And again, you know, hearing protection. So the modern soldier on the battlefield, you wear these earphones. They've got jacks in them, so you can plug in your communications system into them. They allow you to hear ambient noise around you, but they will cushion the effect of loud explosions and gunfire, so that when you are in contact with the enemy, when the bullets are flying and you have made contact with the enemy, it's so loud you can't hear anything. And added to that is this artifact of the adrenaline rush you get. It's called auditory exclusion, and your brain shuts out acoustic noises. it blanks them out. So you have to communicate with hand signals largely. And as important as the hand signals are, is operating with that same group of people again and again and again. And you get to know the little body movements they make and how they react. And if they're going to drop down, do they drop down on their right knee or their left knee? These little tiny things that a small unit working together will know about each other. And it was so interesting to hear Leon, and again, a man with a heart of a lion, modest person, calm, confident, funny. It's just exactly the kind of leader that these tier 1 units attract. And you know this is a guy who takes great care of his men and women. You know he does. I'll even tell you this. This is the kind of guy that when this gear arrives at the front, he's going to pass it all out to everyone else first. And if there's anything left over, it'll be for him. But this will be going to his men first. He's that kind of guy.
Yeah, I can absolutely believe that as well. You really get that impression, don't you? Completely selfless, you know, and I mean that really adds to. I mean, it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's an admirable quality, absolutely humbling, like you said previously, Chuck. Terry Fella, you've got a question or comment?
Yeah, I have. Thank you so much for that, Chuck. It was amazing to hear your questions to Leon, and just as amazing to hear his responses back. And as you said, the things that they're asking for seem to us to be so basic. No luxuries of any sort. So I wondered, as you are somebody that would know what would be considered a little luxury to have on the front line, if there are any pennies left over after raising all the money for this fundraiser, I'm thinking maybe just, I don't know, body wipes or face wipes or something simple, but some little luxury that they wouldn't necessarily have. Could you think of anything that we could add on to the pile of stuff that we send?
Yeah, absolutely. What a great great question. Of course, socks are always welcome. The little things that you pass by in the drugstore constantly, the little Dr. Scholl's things to take care of your feet. There is an item that is in the U.S. Kit. It is it's sort of like the GI baby blanket. It's called a poncho liner. It's a thin nylon camouflaged blanket. It actually is supposed to line your poncho, rain poncho, in colder climates, but no one ever uses it for that. It becomes this blanket that you can throw over your shoulders. It's nylon. It's kind of smooth. It's comfortable. Uh, you know, these are very sort of Spartan luxuries, right? This just the smallest little things. But we will definitely try to get those in there. And your instincts were right on. You know, baby wipes, that works. It's although you really want to go with unscented stuff, this is going to sound weird, but on the battlefield, your sense of smell is also important. Generally, it's almost always the case. And I mean this is going to sound weird, but you can smell the bad guys, right? Everyone has a different odor. It's because of the foods they eat, and you know you can tell that. But we do want to do that. You know, anything we can do to make their job easier. I think you could hear in Leon his heartfelt gratitude. Um, I'm always also surprised when we have people from the front and they have commented that they're just so surprised and happy that somebody cares about them. Well, we sure do. And everyone listening, we sure do. We give a damn. And we're going to be here till this is over. Tracy, that's, and I'm going to be there beyond. We're going to be doing the reconstruction show after this.
Absolutely, 100%. Yes, and that reconstruction and all those things that we talk about rebuilding. Well, of course, it's going on in parallel because that first starts with demining, because none of the rest of it can be done unless demining is done. So these are also the things that we've helped with here because of our wonderful listeners previously in the past, haven't we, Chuck, with mine detecting devices. So yeah, we do some incredible things here, and that's what we're all definitely doing here. We know you want to do that too because you are indeed here with us instead of somewhere else. When you could be somewhere else, you choose to be here, and we thank you all very much for that. And we all continue to do what we can together because we're all here doing it as a community. That's what makes it work together. All those bits, those tiny little cogs in the machine that we all are, the machine that is trying to help our friends in Ukraine. So let's keep doing it, and we will be doing it. Rebuilding after the party, we will be rebuilding even more. It's going to go on for a long time, but I won't be going anywhere, and I'm sure you'll be sticking around with us too. I'm pretty sure we'll all be going together on this journey, right, Chuck? I think we should go to Hans, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm in it to win it, Tracy. I am in it to win it.
Absolutely. Now then, let's go to our very patient Hans. I'm not even going to try. Who is this now? Granitsu? Is that a good attempt? I apologise. Welcome. Please go ahead.
No, you did good. No, it's Sunga
Lisa.
Manita. Oh gosh, I can't remember my own name. Tanka. It means wolf spirit and wolf protector. And also, like if you read my bio, it's kind of put in there to maybe make the Russians a little edgy. I don't know how superstitious they are, but I think that they are, and I think that it gets to them. It's kind of a psyop sort of thing. But what I wanted to say was, I had just woke up, and I like to catch. I wanted to catch this earlier. I set my alarm and I shut it off and went back to sleep. But what little bit that I did hear, I mean, it was just fantastic. And it's true. The Ukrainians, they are so grateful for anything, just even the littlest things. But if we can outfit all of them with our contributions and make them all safe, including Leon, um, like Chuck said, he's the kind of guy that would hand everything out and he would take what was left. But I wanted to ask you, Chuck, does that include like I don't know what you call them, like the body armor or to help you to keep you from getting shot?
Yeah, I think they're in a position where they are going to be sharing that.
Do they need more of that? I mean, because
yes, they
quite
do,
expensive though.
and
Like what? Because
well, they have a certain type of plate carrier that they like, but what they're asking for and what they have asked for in the past, it is a plate carrier. You have a piece of metal, and there's a harness that you stick it in, and you wear it close to your chest. That is worn a lot because it's light, but you know what? In terms of protecting you, it isn't really good because the bullet hits that plate and it transfers the shock into your torso. So ballistic vests are made out of things like Kevlar. Some are actually made out of high density nylon. They tend to be a little bit more bulky, but they're much better at stopping the bullet and mitigating, but not eliminating the shock. And there are special vests that are made in Ukraine that the SBU Alpha guys have asked for, And I'll reiterate what Leon has been saying. His unit has transferred from a traditional, special operations force, which would be conducting out reconnaissance patrols, direct action missions, the mandate of special operations forces. The manner in which the war is going, his unit has been saddled with another mission, which is an assault unit, which means he's got very well trained operators. They are placed in positions where they are attacking the Russians. You heard him say that, lately their mandate is to get out in front of the zero line and be in a position to engage the Russians before they get to the main line of contact. So what that means is you are patrolling into a denied area and you are setting up, and you heard him, they are engaging Russian tanks, they're engaging infantry fighting vehicles, they're using anti-tank guided missiles. They're also using, there are some very capable but unguided anti-tank weapons as well, which in my day was mostly what we used, and they're still using some of the same weapons. One of them is called the AT-4. It is a terrific, it's a terrific anti-tank rocket, but you can miss with it. And if you miss with it, that's bad. So that means if you don't want to miss, you let that tank get a lot closer than you really want. But in terms of the these ballistic vests, for example, the kind I have is custom fitted to me. I mean, I'm kind of a big gorilla, but it's custom fitted to me. So even though it's heavy, it just doesn't feel like it's heavy because it's cut like a suit. Now these guys, they don't they don't have a lot of these, so they're going to be, as they rotate units in and out, they're going to be hot swapping these vests. So what you really want to do in every situation is have every soldier have his personal set of gear. It's his. It's got his operator number. That's what he uses. And the Alpha unit, I don't think they're there yet. And so let's do everything we can to get everybody kitted out.
I really appreciate that explanation. My brother was in special ops, and I was just a kid, and I didn't realize everything that it involved. But I do know one thing. When he came home briefly, he would always tell us, "Don't sneak up on me. Make a lot of noise when you're coming downstairs." And we made sure we did. Because you're still in that mode, and even it's been years since he's been in there. And he's still that way. It's just inborn in him, and he just naturally had that calmness and that coolness and that. But yeah, I thank you so much, because I thought that was one of the important things that would help. And I know I've seen people, like, demonstrations get shot, and then it knocks them back. I mean, it does, like you said, and they get a whopping bruise, and they could get, break a rib probably, but it is important because it can keep them alive. Thank you, Chuck, so much for.
Oh, absolutely. Great. It was a great question. Tracy, want to take some hands here, I guess?
Yeah, absolutely, Chuck. Kerry's been waiting patiently. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Kerry. Welcome.
Hi, Tracy. Hi, Chuck. I'm really sorry, Lisa. I
Hi.
missed. Hey, yeah, Chuck. I missed what you were saying because I will have to recycle after I've talked to you guys. Twitter's done that thing, when suddenly it just drops speakers off. But I was really interested in what you were saying, Chuck, about scent and how you use it in combat, how you use it on missions, and it made me have to come up and speak to you because I had COVID in the last. I'm sort of getting rid of it now, and totally lost my sense of smell. And sort of thinking, oh my God, is it going to come back? And it's slowly coming back now. But it was unbelievable how unsettled, yeah, thanks, Lisa, how unsettled I've been without my sense of smell. It's like I had never really, I've had COVID like twice, maybe three times now. It's the first time this has been, I've really had this element of it. But it is very bizarre. It's like you think obviously about your sight, you think about your hearing, you think about touch, you think about taste. But I've been really lost without my sense of smell. It's really made me not feel like I'm very aware of my surroundings, like I can interpret my surroundings in the same way. It's made me think, would I know if something was going wrong? That might sound very bizarre, but you just saying about on combat duties, and I can imagine that given, obviously what you've done in your life, you must have to have every single one of your senses on stalks. But could you, just as an indulgence, and obviously thinking about how the Ukrainians are having to operate in the same way, how you use this sense of smell when you're on duties, on actions?
Yeah, it's and this would definitely go for what Leon was just talking about. So a full mission profile for Leon would look something like this. They've got a job, and that is to cross their own lines, uh, enter the territory that is in play, non-permissive territory. There generally is a band between where the good guys are and where the bad guys are. There's a contested zone. And it's pretty hard to tell where the zero line is, but the zero line is where if you stand up, a bullet goes over your head. That's the zero line. So given the sensor situations that are out there now, the Russians have got thermal equipped drones. It's very difficult to hide at night from a thermal drone. I won't go into, there are some countermeasures you can take. They generally work. You can usually count on them definitely as diminishing your heat signature. But here's the bad thing. The way you discover that your countermeasures aren't working is when they start shooting at you. But you're going to cross the zero line, and you are going out on patrol. You have a point man. The next guy in the line generally is the patrol leader, and then you'll have either the radio operator or your heavy weapons guy, M243 automatic weapons guy, grenadier, and you'll have about a 12-man patrol. It could be 10. In the SEALs, we have what we call fire teams or boat crews. Those are 4-man units, and we operate in that. But we in the SEALs we operate in what we call task elements. So they could be larger than that. They can be smaller than that. The important thing for a guy like Leon as well, as you get towards the pointy end of the special operations into the tier 1 units, it takes so long to get there because everyone in that unit has to know every single facet of special operations, right? Everyone there has to be an expert marksman. Everyone there has to know demolitions. Everyone has to know combat medicine. Everybody has to know, has to have training in operations. And by that, I mean how to put these missions together, how to brief them, how to take in the reconnaissance. Everyone has to have a lot of experience in close quarters battle. That is when you enter a house that's contested, how do you fight in a house? Fire and maneuver. What do you do when you get contacted by the enemy, right? There is a couple of things you can do. Fire and movement is the way you take the enemy under fire and half of your unit either advances or retreats. This is a really choreographed action, and if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, when this is going on, bullets flying everywhere, no one can hear each other, and you're in a forest at night, you can see how long it takes to become perfect at that and to be perfectly adapted so that you're out there on patrol, you're ready constantly. Every minute you're out there, you're ready for everything to go sideways. Okay, so you will be patrolling out and getting closer and closer to where the Russians are, and knowing that the Russians are going to kind of do the same thing. They're going to put out what are called LPs, listening posts, or OPs, observation posts, which are generally 2 soldiers. Maybe it's more, maybe it's less, but they put out pickets. So hopefully they won't get surprised. But what happens more often than that is the Russian troops that are arriving in Ukraine, they're not very well trained. If you just got inducted in Moscow 2 weeks ago, and you arrive at your unit, and because you're the new guy, they throw you out 200, 300, 400 yards in front of the lines and tell you to stay out there all night and get on the radio if you hear anything. You're just throwing victims into the game, because people like Leon and his guys, they are going to patrol forward as quietly as possible. They are going to, you generally take 2 or 3 steps and then you stop and you listen. And you listen for as long as it takes. And I can tell you from my own experience, a point man that I had, his call sign was Surfer Dave. I spent so much time looking at the back of his neck, I could almost read his thoughts. I could tell by the way he cocked his head what he was listening to. We have a signal. You always keep your hand on the pistol grip of your rifle, your right hand, which is your trigger finger. You never take your hand off that. You signal with your left hands. And one of the first things you would do when someone hears something is you put up your right fist, and that means freeze. It means don't take another step, don't move, don't do anything, because that freeze could be I've gone forward and I've pulled out the slack on a tripwire. So everyone stop. Then there are other hand signals. If he made a basket out of his hand, fingers splayed, and turned it up, that would say exactly, I've hit a booby trap. So you imagine all of this going on in the total darkness, in total silence. And, you lower your palm, you make your palm flat, and you just push it down. I didn't have to look back. Everyone behind me would get on one knee, and they would have designated fields of fire. They wouldn't just be sitting there looking straight ahead. They'd drop on one knee, second guy to the right, third guy to the left, fourth guy to the right, fifth guy to the left. It just takes so long to train those people, and more importantly, to operate with the same guys every night, all the time. You're working with the same guys. You don't have to like them. You could hate them, but you got to work with them. So when you've got somebody trained to the level that Leon is, right, they're going to be out there and they are going to find those Russian listening posts. And they are going to, I won't tell you the tactics, but those Russians are going to hear a twig break behind them and a hand on their shoulder, and they're going to get captured or neutralized. That's the kind of stuff he's doing almost every night. And if he doesn't encounter a listening post or an OP and he doesn't take those guys out, they're gonna set out different patterns of ambushes. I won't go into how those are laid out, but they are laid out so that the tactical commander, someone like Leon, he puts out his anti-tank weapons and his anti-tank gunners, and the first thing he thinks about is, what do I do when everything goes wrong? What happens if we hear some engines in the darkness and coming at us is not one Russian tank but 20? What are we going to do then? He's just that kind of leader. I can tell talking to him. But it takes so long to get to that point where you are that kind of operator, and it takes. I don't even know how to put this. One of the ways that I dealt with the pressure and the fear, and I used to, and I think a lot of guys in the SEAL teams did this. There's this concept, I think everyone's heard of this, to summarize the concept of Bushido. And what that is you resolutely accept your own death. And I used to do that before I went out. I used to say, okay, I'm dead. You're dead right now. You're dead right now. So go out there and have a good time. And go out there, do the missions, come back, and then I'd sit down and go, okay, you're alive now, right? You're not dead anymore. You got through that. You're alive. And I would gear up for every operation. And the last thing I would say to myself is, okay, you had a good time. You got, you had a good time. And tonight all bets are off. So that does take a toll on you. Someone was just saying their brother was in it, and for the rest of his life, he didn't like to be snuck up on. It does something to you. It changes everyone who goes into war. It changes them, and that's one of the reasons. If you meet a Navy SEAL, we're all basically peaceniks, right? We've all seen it. We've all done it. We know it isn't good for people. It's not good. It's not good for anyone who goes into a war. But we all know it has to be done, right? It has to be done. And you think of Ukraine, it did nothing to provoke this war. It did everything it could to avoid this conflict. They were invaded. Their territory was taken. Everyone in Ukraine knows exactly what will happen to them if Russia triumphs. They know exactly what life would be like under the occupation and at the tender mercies of the Russian army. Everyone knows it. And they are not fighting for the people who are in front of them, right? They are fighting for the people who are behind them, their wives, their brothers, their sisters, their mothers. It sounds corny, but that, Tracy, that's what this war is all about.
Well, it's not corny, is it? That's exactly right, Chuck. That it is. And so, it's like a cliche, isn't it? I mean, it's only a cliche because it's true, as the saying goes. Kerry, did you have a follow-up there?
Yeah, I was just going to comment on what Chuck said about, which I think is really powerful, which is, that attitude when you go out that, I might not make this tonight, therefore I have got to perform to my best, and a certain acceptance of that. And in a very bizarre way, I do understand that. I do get that, having CPTSD, I do really understand that. And I think there's a certain calmness that comes from accepting the moment and what you have to do. And I think that when people haven't been on the edge like that, like all the Ukrainians are at the moment, perversely, it makes you too scared to live. People are too scared to live as opposed to too scared to die. So when we see the reactions of all of our politicians, that lack of courage, they're too scared to live. And I feel that en masse, psychologically, the Ukrainians have had to look into the abyss and and embrace. And it's a horrible thing to say, but it really is that extreme. They've had to look into this deep blackness and accept that they will not be too scared to die. They will fight to live. And I think we need to get to a position where we're not too scared to live and to make these difficult choices. This is what this country has embraced, and it is very. It's I can't think of the right word in the moment, but it is a psychologically an incredible barrier to cross over, and we're not in that place at all. And every day, with the way that they are acting as opposed to the ways that we are acting collectively, I can see that in my face.
Yeah, it's this is a cliche too, but it isn't for everybody. And I never differentiated between the roles people had in national service. I never thought that what I did was more important than what a fireman did, or a nurse, or someone who worked in IT in a bank. Anything that anyone does in society when it's at war, it's so important, and so important, and they're doing it. So.
Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, Jenny was waiting very patiently with her hand up. Hello, Jenny. Welcome.
Hello. I just wanted to ask about the AT4. Do you like that anti-tank weapon, Chuck?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm the Jimi Hendrix of the AT4. Absolutely love it. It's you know what? A Swedish weapon.
Mhm.
Great, great piece of gear. And it is not guided, but it goes where you aim it. Yeah, absolutely a great piece of gear. But I will say this. When you get that on your shoulder, you extend it, you pull off the safety, you aim it, and when you fire it, it's like being in a 55-gallon drum with a stick of dynamite. Normally, the guy who shoots it stands there for a second going, ah, then you pull him down because the shock wave is pretty impressive.
So I have learned more about the weapons industry in Sweden than I ever cared to actually know since 2022. And this was one of the weapons that surprised me. Uh, it it's not a long range weapon. I think it's designed for urban warfare because the range of accuracy is 300 meters, 500 meters if you're really good at aiming. But one of the videos that made me laugh really a lot was this super excited Ukrainian guy, this soldier, and he got a hold of I think it was the 84. It could have been the Carl Gustav, but I'm not sure. No, it was the 84, and he opened up out of the package and he said, "I love this weapon because I know I can grab anybody off the street, and in 15 minutes he can take out a Russian tank." And that to me was just so funny. And then there was another guy that was super excited over the Carl Gustav, which is the reusable 84, because the 84 is a one-time use only. And he patted it and said, "This weapon is so amazing that the Swedes named it after their king." And I thought that was so
Yep.
funny.
Yep. That is it. Both two really good pieces of gear. And Jenny, you even know on paper you can hit something out to 400 or 500 meters with an AT4, but boy, you really have to be a good shot. So you let the enemy get closer, and there isn't a tank in the world that can take a hit from an AT4. Especially if you don't shoot it in the front, you want to shoot it in the back, or you want to get it between the turret and the hull. But Yeah, no complaints from me either. The Swedes make great gear. And like I said earlier, in the SEALs, we got whatever we wanted. If it was great, we got it. The other thing is a Russian piece of gear, the RPG, it has some variants. We carried those as well. And, but the RPG, it doesn't compare to the Carl Gustaf, and it doesn't compare to the AT4. But it has its uses, and especially it's the kind of thing that once you start shooting at the enemy, they can tell the difference between an AT4 and an RPG, and it always confuses the hell out of them when you shoot their weapons at them. And it's always good to get them to shoot at each other, which is, I consider that some of my better days when I got the bad guys to start shooting at each other, which is good because then you just let them have at it and you go home.
That is very true. Now, I've come to realize that we're not making that crappy stuff and it seems like they're more close quarter, the Swedish ones, that we want to be closer to the enemy. I don't know if it's like a throwback to the time of the Caroleans when they had the old muskets and they had to wait until they could see the whites in their enemy's eyes and then they could fire. I don't know if it's that part that's still there, but it's because they seem to be, if you look at the archer, it doesn't have the range of the HIMARS. It has, I think the capacity is like 40 kilometers or something. It's the furthest it can fire. But at the same time, it is so fast to load, and then it shoots off three shells, and then it can take off. And because the guys doesn't have to be outside, they can pack up and go really fast. And apparently, they can get up and go and be in the new location and start firing the next volley before the first one actually hits the ground. And I thought that was amazing. And I was thinking, how awesome wouldn't it be if you have the Javelin and the AT4? So whatever the Javelin doesn't take out, you have the AT4. And whatever the HIMARS doesn't take out, or you have the Archer cover for the HIMARS. So it takes out the ones that are too close for comfort, and then the HIMARS can do whatever it needs to get done. This is yeah, I like to play war games in my head.
Well, we talk about Gucci gear. The Swedish stuff is the Gucci gear. It's really good stuff. I don't really have any complaints about the AT4, but they're not small. They're not extraordinarily heavy, but carrying two of them is that's kind of a chore. But it isn't a chore once you come in contact with enemy armored vehicles. You wish you had 20 instead of two. But that was another thing Leon was talking about. Because of the United States and only the United States, Ukraine doesn't have enough artillery ammunition right now. And there is no substitute for that. There are things that Ukraine can do, tactics and technology that can mitigate the lack of artillery, but it is no substitute. And even though the FPV drones are deadly and they are accurate, it isn't a replacement for having enough archers and enough 155 millimeter shells to rain down on your Russian opponents. And when you have guys like Leon and he is operating forward of the zero line, out there in topography and in terrain that he not only has to worry about fighting the enemy in front of them, but not getting cut off, right? Not letting any enemy slip by him and get between him and the zero line. The other thing that takes a lot of coordination is once you cross your own lines and you go out where the bad guys are, you've got to come back in the place you briefed and showing the recognition signals you you briefed. That's where, and we talk about this sometimes on bullet points. You get the Russians throw people, I didn't say soldiers, they throw people into this war who don't know land navigation, right? They can't go out into the forest at night and move 5 or 6 or 7 kilometers and get to the point that they're supposed to be. They don't know how to do it. It isn't the hardest skill in the world to learn. It's not as hard as learning how to fly a fighter plane, but you need practice. You need someone to teach you the way things are done correctly, and you have to practice. But virtually none of the Russian soldiers in Ukraine can do land navigation. And that comes out of Russian military history. In the Imperial Army, you just did what the Duke told you to do. In the Soviet Army, they deliberately did not teach their soldiers how to navigate because they were afraid, wait for this one, that if you taught a guy how to navigate, then he would figure out how to get out of the Soviet Union. He will leave. He will take those land navigation skills and he'll leave. So they had soldiers that, there were there'd only be 2 maps in the company, right? The company commander would have one, and believe it or not, the political officer would have one. It just, so that just doesn't work. Cut to the NATO side of the equation and the Ukrainian side of the equation, every single soldier knows how to navigate. They know how to use a compass and map. They know how to use the sun to determine direction. They know moonrise, when moon rises, how important that is to their navigation. They know the offsets that are necessary. They know the magnetic deviations that are in their area. These are all vitally important in navigational terms. And sure, you can just take a GPS and push the button and it'll take you to your position if the Russian.
Did we lose Chuck, or did I lose Chuck?
I think we all lost Chuck. I was sitting here going like, is it me or does Chuck have bad comms?
I was doing the same, Jenny. Thank you so much. Sometimes you just never know around here, do you? Okay, so whilst we wait to see if Chuck's rejoining us, this kind of happened earlier when Princess was speaking, Princess Cannoli. So hopefully he will just come back to us. But Jenny, did you want to follow up there?
I'm actually just in shock of what he's saying, that they weren't teaching land navigation. This is something we are being taught in 7th grade in Sweden. They give us a map and a compass, and we do, it's, I don't know what the English word is. In Swedish is orientering. And then
Yeah, it's the same in English.
oh, awesome. One word I don't have to think about translating. And they send us out into the forest, and we're 13 years old. We've never seen a map and a compass before, but here we are. It's learning by experience. And then, but I had a cheat because my dad was in the Navy, and so when I think it was the summer I turned 13, he took me. We did a family trip on a boat, and then one day my dad was like, today you're the captain. We all have to follow your orders, and here's the naval charts, and you pick course and you stick to it, and you got the helm. And then he, sat in the back of the boat, and there I was, and I had to be on my own. It was really scary at first, and then after, a while, then so I know how to read naval charts too. Well, anyway, that was it. I'm just shocked that they are not teaching this in school. And also, we had to learn how to kind of like the scouts. They taught us like how to take out the north and south, east and west, based on like signs in the forest. We were like little scouts. Yeah, this is why Russia will lose against Sweden and Finland. I'm pretty sure that, and Norway. I'm pretty sure that we all do this in the Nordics. We're weird that way.
Thank you, Jenny. I think there's a huge variation in the UK depending on where you come from. That's the funny thing. As you said, I come from the countryside, so we kind of grow up doing this thing. It's part of growing up. But if you're, as we call them, a townie, that's not necessarily the case. But it's interesting to see that variation, isn't it? But yes, it's not so wholly surprising what Chuck was saying, actually, because of, you know, the incompetence that we see. And then, of course, when you're talking about Russian forces now, not to underestimate them, of course, as Leon was saying, and Chuck and many other people who know more about this than I do have said, but at the same time, we do have to recognise that, you know, these are not formally trained, are they, Russia's forces? They're just pulling them off the street and using them in these human waves in many cases, those intense human waves. Which I cannot imagine what that's like to deal with. It must be, I don't know, just to sit there and have to deal with that over and over again. But nevertheless, I am waffling. Chuck, are you back with us? We lost you
Yeah,
for a moment there.
I think I am, you know, and it would be funny, people coming in the studio here when they just noticed this guy talking to himself and no, nobody's on. So yeah, I'm back. Sorry. Who knows what happens, but I'm back.
So you were just saying we lost you where you were explaining about how that there's no what orienteering, Jenny and I were calling it. I suspect you call it the same, you know, with maps and such like things.
Absolutely. And you know, in the Nordic countries, it's sport, and there are thousands of people who do it. In Norway, it says, you know, it's a big thing, and they go out and they navigate through the woods at high speed. So it's cross country running and land navigation. And it, you know, it's a you know, it's a skill that's fundamental to a soldier. But look, if you know, if you are a hiker, if you are you like to do alpine climbing, you've got to do land navigation. So it's one of those fundamental skills that it's a good thing, and also, you know, it's fun. I don't know, it's fun. Not when people are shooting at you, but you know, otherwise.
Thank you, Chuck. Now then, let me see who was next. Thomas was next. Welcome. Please go ahead, Thomas.
Thank you so much. Chuck, you're absolutely right. Land navigation or orienteering, like our Swedish friend also said, that's kind of what we do. And that made me the second best in Norway in my class as an artillery hunter.
That's great. That's great.
So when they said join the artillery, you know, I said that's boring. That's not where the fun is. And they said no. We're shooting the big guns at, you know, at the people from across the divide. And I said, well, you're hiding behind the line. Where's the fun? So, as an artillery hunter, you learn exactly how that works. You are actually a sniper dropped behind enemy lines, and you have to dig yourself in and hide, and you have to have 200% situational awareness and geographical as well. And you need to pinpoint every single target for the artillery and give that message back to them in well, secretive way. So we've tried all of the Swedish